Chapter 92. What was a troop? They were both servants and private soldiers. Not to mention that Li Wangyu had nothing to do with private soldiers. The key point was that a troop was not a good person. In the Tang dynasty, a troop was a subsidiary of the main family. Although it was not as useless as a servant, it was not much better. The only difference between a troop and a servant was that in the Tang dynasty, it was stipulated in the law of the Tang dynasty that a servant was the property of the main family, but a troop was not. A troop could marry a good girl, a guest girl, or a servant girl. In addition, a troop could not be bought or sold. Their status was equal to that of a servant. In other words, although a troop was not a servant, it was only a little better than a servant. Their social status was lower than that of a good person. As a good person, the Niu brothers were stupid. They wanted to join the Li family and become a troop? Li Wangyu could not help but look at himself up and down. Could this 16-year-old thin body emit some kind of aura? Delong, what nonsense are you talking about? Why do you want to be a troop? Although you and I have not known each other for a long time, I respect my two elder brothers. It is my duty to treat your illness. Delong, get up quickly. Don't mention this again. Erlang, persuade your elder brother. He is probably sick and confused. Of course, Li Wangyu would refuse the Niu brothers' proposal. He was not the kind of villain who would take advantage of others. He also did not think that others would have to give themselves to him just because he saved Niu Yong. In fact, Li Wangyu did not know that the reason why Niu Dalong made such a decision was related to himself. Yesterday, in order to persuade Sun Simiao to stay, he bragged that the cephalosporin capsule and penicillin were the only magic medicine in the world. He bragged that it was priceless and could not be bought with money. As a result, after Niu Yong woke up, Niu Wu told him word for word. Niu Yong was a person who would rather starve himself and take the prey he hunted to help his fellow soldiers. How could he accept such a big favor for nothing? In his opinion, how could his life be exchanged for such magic medicine? Therefore, Niu Yong didn't discuss it with Niu Wu and decided on his own to be part of the Li family and protect the Li family. As for Niu Wu, he had always listened to his eldest brother since he was young. Even though he was in his 30s now, he was still the same. Of the two brothers, their parents passed away early. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Niu Wu was basically brought up by Niu Yong. Originally, only one of the two brothers could be selected as a prefectural soldier. In order to not leave his brother, Niu Wu used all kinds of methods to get someone to take him in, and he became a government soldier with his brother. And because Niu Yong had lost an arm to save him, Niu Wu felt even more guilty in his heart. Towards his elder brother's words, he was completely obedient and did not disobey in the slightest. His elder brother said that he wanted to be a member of the Li family's troop, but Niu Wu didn't feel any resentment at all. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with being part of the Li family's troop. Li Jia Xiaoling was gentle and capable. As the head of the family, he was simply perfect. Moreover, the Li family's food was simply too delicious. Niu Wu had lived for more than 30 years, but he had never eaten anything more delicious than the Li family's food. If Su Chongqing knew that his meal didn't make Sun Simiao's stomach stay, but made Niu Wu's stomach stay, he probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. So when his elder brother told him to kneel and join the Li family, Niu Wu actually grinned widely. Ignoring Li Wangyu's objections, he listened to Niu Yong's words and kowtowed several times to Li Wangyu. Xiaolang, I know Langjun, I will listen to my eldest brother. From now on, us two brothers will be members of the Li family. Li Wangyu glared at Niu Wu, his heart filled with anger. I told you to persuade your elder brother. Why are you also running a fever and not thinking clearly? Why are you causing trouble here? Delong Erlang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. The three people's movements in the front yard startled all the beautiful boss and the others. After figuring out what had happened, everyone's reactions were different. The old housekeeper and Perrin looked at the Niu brothers with admiration. Their eyes were full of encouragement, thinking that the Niu brothers should be like this. Sun Simiao just stroked his beard and smiled, not expressing his opinion. He was more interested in Niu Yong's fast recovery. At first, the beautiful boss was confused. She didn't understand why the Niu brothers knelt to Li Wangyu, and what the troop meant. After she quietly asked Perrin about the meaning of the troops, she was completely stunned. As a modern person, she, like Li Wangyu, found it hard to understand that someone would be willing to become a vassal in order to repay a debt of gratitude. To put it bluntly, it was equivalent to selling oneself to their family. Li Wangyu also couldn't accept it, but no matter how he persuaded, the Niu brothers didn't get up. Li Wangyu was also speechless. He simply ignored the two idiots and went back to the backyard. Big brother Xiaolang, oh no, Langjun, he left. What should we do now? Niu Wu saw Li Wangyu leave and was also a little anxious. Niu Yong looked at Li Wangyu's back and said with a determined expression, Erlang, help me up. Let's go. Big brother, your injury hasn't healed yet. Let's talk about it after you recover. There's no hurry. Niu Wu persuaded. Are you going or not? Niu Yong stared at him. Niu Wu immediately cowered and helped his brother up. Niu Yong didn't care that his back injury hadn't healed. He said goodbye to the old housekeeper Li Heng and left. Niu Wu helped his brother out of the Li family's gate. Seeing the two leave, Li Heng shook his head in disappointment. He only cared about the prosperity of the Li family. Someone offered to be his troupe, but the young master refused. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. He felt sorry for his Longjuan's stubbornness. After the Niu brothers left, Sun Simiao also said his goodbyes. Alone, he carried the medicine box and returned to Taibai Mountain. This made Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing feel a wave of melancholy. It was really regrettable that they did not manage to keep the king of medicine. Suppressing his disappointment, Li Wangyu ordered Perrin to deliver medicine to the Niu brothers. The cephalosporin capsules had to be taken 3 times a day for 3 consecutive days. Niu Yong still hadn't taken his medicine today. In the end, the little girl came back quickly and said that the Niu family's door was locked. She asked the neighbors and said that the two brothers didn't come home. Niu Yong was still injured. Where could they have run to? Li Wangyu was also a little anxious. He didn't ignore their ridiculous request in the morning, so the two brothers ran off to do something stupid, right? He took out the white horse at home and rode it to search all the fields in the village. He didn't see the Niu brothers. He asked a lot of familiar villagers. Some said that they saw Niu Erlang help Dalong out of the village, but they didn't know what they were going to do. Li Wangyu felt that something was wrong. But because he couldn't find the Niu brothers, he could only give up. In the end, later that day, the Niu brothers returned to the Li family again. The old village chief also came with them. Something that made Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing flabbergasted happened. Chapter 93. The Niu brothers and the old village chief entered the door together, holding a document issued by the county government in their hands. The old village chief was asked by the Niu brothers to be a witness. Dalong Erlang, what are you holding? Li Wangyu asked, puzzled. A document issued by the county government. I, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, volunteered to become members of the Li family. We have already registered with the county government. Today, the old village chief is here to be a witness. Niu Yong's words shocked Li Wangyu. The two brothers actually went to the county government to complete the formalities because Li Wangyu did not agree. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the document in Niu Wu's hand, and looked at it carefully. It was indeed a document issued by the county government. It was written clearly in black and white that Niu Yong and Niu Wu of Dingzhou village in Hu County were attached to the Li family as members. Li Wangyu pointed at the Niu brothers. He opened his mouth for a long time but did not know what to say. Why can you apply for this document without me being present? Isn't the county government messing around? Li Wangyu did not understand how the Niu brothers got the document. Hey Langjun. Isn't it because you are familiar with Registrar Liu? My brother and I told him that it was you who asked us to go to the county government to apply for the document. He naturally nodded and agreed. Langjun didn't need to show up, so he helped us with the document. Niu Wu's words almost made Li Wangyu vomit blood. Damn, isn't this taking the back door? The Niu brothers actually used his name to take the back door, and turned themselves into members of the Li family. How can this be justified? Li Wangyu rubbed his swollen forehead and rolled his eyes. I can write a document for you. I will handle it with Registrar Liu. Before he could finish his words, Niu Yong used his only arm to pull out a dagger from his waist. He knelt down on one knee and said, Langjun, if you really want to do this, then my brother and I will be too ashamed to face anyone. Let's just die in front of you today. Take it as returning my life to you. Niu Yang's words gave Li Wangyu and Su Changqing a fright. What was he trying to do? Why did they have to commit suicide if they didn't accept them as part of the troops? Li Wangyu was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He rushed to Niu Wu and roared, "Erlang, what are you standing there for? Quickly take away your big brother's saber." Hearing this, Niu Wu actually grinned. Following his brother's example, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and knelt down on one knee. "Lang Jun, I can't listen to you on this matter. If you don't agree to let us become part of the Li family's troops, we won't have the face to walk out of the Li family alive today." Seeing the actions of the Niu brothers, the old village Zheng did not try to persuade them. Instead, he said to Li Wangyu, "Xiaolang, the Niu brothers know how to repay kindness. This is what they should do. Just accept them. Otherwise, they won't be able to face anyone in this village." Li Wangyu glared speechlessly at the old village Zheng. Why were you adding to the trouble? After the old village Zheng finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He happily stood to the side to watch the show. "You too. Put down the saber." I agree, okay?" Li Wangyu was at his wits' end. Why did he run into these two stubborn people? He was afraid that if he really refused, the two brothers would really stab the saber into his chest. Li Wangyu had a thorough understanding of the straightforward personalities of the men from Guanzhong. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, Niu Yong and Niu Wu's eyes lit up. "You mean what you say? Less nonsense. Hurry and put away the saber. Perrin, go get this bastard's medicine. He hasn't taken his medicine today." Li Wangyu was speechless. He turned and walked toward the rear courtyard. "Sooner or later, I'll be angered to death by these two people." Li Heng arranged rooms for the Niu brothers. Li Heng and Perrin smiled and agreed. They started to help the Niu brothers settle in. The old village Zheng congratulated Su Changqing and said a few more words to the Niu brothers. He then turned and went home. In the old village Zheng's view, the Niu brothers being part of the Li family's troops was not a disgrace to them. Given the ability that Li Jia Xiaolang had shown, the old village Zheng was old and shrewd. Although he had not read many books, he had long determined that this child's future was limitless. Although the Niu brothers were good people in Dingzhou village, their lives were poor. The two brothers were in their 30s and hadn't even found a wife. Rather than this, they might as well join the Li family's troops. The old village Zheng dared to use his head to guarantee that Li Jia Xiaolang would not treat the two brothers unfairly. After Li Wangyu was forced to compromise and accept the Niu brothers packed their things and moved into Lai Hot that day. They didn't want the shabby house they had in the village. In any case, they didn't have any valuable belongings. Li Wangyu said that he disliked the two, but in reality, he was very happy. There were only 4 people in this family. The old were old and the young were young. He and Su Changqing didn't have much ability to protect themselves. Although the people in the village were simple and honest, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be people from outside the village who would have bad thoughts after learning about the Li family's prosperity. The Niu brothers were strong and powerful. They were also the kings of soldiers in the army. Although they were disabled, ordinary men were not their opponents. As for the Niu brothers' character, he was not worried at all. They would rather starve themselves and send food to their dead and disabled comrades. If he didn't trust such people, who else could he trust? After the Niu brothers settled down in the front yard, Su Changqing immediately sent them food and asked about their well-being. The two were very moved. Su Changqing was able to become a department manager at such a young age not only because of her high education, but also because she was quite handy in dealing with people. Since the Niu brothers had become the Li family's troops, she naturally had to take out the magnanimity of the hostess and brush up the Niu brothers' loyalty. That's right, the beautiful boss had also played the Romance of the Three Kingdoms series, and had a deep understanding of how to brush up loyalty. However, it was clear that her actions were in vain. Since the Niu brothers were Guanzhong men and had recognized a master, their loyalty was definitely at the max level. In reality, the beautiful boss's current status in the Li family was a bit awkward because she appeared as Li Wangyu's cousin. However, Li Heng and Perrin, the two elders of the Li family, knew that their Mr. Xiaolang didn't have a distant cousin. However, if they said that she was the person their Lang Jun wanted to marry, Li Heng and Perrin both felt that the age difference between the two was too big. Secondly, they didn't know where this woman came from. In short, Li Heng and Perrin were now pretending to be confused. No one would say anything about Su Chongqing's identity. To outsiders, they would only say that she was their Longjuan's distant cousin. However, this excuse also caused a lot of trouble in the future. This is a story for the future, so let's not talk about it for now. Li Wangyu ran into trouble again, and this trouble made him feel quite conflicted. Chou Kuan came back from Chang'an City. Not only did he come back, but he also brought a gift to Li Wangyu to thank him for giving the water wheel blueprint to the Chou family. However, this gift gave Li Wangyu a headache. Chapter 94. The gift that Chou Kuan brought for the Li family was something that Li Wangyu would never have expected. For pretty maids. This was the present that damn fatty gave to Li Wang. If his beautiful superior hadn't fallen into Li Wangyu's bathtub, he would have been very happy to accept this gift. He would have even quietly asked the fatty if he had blonde-haired and blue-eyed prostitutes. As a normal man in his 20s, having these pretty maids to serve him was of course a good thing. Li Wangyu wasn't a moralist, a fake scholar, or a disabled person who had been sent to the palace. Whoever dared to say that they didn't like it was absolutely hypocritical to the extreme. But right now, he didn't dare to reveal a trace of liking. Ever since the fatty Chou Kuan brought the 4 specially selected maids into the Li family's door, his beautiful superior didn't reveal a trace of a smile on her face. From time to time, her cold gaze would wander around Li Wangyu's body, making him shudder. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the damn fatty for not knowing how to speak. If he had said that they were sent to the residence to be rough maids, then it would have been fine. This guy opened his mouth and said, "These 4 maids are all virgins and are very clean. If Xiao Lang likes, they can warm your bed at night. Haha, it would also be a great joy in life. Warm your sister. Do you dare to speak any louder? Fatty, you're too wretched. I'm ashamed to be associated with you." After Su Chongqing heard the fatty's words, the frost on her face could have turned into ice. Under the influence of her aura, not to mention Perrin, even the old housekeeper wisely shut his mouth and didn't say a word. Li Wangyu was extremely annoyed by this, and his heart was constantly galloping. "Su Chongqing, you're not this father's girlfriend, nor are you my wife. What right do you have to look at me like that? If you look at me again, do you believe that I won't eat you tonight?" Of course, as a coward, these were all just Li Wangyu's psychological activities. At this moment, he sat on the chair with a serious expression and looked straight into the fatty's eyes. "Brother Chou, I appreciate your good intentions, but please take these 4 maids back." After saying this, Li Wangyu felt a stab of pain in his conscience. The 4 maidservants sent by the fatty were all around 14 to 15 years old. Their appearances were decent and could be considered delicate and pretty. According to Li Wangyu's understanding from the memory of the previous owner of this body, such a female servant in Chang'an City would cost at least dozens of copper coins to buy. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the fatty thinking, "It's good that you're so kind as to give me these 4 maidservants. I'll definitely happily accept." His beautiful boss's gaze made him feel uneasy, so how could he dare to open his mouth and say yes? "Xiao Lang, that won't do. These 4 maidservants were specially chosen by my master for you. I know that you, Xiao Lang, are a sentimental person. That water wheel blueprint was taken advantage of by my enemy. If I give you copper coins, wouldn't it be tacky? In addition, I know that you don't have many people in your house, so I sent these 4 maidservants to you. Xiao Lang, please don't refuse." The fatty's words were sincere, but Li Wangyu really wanted to tell him, "We can be tacky. Brother Chou, this is really inappropriate. Brother Chou, please take these 4 maidservants back." "No, how can I take back a gift that was sent to my door? If this matter were to spread out, where would my Chou family put their face? Xiao Lang, please don't mention this matter." The fatty shook his head like a rattle drum. The 2 of them were like this, one didn't want to accept, and the other insisted on giving. They had a battle of words for a long time. Li Wangyu's mouth was dry, but he still didn't dispel the fatty's idea of giving gifts. "That's enough, stop arguing. Leave them here." The beautiful superior's cold voice sounded, making Li Wangyu feel as if he had heard the sound of nature. But before Li Wangyu could speak, the beautiful superior spoke again. "Humph, but I will personally take care of these 4 maidservants. You don't have any objections, right?" On the surface, she was asking for Li Wangyu's opinion, But the coldness in her voice made even the fatty to the side couldn't help but shiver. This woman, what a strong aura! No objections, I don't have any objections. Li Wangyu's head was the same as the fatty's, shaking it very quickly. Sometimes a man's desire to live was very strong. Su Changqing coldly snorted and led the 4 maidservants to the rear courtyard. The little maidservant, Perrin, made a face at Li Wangyu, then lifted her skirt and ran in. The old housekeeper was also very sensible. Seeing that Li Wangyu's expression was not good, he quickly said to go to the kitchen to boil water and make tea and quickly left the central room. This made the fatty confused. What was going on? Why was the atmosphere in the Li family so strange today? Although he could see that the relationship between Li Wangyu and Su Changqing was unusual, the fatty thought that he had given Li Wangyu a few maidservants. Why would Su Changqing be angry? Wasn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? What's more, this was not a marriage, but just a few maidservants. In the eyes of the Tangs, maidservants were just the property of the family. No mistress would be jealous of the relationship between the master and the maidservant. Oh, of course, there was no such thing as jealousy in the Tang dynasty at this time. This word would only appear after Pai Lupi gave the vinegar to Fang Xianling. Li Wangyu was sure that his beautiful boss was jealous. He seemed to be a little happy that Su Changqing was jealous of him. If this was known by his colleagues in the company in the future, who knew how many glasses would be broken? However, when it came to jealousy, Li Wangyu sympathized with comrade Old Fang. How similar would the situation he would encounter in the future be to his current situation? The two of them were in the same boat. Pai Lupi rewarded Fang Xianling with beauties from the western regions, but Fang Xuanling's wife refused. Pai Lupi, who had lost face, was burning with anger. He summoned Lady Fang into the palace and asked her to choose between drinking the poisoned wine and allowing Fang Xianling to take in a concubine. In the end, Lady Fang resolutely chose to drink the poisoned wine. After drinking it, she found that it was vinegar that Pai Lupi had people prepare. The word jealous was passed down for hundreds of generations. Poor comrade Old Fang was the model of a man with a rake in his ears. In Sichuan, the word rake in his ears meant a man who was afraid of his wife. After Fatty Cho Kuan gave the gifts, he shamelessly stayed in the Li family again. Last time, he left reluctantly because he had to rush back to Chang'an and to send the blueprint to his father for the water wheel. The Li family's delicious food, the Li family's bathroom and hot showers made Fatty very reluctant to leave. This time, after returning to Chang'an for a few days, Cho Yuanliang had found a carpenter to build a small water wheel. After confirming that the effect was very good, he hurriedly asked his son to give Li Wangyu a gift to express his gratitude. After Fatty shamelessly settled down in the Li family, the originally sparse Li family immediately became bustling with noise and excitement. Su Changqing naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the 4 maidservants sent by the Cho family. She was just being careful. After bringing them to the backyard, she gave them a beating and assigned them their duties. Although the little lass Perrin had long been free and was a good person, she still stubbornly wanted to take care of Li Wangyu. Su Changqing could only helplessly agree. The 4 maidservants sent by the Cho family were sent to the Li family. There was no need to think about warming the bed. Cutting grass, feeding the horses, cleaning, washing clothes and cooking, these were the daily tasks. The family of 4 became a family of 10 plus the resident Fatty. The originally small house with 2 entrances actually felt a little crowded. Li Wangyu wondered if he should hurry up and earn money to expand the residence. Why were there suddenly so many people in the house? However, he didn't have time to think about this matter these days. The transformation of the saline alkali soil had already reached the final stage. He was busy directing the men in the village to work in the fields. He could be considered very diligent. Li Wangyu had some difficulties in choosing what to plant after the saline alkali soil was improved. Chapter 95. Li Wangyu was struggling with whether to plant rice or sorghum in the improved saline alkali soil. Sorghum was widely planted in the Tang dynasty. It was drought-resistant, water-resistant, saline alkali resistant, and barren-resistant. It was very suitable for farming in the improved saline alkali soil. The sorghum that Li Wangyu planted was not to be used for food, but to be used for wine. Sorghum straw could also be used to feed livestock. It was a very suitable crop for his 300 mu of land. But rice also seemed to be very suitable. Low-alkaline rice was still very expensive in the future. Li Wangyu planned to use the three-dimensional paddy farming technology of the future to plant it. Li Wangyu remembered that there was a big farmer in his village who raised catfish in the paddy fields. As a result, every catfish raised in the paddy fields weighed 2 to 3 caddies. The harvest per mu was more than 700 caddies of catfish and 1,000 caddies of rice per mu. One had to know that 1,000 caddies was equivalent to 10 dan of grain. In the Tang dynasty, the grain yield per mu was less than 1 dan. The difference was too big. Li Wangyu was very clear about the benefits of three-dimensional paddy farming. The fish ate the pests and weeds in the paddy fields and could also loosen the soil. The fish excrement could make the soil of the paddy fields fertile, creating a good environment for rice to grow. But sorghum could be used to make wine. That was a huge profit. Li Wangyu was reluctant to give it up. What was even more painful was that no matter what he planted, he could not avoid the locusts that were coming. Whether it was sorghum or rice, the spring sowing was in the 3rd lunar month, which happened to be the time when the locusts broke out in Guangzhou. If he planted sorghum and rice seedlings at this time, wouldn't he be giving food to the locusts? In a few days, the locusts would eat up all the crops in his 300 mu of land. But if he did not plant them, he could not prove to Yang Quan that the improved saline alkali soil had been completed. This made Li Wangyu even more difficult. His beautiful boss did not grow up in the countryside, nor did she live in the countryside. She had no suggestions in this regard. On this day, Li Wangyu squatted by the riverbank and looked at the fields without any care for his image. This saline alkali soil had already been washed and soaked 3 times, and was in the process of transplanting. In other words, good soil from other places was transported and spread over the original saline alkali soil. The 20 oxen of the Li family had already been hitched to the carts, and were continuously hauling the soil from afar, dumping it on the ground. After that, they would fertilize the soil to increase the fertility of the soil. Then, the 300 mu of land could officially be cultivated. Li Wangyu, who grew up in the countryside, was born with an unusual love for the land. A total of 300 mu of land belonged to him, so he had to come to the edge of the field every day to have a look. The more he looked at this piece of land, the more Li Wangyu liked it. In the end, he slapped his thigh and decided to plant rice. As a small landlord with aspirations, Li Wangyu wanted to show the people of the Tang dynasty what three-dimensional farming was. By the way, not only can you raise fish in the rice field, you can also raise ducks. Duck? Duck. Li Wangyu was shocked. He felt as if he had forgotten something. He began to think carefully. What was it that had to do with the duck? Locusts. Ducks. A vague memory of his previous life came back to him. He remembered reading a report that an insect research institute in Guangdong had done an experiment, and a large number of ducks were introduced to the farmland to hunt locusts. As a result, 2,000 ducks devoured all the locusts on thousands of mu of land. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but slap his own head. This pig brain, why didn't he think of this earlier? Yes, ducks. With ducks they could fight against locusts, and at least the crops in Dingzhou village could be saved. Haha, so what if it was a plague of locusts? Let's see if there are more locusts or more ducks. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu directly jumped on the back of the horse and rushed to the county. If he wanted to buy a large number of ducks, he had to find the chicken and duck vendors in the county. If there were not enough ducks in the county, Li Wangyu was ready to go to Chang'an to buy ducks. The county market in Tianhu County was quite lively. After the news of Li Wangyu buying a large number of ducks spread out, the chicken and duck vendors in the county market all gathered around. Li Wangyu calculated the copper coins and gold at home. There were about 150 strings of coins left. He left 50 strings of coins for the family's working capital, and the rest of the money was ready to buy ducks. Li Wangyu bargained with several chicken and duck vendors in the county and agreed on the price. An adult duck was 30 copper coins, and a duckling was 5 copper coins. After calculating, Li Wangyu could buy thousands of ducks. With so many ducks, it should be enough to protect the fields in Dingzhou village. Because of the large number, these chicken and duck vendors also needed time to collect ducks. So Li Wangyu made an appointment with them. 10 days later, the vendors would send the ducks to Dingzhou village. At that time they would exchange money and goods. He came out in a hurry and forgot to bring copper coins. There was no way to pay the vendors. Li Wangyu felt a little embarrassed. When he was about to ask them to go back to Dingzhou village with him to get money, someone recognized him as Li Jiaxiaolang from Dingzhou village. What Li Wangyu didn't expect was that after someone recognized him, these vendors actually said that there was no need to pay the deposit. The ducks would be delivered in 10 days. Haha, Li Jiaxiaolang from Dingzhou village. How can we not trust him? That's right, Li Jiaxiaolang is a literary star who came down to earth. How can he deceive us? No need to pay the deposit, no need to pay the deposit. The ducks will be delivered in 10 days. Xiaolang, last time your village had a pig slaughtering feast. This time you bought so many ducks. Are you going to eat a duck slaughtering feast? Bayou foodie. Dingzhou village only has more than 100 households. How can they eat so many ducks? It must be Xiaolang who has other uses. Don't you know who Li Jiaxiaolang is? He is the person who made the water wheel. That's right, that's right. I specially went to Dingzhou village to see that water wheel. TSK, it's amazing. It doesn't need any manpower and it automatically carries water. I heard that Yang Mingfu has begun to recruit craftsmen to promote this water wheel in the county. Li Jiaxiaolang has done a good deed for us. Our village's chief also said that he wants to burn incense for you, Xiaolang. When these words were said, Li Wangyu's face turned black. Are they thanking me or cursing me? Is there anyone who would burn incense for a living person? In short, the conversation in the market was getting more and more crooked. Some people had already begun to discuss whether the Li family's ancestral grave was emitting smoke. Li Wangyu could only quickly ride his horse and run away. No matter which dynasty, no matter if it was 1,000 years ago or not, the Chinese people's ability to gossip was still so valiant. He couldn't help but admire it. However, Li Wangyu was still somewhat happy in his heart. Hearing so many people praise him, it showed that they had a good eye. The only regret was that no one praised him for being handsome. After settling the matter of purchasing the ducks, Li Wangyu rode back to the village. He still had to communicate with his beautiful boss and the village chief. Otherwise, when thousands of ducks were delivered to the village in 10 days, would he have to raise them himself? Chapter 96. Li Wangyu forgot to inform Su Chongqing that the ducks could kill the locusts. He hurried off to the county to purchase the ducks. After returning to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu hurried to report this to his beautiful boss. The family's finances were now managed by his beautiful boss. If Li Wangyu wanted to spend money, he had to inform Su Chongqing first. Regarding this, the old butler kept shaking his head. He thought Li Wangyu was too useless as the head of the family. How could he let a woman manage the family's finances? Li Wangyu, on the other hand, thought it was reasonable. Not to mention, the projects that his beautiful boss handled were all worth hundreds of millions. Li Wangyu didn't see any problem with this woman managing the family's finances. Weren't all men in his previous life like this? Furthermore, he had a business administration student from the University of Pennsylvania, helping him manage the family's finances. What was there to worry about? Su Chongqing was shocked when he heard that Li Wangyu planned to use more than 100 strings of copper coins to purchase the ducks. However, after listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, his beautiful boss nodded immediately. She agreed with him. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you should take care of yourself. If you're rich, you should help the world. Since Li family had the ability to take care of the village, naturally they had to do it. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was worried that the old villager wouldn't agree to rearing the thousands of ducks in the village's fields. Guanzhong Road was mainly used to grow wheat. It was considered a dry land. To rearing thousands of ducks in the fields, the farmers might not agree. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't tell the old villager that the ducks were reared to eat the locusts. Everyone in the Tang dynasty believed that the locusts were released by the locust god. Who would dare to kill them? Their worries were not unfounded. Li Wangyu invited the old villager into his home. As soon as he mentioned his idea, the old villager shook his head. No, Xiaolang, you can't do that. It's fine if you're rearing some ducks at home, but thousands of ducks in the fields, how can you do that? Old Muramesa, don't worry. The ducks won't eat the wheat seedlings. I can guarantee that. If the ducks eat the crops in the field, I will pay for all the costs. Li Wangyu continued to persuade the old Muramesa. Xiaolang, how are you going to feed these thousands of ducks? How can there be so much food to feed the ducks during the spring plowing season? I have my own plans. I will buy enough feed from the county. You don't have to worry about it, Li Wangyu said casually. In fact, he didn't intend to buy any food to feed the ducks. He just wanted the ducks to catch locusts to eat. When the plague of locusts came, the locusts would cover the sky and cover the earth. Even the ducks might not be able to eat all of them, so there was no need to worry about starving. That won't do either. There are thousands of ducks. Who are you going to let loose for you? During the spring plowing season, even half-grown boys had to work in the fields. Who would take care of the ducks for you? Without anyone watching over them, were they going to let thousands of ducks run amok in the fields of the village? That would be terrible. No. Xiao Lang, what you are doing is ridiculous. Li Wangyu thought about it. The old Muramesa's words made sense. It was impossible for thousands of ducks to be taken care of without anyone watching over them. Besides, there must be a duck shed and someone to take care of the ducks. The spring plowing season was the most important thing. Even the emperor of the Tang dynasty had to pay attention to it. He really couldn't spare anyone to take care of the ducks for him. This wasn't transforming the saline alkali soil. He could just transfer some strong men to do it for a while. He did do it a little hastily. But if it weren't for the locusts, Li Wangyu wouldn't be so nervous. The most annoying thing was that he knew that ducks could kill locusts, but he couldn't persuade the old Muramesa with this reason. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. It wasn't easy to be a Lei Feng in the Tang dynasty. In fact, the problem of the duck shed was easy to solve. He could take an acre of land from the saline alkali soil and build a duck shed. It was enough to accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 ducks. In 10 days, the masons and carpenter Lu in the village should be enough to help him build the duck shed. The key was the problem of manpower to take care of the ducks. This was the most important thing. If he wanted to use these thousands of ducks to kill locusts, they must be free-range. They must be driven to the fields to eat during the day and driven back to the duck shed in the evening. This required a lot of manpower. During the spring plowing season, where could he find people to take care of the ducks for him? While he was worrying, Li Wangyu suddenly remembered Zhao Xiaonyang, the girl who sold the pigs to him. There were a lot of girls of her age in the village. In the village, it was the men and boys who worked during the spring plowing season. Girls like Zhao Xiaonyang didn't seem to be busy with the spring plowing. The women of the Tang dynasty didn't have the habit of going out to work. Li Wangyu felt that if he could organize the girls in the village to take care of the ducks for him, the problem would be solved. Old Muramesa, what do you think? There are a lot of unmarried girls like Zhao Xiaonyang in the village. Why don't you let them take care of the ducks for me? I'll pay them. 3 copper coins a day. How about that? What? Xiao Lang, do you have a lot of money? You'll pay a girl 3 copper coins a day? Just help you look after the ducks? The old villager was shocked by Li Wangyu's words and suddenly stood up. Li Wangyu was shocked by the old man's action. What was he going to do? Old Muramesa, can you find someone to help? If it's not enough, we can negotiate. He didn't think that the villagers of the Tang dynasty worked hard all year round, but their per capita income was actually less than the usual, about 800 copper coins. Zhou village couldn't even catch up with the per capita income of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, Yang Quan wouldn't have agreed to reduce part of the rent so easily. He proposed to ask the girls in the village to take care of the ducks for him. 3 copper coins a day, more than 1,000 copper coins a year, which was a lot of copper coins. How could the old Muramesa not be surprised? Li Wangyu didn't feel that the price was too high. Instead, he felt that it was too low. After all, breakfast in Chang'an City costs more than 10 copper coins a person. 3 copper coins a day to ask someone to take care of the ducks for him was really a little apologetic. The old Muramesa was panting and staring at Li Wangyu. After a long while, he asked, Xiao Lang, how many girls are you going to find to take care of the ducks for you? Li Wangyu estimated that in 10 days, he would be able to buy at least 4,000 ducks. It shouldn't be a problem for one person to take care of 200 ducks. 20 people. It doesn't matter if it's more or less. That's 60 copper coins a day. Xiao Lang, you have to think carefully. The old Muramesa still wanted to persuade him. In his opinion, it was too wasteful. No problem. Old Muramesa, help me contact them. Let them come to me in 10 days. The old Muramesa's lips trembled, but he didn't continue to object. The matter of raising ducks in the village field was settled. He couldn't object. Who wouldn't pay a girl 3 copper coins a day to take care of the ducks? Li Jia Xiaolang also said that if the ducks damaged the crops in the field, he would be responsible for the compensation. He was not afraid that the farmers in the village would disagree. Seeing that Li Wangyu insisted, the old Muramesa left and went to help him find suitable candidates to take care of the ducks. After the old Muramesa left, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The labor cost of the Tang dynasty was really low. In fact, Li Wangyu was not unwilling to pay more. However, if he gave too much, it might not be a good thing. As the saying goes, a small amount of rice owes a debt of gratitude. Li Wangyu was really worried that rashly offering high salaries to the girls in the village would cause some unnecessary trouble. Dingzhou village suddenly became lively because Li Wangyu suddenly wanted to raise ducks. Chapter 97. In the view of the farmers, only an idiot wouldn't be willing to pay their daughters 3 won a day to help with the ducks. Although Zhaonyang had earned about 8 strings of copper from selling the 2 pigs to Li Wangyu, she had raised those 2 pigs for almost 2 years. In order to raise the pigs well, she and her mother had to wake up early and work late every day to gather pigweed and feed the pigs. It was very tiring. If it wasn't to sell to Li Wangyu, but to other pork merchants, the 2 pigs would at most be sold for 5 strings of copper. Now, just by helping the Li family with the ducks, she could earn 3 won a day. Her annual income was always more than enough to support the family. This matter caused Dingzhou village to boil over. The villagers who received the news almost stepped on the threshold of the old village chief's house to make it lower. Anyone who had an unmarried daughter would come over after the farming season to chat about daily life. In a roundabout way, they brought up the idea of having their daughters help the Li family with the ducks. Even when the old village chief's wife and daughter-in-law went to the river to wash clothes, they would be harassed by many of the village's wives. The meaning behind their words was that their daughters were honest and diligent. Fortunately, the men of Guangzhou were very open-minded and did not cause any unpleasantness over this matter. Even so, it was a headache for the old village chief. In the end, the old village chief prioritized taking care of the disabled families of the old soldiers in the village. In addition, he picked out a few honest and diligent servant girls to make a total of 20 people. While the old village chief was busy helping Li Wangyu choose where to herd the ducks, Li Wangyu was not idle. Because it was confirmed that the 300 mu of wasteland was going to be used for rice farming, then the first thing to do was to plan the fields. The biggest difference in rice farming was that they had to dig fish ditches and ponds in the rice fields. For every 2 mu of rice field, they had to dig a cross-shaped fish ditch in the rice field. These fish ditches had to be 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep to store water and raise fish. Right now, there were about 40 people in the village helping Li Wangyu manage the saline alkali soil. After the 300 mu of wasteland had been washed and soaked and fertilized, it had completely changed. Any farmer could tell that the saline alkali soil had really been improved and turned into a good land for planting crops. Oh my God, this saline alkali soil has actually become a treasure. When the old village chief said that Li Jia Xiaolang wanted to manage this saline alkali soil, I thought that Xiaolang's brain was damaged, haha. TSK. Li Jia Xiaolang is really capable. I heard that this piece of land was given to Xiaolang by the county for free? Isn't it? I have to say, scholars are indeed different. They even know about such things. In the future, no matter what, I have to tighten my belt and let my child go to school to learn how to read. Look at this water wheel. In my opinion, the county only gave 10 cows and took away Xiaolang's water wheel blueprint. That's not generous enough. They should at least give him 20 more cows. Several farmers squatted on the ground and looked at Li Wangyu not far away. Their eyes were full of admiration and envy. Speaking of which, since Li Wangyu came to Dingzhou village, these farmers who were illiterate had changed their catchphrase to let the children go to school. This was a small contribution from Li Wangyu. Xiaolang, what are you going to plant on this piece of land? Wheat or sorghum? It's almost time to start farming. A farmer asked Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu pointed to the field and gestured to them. I want to plant rice. I need several brothers to help me dig some ditches in the field. He pointed to the field and told the farmers how to dig ditches. What? Xiaolang, are you joking? We know about planting rice. There are also irrigated fields nearby for planting rice. But why do you want to dig such deep ditches? Isn't this a waste of land? That's right. I've been farming for most of my life, but I've never heard of digging so many ditches in a good piece of land. Xiaolang, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This is too much of a waste of land. According to the way you dig, you'll dig 10 to 20% of the land. Isn't this a sin? As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the group of farmers exploded. One after another, they tried to persuade Li Wangyu not to mess around. Li Wangyu just smiled at everyone's persuasion. However, he stubbornly asked everyone to listen to him and dig like this. He had his own uses. Seeing Li Xiaolang being so stubborn, these farmers could only shake their heads and sigh. They felt that Li Xiaolang, who was smart all his life, was stupid this time. He definitely did something stupid. Li Wangyu didn't explain this. It was very difficult to let the people of the Tang dynasty understand what modern three-dimensional farming was. It was better to wait until the final results came out and then let them be shocked. In fact, Li Wangyu wanted to persuade the farmers of Dingzhou village to plant rice with him. However, after thinking about it, he decided to wait until after the autumn harvest and his harvest came out. When there was a ready-made example in front of the villagers, he didn't have to worry that they wouldn't learn from him next year. With the water wheel carrying water for irrigation, coupled with three-dimensional rice farming, Li Wangyu believed that in less than 2 years, Dingzhou village would become a land of fish and rice. At that time it would be really beautiful. After 7 or 8 days, all the ditches in the rice field were dug. These days, the people from the surrounding villages who came to see the water wheel also pointed at Li Wangyu's rice field and burst into laughter from time to time. Obviously, they all expressed their disdain for digging a good piece of land into a mess. Even the farmers of Dingzhou village felt that they couldn't raise their heads. How could there be such a prodigal son in their village? What a sin! The old villager also argued with Li Wangyu for a long time because of this, hoping that he wouldn't mess around. A good 300 mu of land, after being dug like this, became about 240 mu. Not only did the old villager not understand, but Li Heng and the Niu brothers also didn't understand. Fatty Cho Kuan even thought that Li Wangyu was sick to come up with such an idea. Fatty Cho Kuan's family mostly planted rice in Jianan Road. He had never seen someone dig a good piece of rice field like this. However, no matter how they persuaded, Li Wangyu insisted on his own opinion. Li Heng and the others couldn't persuade Li Wangyu, so they wanted to ask Su Chongqing to persuade him. After all, Su Chongqing was basically half the master of the Li family. Li Wangyu would listen to her words. However, although Su Chongqing didn't understand farming, she knew about three-dimensional rice farming in the future. Naturally, she wouldn't interfere with Li Wangyu's practice. Therefore, in a situation where everyone's persuasion was ineffective, the 300 mu of rice field was dug according to Li Wangyu's idea. After the transformation of the rice field was completed, Li Wangyu began to mobilize the 5 water wheels to fill the rice field with water, preparing to soak the field and transplant the rice seedlings. Seeing that things had come to this, the old villager and the group of farmers all sighed. However, in less than 2 days, something even more unacceptable happened. This time, the old villager directly became angry with Li Wangyu. Chapter 98. Because Dingzhou village does not grow rice, naturally there is no seedling breeding. Li Wangyu rode to the surrounding villages and bought enough rice seedlings for 300 mu of paddy fields. When it was time to transplant the rice seedlings, Li Wangyu actually asked the farmers to throw the seedlings into the paddy fields and then straighten them with their hands. This made the old villager angry. China was founded on agriculture, and since ancient times, agriculture has been valued. Rice seedling transplants must not be treated carelessly. Although 300 mu of paddy fields now belong to the Li family, Li Wangyu's excessive request made the old villager dare to go against Li Wangyu. Li family kid, aren't you messing around? Although I have never planted rice before, I know how to plant rice seedlings. How can you mess around like this? Li Wangyu was speechless. The reason why he asked the farmers to throw the seedlings was of course because he had his reasons. Throwing seedlings to plant rice seedlings did not need to manually transplant seedlings one by one. Instead, it needed to go through the process of throwing seedlings to the ground. The seedlings were thrown with soil, and the seedlings were buried shallowly into the soil. Throwing seedlings was an advanced rice planting method in the future. It saved time and effort, and the seedling survival rate was high. After throwing seedlings, the seedlings would basically take root in 1 or 2 days, and new leaves would begin to grow in 3 days. The most important thing was that the yield per mu of paddy fields using throwing seedlings was about 10% higher than the yield per mu of paddy fields using hand transplants. But in the Tang dynasty, in the eyes of the old villager, Li Wangyu asking the farmers to throw seedlings to plant rice seedlings was simply messing around. Old villager, I am not messing around. This way the yield of rice will be higher. Li Wangyu still wanted to persuade this stubborn old man. Xiaolang, it's fine if you do other things, but you absolutely can't do farm work like this. This old man has been farming for his entire life. If I may be so bold as to say this, you will be punished by the heavens if you act so recklessly. Li Heng and the others also tried to persuade Li Wangyu, but Su Chongqing just covered her mouth and snickered. She did not say anything to help Li Wangyu. The beautiful boss was not stupid. She knew that although Li Wangyu was right, traditional views were not so easy to change. Especially in an agricultural society like the Tang dynasty, people would be criticized for randomly changing their farming methods. Previously, Li Wangyu had forced people to dig a ditch in the field, which had already caused a lot of discussion among the villagers. At this time, if they followed his method, the old village head would probably run to the county government to complain in anger. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only look up at the sky and sigh. Sure enough, it wasn't necessarily a good thing to be the only one sober when everyone else was drunk. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to argue with the old villagers. It was just a matter of increasing the production by 10%. If the stalemate continued, the old village head would be angered to death, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Therefore, Li Wangyu sighed and nodded. He agreed to follow the old village head's suggestion, and used the traditional method of transplanting rice seedlings. Seeing that Li Wangyu accepted the old village chief's protest, everyone immediately cheered. The farmers began to take a handful of seedlings and plant them in the fields. Old village head, I'll listen to you for other things, but for these 2 mu of fields, how about you let people do what I said and use the method of throwing seedlings to plant? When he said this, the old village head was about to blow his beard and glare. However, the old man thought about it again. Forget it, this land originally belonged to the Li family. Since he had refuted Li Jia Xiaolong's face today, the young man felt that he had lost face and wanted to use these 2 mu of fields to regain a little bit of face. Then let him be happy. Thinking about this, the old village head nodded and agreed with a smile. In his view, this was just a young man throwing a small tantrum. On the contrary, the old man felt that although Li Wangyu was smart in the end, he still had the heart of a young man. Not only did the old village head think this way, but Li Heng, the Niu brothers, Cho Kuan, and even the farmers who helped to plant the seedlings also thought this way. A few of the farmers laughed and threw the seedlings toward the 2 mu of paddy field to make the little Langjun happy. The seedlings of the 2 mu of rice fields were planted using the method of throwing seedlings. The rice fields next to the 2 mu of rice fields were planted with the traditional method of transplanting seedlings. Li Wangyu secretly shook his head. This method of plucking and transplanting seedlings with one's face to the yellow soil and back to the sky was really time-consuming and laborious. Forget it. Let's wait until the autumn harvest. When the rice fields began to be transplanted, Li Wangyu began to think about the matter of raising fish in the rice fields. Since ancient times, people in China had the habit of eating fish. The so-called fresh character was half fish and half sheep, which was called fresh. However, because of the limitations of fishing technology, it was not easy to eat fish in ancient times. In the 24 Filial Piety, there was even a story about lying on ice to find a carp. It could be seen that eating fish was not easy. The illusion of fish and bear paws in the Mencius Annals showed how high the status of fish was in the lives of ancient people in China at that time, on par with bear paws. Moreover, the Tang people loved to eat fish, especially raw fish slices. The sashimi of later generations in Japan was actually learned from the Tang dynasty. Slices referred to the practice of sashimi. Large-scale artificial fish farming started after the Tang and Song dynasties. In the Song dynasty, the 4 major fish farming systems formed a scale-and system. At that time, artificial fish farming was called planting fish technique. However, it was very troublesome for Li Wangyu to plant fish, because there were no seedlings for sale in the Tang dynasty. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only buy all kinds of small fish from the fishermen fishing on the river at a high price, as well as fish with eggs, and put them in the rice fields. He was not picky about the species of fish. He wanted whatever fish the fishermen caught. Catfish, spotted silver carp, white carp, crucian carp, carp and eel were all acceptable. When Li Wangyu was collecting the fish, the old villager finally understood why there were so many ditches in the rice fields. Xiaolang, you want to plant fish in the rice fields? Yes, that's right. The old villager shook his head. How can you plant fish in the rice fields? Aren't you afraid that the fish will eat the rice seedlings? No, they won't. Don't worry, the old villager. Planting fish in the rice fields can also increase the yield. Li Wangyu replied confidently. Artificial fish farming was not popular among the people in the Tang dynasty at this time. The old villager did not know much about it, so he did not pursue it further. However, the old villager still felt that Li Wangyu was fooling around. Raising fish in the rice fields was unheard of. Raising fish was fine, but Li Wangyu raising carp made the old villager unhappy. But you can plant other fish, but why are you planting this red mantis fish? You can't sell this fish. If the authorities catch you, you will be punished. Red mantis fish was carp. Carp and Li had the same pronunciation. In order to avoid taboo, carp was called red mantis fish in the Tang dynasty. Hearing the old villager's words, Li Wangyu just smiled. It was said that in the Tang dynasty, if the authorities caught selling carp, they would be severely punished. This was simply a rumor. There was no such law in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, Wang Wei's Journey of a Daughter in Luoyang wrote, "The husband rode on the horse and the maid ate the carp." It could be seen that eating carp was not illegal in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu just smiled at the old villager's words. It was inconvenient to explain this kind of thing. When the carp was sold in the future, they would know. After finishing the work in the rice fields, the chicken and duck vendors in the county town also drove the ox carriages and sent the ducks that Li Wangyu ordered. Chapter 99. Thousands of ducks were delivered, making Dingzhou village lively again. The men, women, elderly and children who had finished their farm work all gathered around the duck shed to watch the excitement. Li Wangyu asked the Niu brothers to move the 2 boxes of copper coins directly to the duck shed and settle the accounts with the chicken and duck vendors on the spot. These chicken and duck vendors transported a few hundred ducks at most, and a few dozen at least. Su Chongqing helped to count and pay the money. The 20 duck girls selected by the old village chief were busy herding the ducks into the duck shed. The 2 boxes of shiny copper coins attracted the attention of the villagers who were watching the excitement. A total of 100 strings of copper coins. All the copper coins in Dingzhou village added together might not be that much. Everyone was a little dizzy. TSK, so many copper coins. Li Jia Xiaolang is so capable. Spending so much money to buy ducks, what does Li Jia Xiaolang want to do? I'm afraid that all the ducks in the surrounding villages were bought by the Li family. Zhao Xiaonyang, who sold pigs to Li Wangyu, was also selected by the old village chief to help herding ducks. Several women in the village surrounded Zhao Xiaonyang with envy in their eyes. Mrs. Zhao, your Xiaonyang was also selected to help Li Jia Xiaolang herd ducks? What good fortune, isn't it? Previously, Zhao Xiaonyang sold pigs to the Li family and got a lot of copper coins. Now she can help the Li family herd ducks. Zhao Delong must be blessing you and your mother from the underworld. Zhao Xiaonyang should also find a husband. Mrs. Zhao, you have to check carefully. You can't just randomly betroth Zhao Xiaonyang to someone. If you ask me, it's better to marry into the village. He can take care of you, your mother. This was the idea of marrying into the Zhao family with a son who had not yet been engaged. Mrs. Zhao just smiled happily at this. She looked at her daughter busily herding ducks with a face full of satisfaction and pride. More and more cattle carriages came, and the riverbank suddenly became very lively. Thousands of ducks quacked, and from time to time, some would scurry around, causing the female duck herders to sweat profusely. They used bamboo poles to chase away the disobedient ducks. From time to time, the disobedient ducks would cause the maidservants to be in a sorry state, causing the crowd in the village to burst into laughter from time to time, causing the maidservants to blush. After working for half a day, they finally gathered all the ducks into the duck shed and paid for the goods. There were a total of 2,300 adult ducks, 3,500 ducklings, and a total of 86 copper coins. The goods and the money were cleared, and both parties were happy. After sending off the peddlers, Li Wangyu began to instruct the duckling girls on how to tend the ducks. There were a total of 40 duck sheds, and each girl was responsible for 2 of them. These ducks were first raised in the 300 mu rice paddy field. Once they were familiar with the duck shed, the 20 female ducks would drive them to the field to eat their own food. The village had more than 2,000 mu of land, which was enough for the ducks to eat their fill. Not to mention, although the locust plague had not yet reached a large scale, the fields were full of jumping locusts, so there was no need to worry about the ducks not having enough food to eat. Li Wangyu's plan was good, but a few days later, when the duckling girls drove the ducks out to hunt in the fields of the village, it immediately attracted trouble. The Li family's duck army was released into the fields of the village. Before noon, Li Wangyu's house was surrounded by a group of villagers led by the old village chief. Outside the Li family's old house, there were hundreds of villagers gathered. Many of them were cursing and swearing, and their emotions were agitated. When the old housekeeper Li Heng saw this situation, he was shocked and hurriedly invited the old village chief and several leading villagers into the central room. At this time, Li Wangyu was playing chess with the fatty Cho Kuan in the study. The fatty was having so much fun that he forgot about home. He had been with the Li family for more than 10 days, but he did not seem to have any plans to return to Chang'an. In the fatty's opinion, the Li family ate well and lived comfortably, not at all worse than Chang'an. The only thing he was not used to was that he could not go to Ping Kong Lane to drink wine with prostitutes. But in front of delicious food, these were all tolerable. As the 2 of them were playing chess, they heard a commotion outside. Li Heng hurriedly ran in. "Lang Jun, we've been surrounded by villagers outside. They say our ducks have caused trouble. I've invited the village chief to the central room in the front yard. Quickly go and take a look." The ducks have caused trouble? Li Wangyu thought for a moment and understood what was going on. It seemed that the old village chief and villagers had already noticed the ducks eating the locusts. They were here to denounce him. In this regard, Li Wangyu was not worried at all. He leisurely followed the old housekeeper to the central room in the front yard. "Old village chief, what's the matter today? Xiaolang, let me ask you, did you buy so many ducks to eat the locusts? Now many of the locusts in the fields have been eaten by your ducks. How can this be?" The old village chief's face was as dark as water. He interrogated as soon as they met. If these words were heard by a modern person, they would be baffled. Was it not a good thing that the ducks had eaten the locusts in the fields? Wrong. In the eyes of the simple citizens of the Tang dynasty, the appearance of locusts was a punishment sent by the locust god. How could they be hunted down and killed? If that was not the case, why would the bigwigs in the imperial court and the Confucian bigwigs say that the only way to kill the locusts was by virtue? My ducks ate the locusts in the fields? Don't mention it, don't mention it. This is what I should do. Li Wangyu replied with a cheeky smile. His words stunned the old village chief and the villagers. "We're here to thank you? Did you not understand? Xiaolang, you can't do this. Those locusts are sent by the locust god. How can they be hunted?" "That's right, your ducks ate the locusts. If the heavens send down a greater punishment, who will be responsible? Xiaolang, hurry up and chase your ducks away. Don't let them feed on the locusts anymore. I think you're just messing around. I was wondering why the Li family suddenly bought so many ducks. You're using the locusts to feed your ducks. Such audacity, Xiaolang. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Xiaolang, don't mess around. Don't bring trouble to our Dingzhou village." The old village chief and the villagers were all scolding the Li family's ducks and Li Wangyu's misdeeds. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu had gained some reputation in Dingzhou village, they would not have been so polite. His beautiful superior heard the news and immediately rushed to the front yard. When she heard that the old village chief and the villagers not only did not appreciate the Li family's kindness, but also blamed Li Wangyu, she was so angry that her face turned white and her expression froze. What an ungrateful dog biting Lu Dongbin. Did the Li family have nothing better to do? They spent so much money to buy so many ducks. Li Wang even went to Chang'an to gather so much food. Wasn't it all for the sake of the 100 villagers of Dingzhou village? The locusts that destroyed the crops did not blame them. Instead, they kowtowed and burned incense. Li Wangyu wanted to save them but was humiliated by them. As expected, a pitiful person must have a detestable side. Chapter 100. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to explain himself. He waited for the villagers to finish. When they finally quieted down, he said slowly, "What does the ducks eating the locusts have to do with me? I am not the one eating the locusts. The locusts are a gift from the locust god. So why can't the ducks eat the locusts because of the duck god's order?" His words stunned the villagers. What did he mean by that? What the hell was the duck god? It was not my order for the ducks to eat the locusts, right? It was their own doing. Since the locusts were eaten by the ducks, it means that the duck god is more powerful than the locust god. What are you afraid of? What duck god? How can there be such a god? The old villager mumbled. Old villager, how do you know there is no duck god? As the saying goes, there are gods everywhere. Since there is a locust god, there is naturally a duck god. Li Wangyu was trying to change the topic. Since they said the locusts were released by the locust god, then why did they say there was no duck god above the ducks? However, his words left the villagers speechless. Indeed, who dared to say there was no duck god? But, old villager, there are no buts. Since the ducks are the ones who eat the locusts, then it is a matter between the locust god and the duck god. We are mere mortals, we should not interfere. Li Wangyu's words left the agitated villagers speechless. They started to think about what Li Wangyu had just said. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Wangyu continued, "Actually, I'm sure all of you are aware of the locusts coming this year. Since my family's ducks can eat the locusts in the fields, then they can reduce the damage to the crops in the village, right? As for this locust god, let the duck god reason with him." Of course, the villagers understood what he meant. If the locusts were to spread, then their whole family would have nothing to eat. However, due to their deep-rooted beliefs, ignorance and fear, they did not dare to attack the locusts. They could only pray and pray that the locusts would show mercy. Li Wangyu's words seemed to be quibbling, but in reality, it hit the bottom of everyone's heart. The old villager and the leaders of the village looked at each other and didn't say anything. It seemed that they had tacitly agreed with Li Wangyu's duck god. If any family in the village is unwilling to do so because they are afraid of being blamed by the locust god, feel free to tell me. Tomorrow, I will instruct them not to drive the ducks to his family's fields. Is that okay? Li Wangyu added another stab. Li Wangyu wouldn't insist on being a good person if he didn't want to, and used this opportunity to criticize the Li family. The old village head and the other farmers were not stupid. If they really didn't allow the Li family's ducks to enter their fields to hunt for locusts, then other people's fields would be preserved while their own family would be left without a single harvest, and they could only go out to beg for food. No one would say anything about this, right? After the villagers tacitly agreed with Li Wangyu about the duck god, they said their goodbyes and left. At the same time, there were still several hundred farmers gathered outside the Li family's home. Many of them were agitated, and they were loudly criticizing Li Wangyu. The Niu brothers stood guard at the door with awkward expressions. On one hand, they agreed that Li Wangyu's decision was ill-considered, but on the other hand, they didn't want to hear the complaints of these farmers. No matter what, they were now part of the Li family. No matter what decision Li Wangyu made, the brothers would support him unconditionally. When the old village head and the other farmers came out, the farmers gathered around them. "Villager, how is it? What did Li Jiaxiaoling say?" "This is big news. The Li family's ducks have consumed the locusts. What if the locust god blames them for this?" "Villager, we can't allow the Li family to do as they please. The Li family has to give us an explanation for this, or we will complain to the county government. They will suffer retribution for offending the locust god." Seeing the clamor, the old village head raised his hand to signal for silence. When the crowd finally quieted down, he coughed lightly and repeated what Li Wangyu had said. That is what Li Jiaxiaoling meant. Since he didn't order the ducks to eat the locusts, then naturally the duck god will be responsible. If any family is unwilling, please explain to the Li family that tomorrow, the Li family's ducks will not go to their fields. When the old village head mentioned the duck god, he couldn't help but cough. It was a little awkward to say duck god out loud, but he couldn't care less about that now. After all, as Li Jia Xiaolang said, since everyone believed in the locust god, then the duck god was not unreasonable. As soon as the old villager finished speaking, all the villagers were stunned. Duck god? Locust god? This duck-eating locust had something to do with the gods? Soon, some of the smarter farmers understood the crux of the matter. Since they didn't dare to kill the locusts, then the ducks catching the locusts and eating them didn't seem to have anything to do with them. If that was the case, then it should be a good thing that they could protect their crops from the locusts, right? Ahem, since this is a matter between the duck god and the locust god, then we shall not interfere. Village head, how about this? The Li family's ducks are free to come and go as they please. Many of the people who understood these principles silently stood out and bowed towards the Li clan's gate. Then they silently turned around and left. Soon, most of the farmers who gathered in front of the Li family's gate had left. However, there was still a stubborn woman who yelled, "Where did this duck god come from? This is Li Jia Xiaolang's nonsense. No, we can't let the ducks enter our fields." Before she could finish her words, the man beside her slapped her in the face. "You wastrel! What are you yelling about? Do you think you can make the whole family beg for food? Shut up and go home to cook." After slapping his wife, the man turned to the village head and chuckled. Village head, don't listen to this crazy woman. Our fields will remain the same. The Li family's ducks are free to go." These Guangzhong farmers were not idiots. They were afraid of the locust god's wrath and came to the Li family to cause trouble. However, after Li Wangyu fabricated this duck god for them, it gave them a way out. The Chinese farmers had their own cleverness and survival philosophy since ancient times. Faced with the choice of self-deception or protecting the crops in the fields, everyone chose to self-deception. This was the result that Li Wangyu had predicted. When the crowd at the door dispersed, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing both let out a long sigh and silently shook their heads. On the other hand, Cho Kuan, who was standing at the side, was stunned by Li Wangyu's words. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "So this works too?" He whipped his head around to look at Li Wangyu. "Xiaolang, if I start a fire in the field and the locusts die from the fire, wouldn't that be considered a battle between the fire god and the locust god?" The fatty's words stunned Li Wangyu. He turned to look at the fatty with a strange expression. What a genius! This ability to draw inferences from one case was amazing. Chapter 101. That day, Cho Kuan returned to Chang'an. Many of his family's properties were also threatened by the locusts. Originally, he did not dare to destroy the locusts because of the locust god. Once the locusts were formed, his Cho clan would suffer heavy losses. Now, with Li Wangyu's inspiration, since no one dared to oppose the locust god, then he would invite other gods to do it. On horseback, Cho Kuan told Li Wangyu, "I will repay you generously in the future." Then he galloped back to Chang'an City. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was slightly worried. Cho Kuan's thanks wouldn't be sending him a few girls, would it? That would really be a premature end. While Li Wangyu was lost in his thoughts, he did not know that someone was plotting against him. Hu County Li Clan. A group of elders and clan leaders of the Li clan were gathered together to discuss Li Wangyu. The name Li Wangyu had recently become famous in Hu County. But in the ears of the elders of the Li clan, it had a different meaning. Whether it was Li Wangyu's pig-slaughtering feast, his miraculous water wheel, or his method of treating saline alkali soil, every time the Li clan heard Li Wangyu's name, they would feel suffocated. Especially when they went to the county government to sue Li Wangyu, and Yang Quan's doggerel judgment slowly spread through Hu County through the mouths of the bailiffs. It made the Li clan even angrier. And the young man they had chased out of the clan had used such a method to make a name for himself. Now, in Hu County, many of the noble families were privately laughing at the Li clan for being blind. They had chased such a Qilin out of the clan. They must have been blinded by lard. Every time Li Wangyu's fame grew, the elders of the Li clan felt as if their faces had been slapped, making them hate Li Wangyu even more. This group of elders from the Li clan of Hu County hated Li Wangyu to the bone. They wanted nothing more than to break Li Wangyu's bones, suck out his marrow, pull out his tendons, and peel off his skin to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Clan leader, that little child from the Li family has already grown up. In the future, if he were to become an official and half a nobility, then our Huxin Li clan won't be able to survive. Isn't that so? This kid is not easy to deal with. We have to be careful. Li Zhou, that bastard, is quite capable of giving birth to a son. I heard that the county gave him 300 mu of saline alkali soil for free, and all of it was transformed into fertile land. Tiskate 300 mu of paddy fields. Isn't that so? That little bastard even built some water wheel. The county also gave him 20 oxen for plowing. I also heard that the little bastard went to Chang'an and brought back several hundred dan of grain. His house is almost full. If it were up to me, we shouldn't have been so merciful. We should have just killed him for disobedience. There are no outsiders in his house, so who would dare to cause trouble for us? Don't forget that our Li clan is a relative of the imperial clan. This was a vicious and merciless elder who directly wanted to take Li Wangyou's life. The old clan leader of the Li clan slapped the table. Enough! What's the point of saying this now? Who among you has a way to deal with this kid? This. Everyone was speechless for a moment. This Li Wangyou had already been removed from the clan. If they wanted to use the clan's name to suppress him, then it would be impossible. While the group was frowning, one of the elders suddenly rolled his eyes and revealed a cunning smile. This old man has an idea. I wonder if it will work? Let's hear it. The elder lowered his voice and whispered the idea he had just come up with to the others. Is this plan going to go against the heavens? Some of the elders hesitated. The other elders were also somewhat hesitant. They felt that this method was not appropriate. If word of it got out, they would lose face. The old clan leader's expression was also uncertain. In the end, he slammed the crutch in his hand. A man is harmless to the heart of a tiger, but a tiger is harmful to the heart of a man. If we don't act decisively, we will be met with disaster. We can't wait for that little bastard to grow up. Otherwise, he will become a disaster for our Li family in the future. Li Wangyou naturally didn't know that he had become the target of a group of gluttons. He didn't have any feelings for the Li clan of Hu County and had long since put it to the back of his mind. Today, he had just brewed himself a pot of king medicine tea, and was chatting with his beautiful superior when he saw the old steward Li Heng walk in with an angry expression. Li Heng, what happened? Lang Jun, the Li clan of Hu County sent people here. They want Lang Jun to move the old master's grave. Li Heng's face was full of anger. What? Move the grave? Based on what? Li Wangyou jumped to his feet when he heard this. The ancients attached great importance to the dead. As the saying goes, the dead are the most important and should be buried in peace. Rashly digging up a grave and moving it was a great taboo. If Li Wangyou did this, he would be reprimanded for being unfilial and would be cursed behind his back. The Li clan of Hu County. They wanted to slap Li Wangyou's face. Li Heng's old face swelled red. The Li clan said that Lang Jun and the old master's names have already been removed from the clan. You shouldn't bury the old master in the Li clan's ancestral grave and ruin their feng shui. They dare. Li Wangyou slammed the table and said angrily, Tell Niu Yong and Niu Wu to throw out the Li clan's people. If they dare to come again, just throw them out. Li Heng agreed and prepared to tell the Niu brothers to kick them out. However, he was stopped by Su Chongqing. Wangyou, let's ask the old village chief first. Su Chongqing advised. The matter of the clan's graveyard is not small. The Li clan's ancestral grave is in Dingzhou village. The old village chief should know the key to this. It's not too late to make a decision after asking. Li Wangyou took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He turned to Li Heng and said, Help me ask the old village chief to come here. Not long after, Li Heng brought the old village chief back. Li Wangyou greeted the old village chief and didn't say anything. The old village chief spoke first. Xiao Lang, do you have a grudge against the Li clan of Hu County? Li Wangyou was stunned. He thought for a moment and shook his head. No, there is no grudge. It's just that they wanted to expel me from the clan, so there was a small conflict. The old village chief shook his head and said to Li Wangyou, Xiao Lang, Li Gong's grave must not be moved. This is not only a matter of your Li family's face, but also a matter of feng shui. As the saying goes, the poor don't change the door, the rich don't move the grave. Little Lang, you've made the Li family prosper with each passing day. How can you casually move eunuch Li's grave? Feng shui? Li Wangyou was a little stunned. He didn't believe in feng shui. Moreover, what did the Li family have to do with feng shui? Was it because Li Zhou's grave was well buried that Li Wangyu traveled 1,000 years and came to the Tang dynasty? His beautiful boss asked. Old village chief, the Li clan forced us to move the grave. What's their explanation? Well, if you want to be serious, the Li clan does have the right to make you move the grave. After all, Li Gong was buried in the Li clan's ancestral grave. Now Xiao Lang and Li Gong have been expelled from the clan. If they want to force you to move the grave, you can't stop them. The old village chief's words made Li Wangyu's heart cold. Was there no other way for the Li clan to force him to move the grave? The old housekeeper, Li Heng, had a look of despair on his face as he knelt down before Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, why don't you go and beg Madam Li? The old master's grave cannot be moved. Chapter 102. Li Heng's words made Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing look at each other in silence. Forget it. I'll go see the Li clan's people and see what they want. Li Wangyu walked towards the front courtyard. In the main room of the Li clan's front courtyard, a young man with an arrogant expression was waiting impatiently. When he saw Li Wangyu appear, he let out a cold snort. Humph, Li Wang, you're quite arrogant. You made me wait for so long. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and remembered that this person was the eldest grandson of the Li clan's head, Li Gui. This Li Gui relied on his status as the eldest grandson of the Li clan to be arrogant and despotic. He was considered a tyrant in Hu County. What made Li Wangyu's teeth itch when he saw this guy was that his previous owner was too weak. Even when Li Zhou was still alive, his previous owner didn't dare to provoke this Li Gui. The two of them had studied together in the clan's school. This bastard relied on the fact that he was older than Li Wangyu, and was the eldest grandson of the clan to bully Li Wangyu's previous owner. What was even worse was that this Li Gui relied on his status as the eldest grandson of the Li clan to do many disgusting things in Hu County. It couldn't be said that he kicked out widows' doors or dug up graves, but it wasn't far off. After all, the Li clan was a relative of the imperial family. Although they didn't have any official positions, even Yang Quan, the boss of Hu County, didn't want to offend them. Last time, if it weren't for Yu Shernan's support in the lawsuit against Li Wangyu, Yang Quan might not have stood on Li Wangyu's side so easily. Li Gui, what exactly is your Li clan trying to do? Just say it. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with this hedonistic son of a rich family. It was only the beginning of March, but Li Gui pretentiously opened his folding fan with a swish and waved the fan in his hand in a self-confident manner. Of course, I want you to move your dead father's grave away. Your Li family is no longer a member of our Li clan. There is no reason to bury him in our Li clan's ancestral grave. Li Gui, shut up. Even if my family's Darren isn't a member of the Li clan, he's still a Guanglu Darren who was conferred the title of Guanglu Darren by His Majesty. How could someone like you humiliate him? Do you believe that I will send you to the authorities immediately? Li Wangyu angrily rebuked. Li Gui knew that he had said something wrong and immediately shut his mouth. Li Zhou had offended Pai Lupi and was removed from his position. However, after Li Zhou's death, Pai Lupi was very kind and conferred him a posthumous title. Originally, Li Zhou was a secondary class, rank 3 supervisor of Huxian. After his death, Pai Lupi directly conferred him a secondary class, rank 2 Guanglu Darren. Of course, this was only a posthumous title. Li Wangyu was still a nobody and wouldn't receive any benefits. Perhaps the only benefit of a posthumous title was that the standard of Li Zhou's grave would be raised a little. A rank 3 tomb had a height of 12 feet for 50 steps. A rank 2 tomb had a height of 12 feet for 60 steps. In front of the grave one could erect a stone tablet, a glass head, a tortoise, a stone beast, and so on. That was all. These were all written laws in the Tang dynasty. No one could casually violate these laws. Otherwise, they would be beaten 100 times. Li Zhou's standard as a rank 2 official's grave had tormented the already empty Li family greatly. Most of the family's remaining property had been used to build a rank 2 official's grave. This was also one of the reasons why Li Wangyu's family was so poor after transmigrating. However, no matter what, Li Zhou was a rank 2 official of the Tang dynasty. Even if it was a posthumous title, it wasn't something that Li clan's eldest grandson could humiliate. If Li Wangyu went to the county government to sue Li Gui, it would be quite troublesome. Seeing that Li Wangyu wasn't speaking, Li Wangyu coldly snorted and sat down. It's impossible for my family to move the grave. Your Li clan should give up on this idea. Speak, what conditions does your Li clan have? You don't want to move the grave? That's fine too. Hand over your Li family's 300 mu paddy field, 20 cattle, the blueprint for the water wheel, and the few hundred dan of grain in your family. In addition, promise to give the Li family 500 strings of copper coins every year. Then you don't have to move Li Zhou's grave. Li Gui wasn't polite at all and directly demanded an exorbitant price. His words almost made Li Wangyu laugh out of anger. Li Gui was treating him as a soft persimmon that he could do whatever he wanted. Scram. Li Wangyu replied with this one word. For a glutton like the Li family, there was nothing to talk about. Li Wangyu was scolded by Li Wangyu. Then he suddenly stood up and gloomily said, Li Wang, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you don't move the grave in 3 days, our Li family will forcibly send people to dig it up. You dare? Li Wangyu angrily said. Then let's wait and see. Li Gui threw down these words and turned to leave. Li Wangyu clenched his fists. He wanted nothing more than to order the Niu brothers to beat him up. Niu Wu was so angry that he wanted to roll up his sleeves and beat him up. Fortunately, Niu Yong still had some calmness. He held on to his younger brother tightly and didn't let him do anything rash. Forcing the Li family to move the grave was the vicious plan that the Li clan's elders came up with. In the eyes of the Li clan's elders, the reason why Li Wangyu could suddenly make a name for himself as a Noda was completely because Li Zhou's grave was well buried. It might even have robbed the Li clan's feng shui. In the old saying, it was because Li Zhou's grave was smoking green smoke that a young man like Li Wangyu could come up with so many things in just half a month. In the eyes of these elders, if Li Zhou's grave hadn't robbed the Li clan's feng shui, then the water wheel and the saline alkali soil should have all belonged to the Li clan. Even that bastard Li Gui felt that this should be the case. If he moved Li Zhou's grave and moved the remains of his family's elders, then it would be his turn to become famous in Hu County. He didn't even need to think about it. With his ignorant and incompetent brain, he was older than Li Wangyu by several years and was still studying in the clan school. Even if his ancestors' graves were smoking green smoke, he still wouldn't be able to invent a water wheel. The Li clan didn't expect Li Wangyu to agree to this condition. They were determined to force Li Wangyu to move the grave. This way, not only would they vent their anger, but they would also be able to steal a piece of good feng shui land. Why not? As for whether or not forcing someone to move the grave would violate the laws of heaven, the Li clan leader and elders didn't even consider it. This group of people had already been provoked by Li Wangyu to the point that their eyes were red. They couldn't control their jealousy. As long as Li Wangyu didn't agree to their conditions, they would immediately send people to dig up the grave and move the coffin in 3 days. Even if Li Wangyu gritted his teeth and agreed to all of their conditions, the Li clan would put forth new and more demanding conditions. In the end, they would still force Li Wangyu into a corner. After Li Gui left, Su Chongqing and the old village chief, who had been listening to the two's conversation from the back of the central room, walked out. They all had worried expressions. After the Li family's name was removed from the clan, asking the Li family to move the grave away from the Li clan's ancestral grave was indeed a difficult matter to deal with. Even if they went to the county government to file a lawsuit, even if Yang Quan wanted to side with Li Wangyu, he wouldn't be able to say no to this matter. The Li clan had made an extremely sinister move. Chapter 103. Su Chongqing looked worried. Wangyu, what should we do now? Although to her and Li Wangyu, feng shui was nonsense. However, the Li family from Hu County had come out to provoke them. If they obediently moved the graveyard away, then the Li family would really lose all of their face. Moreover, the prestige that Li Wangyu had painstakingly built up in Dingzhou village would go down the drain because of this. More importantly, Li Wangyu would bear the name of being unfilial. Li Wangyu dared to bet that if he didn't agree to the Li clan's conditions, the Li clan would immediately spread rumors to everyone that he was an unfilial son for abandoning his father's corpse for a bit of family property, causing his deceased father to not be able to rest in peace. Although Li Wangyu had no intention of pursuing an official career, in the current Tang dynasty, filial piety ruled the world. If he bore the name of being unfilial, then it would really be difficult for him to move forward. It had to be said that the Li clan's plan was really vicious. If he agreed, then the Li family would never have a day of peace. Li Wangyu would even work for the Li clan and desperately earn money to give to the Li clan in order to keep Li Zhou's graveyard safe. If he didn't agree, then not only would Li Zhou's graveyard be moved away, but he would also be splashed with a basin of dirty water. I don't know. Let me think about it. There must be a way. Li Wangyu scratched his head. The Li clan's move was really too disgusting. The Li clan's ancestral graves were all buried outside Dingzhou village, on a hillside facing south at the foot of Shouyang Mountain. On the hillside of Noda, only the Li clan's ancestral graves were buried here. This belonged to the Li clan's family graveyard. Li Wangyu didn't know when the hillside facing the sun became the Li clan's ancestral grave, but the Li clan of Huxian was also a branch of the Longxi Li clan. They migrated from Longxi to Dingzhou village 100 years ago. But when he thought about the location of the Li clan's ancestral grave, Li Wangyu felt a little strange. Although he didn't understand feng shui, he knew that the feng shui of the hillside facing the sun should be good. It wasn't far from Dingzhou village, so why didn't other people's ancestral graves there? Old village chief, when did the Li clan's ancestral graves belong to the Li clan? The Li clan was originally a small clan in Dingzhou village. Because of the good feng shui of the hillside facing the sun, many people in the village had ancestral graves there. Later, when the retired emperor seized the country and established the Tang dynasty, the Li clan suddenly became a relative of the imperial family. The Li clan came forward and forced other people to move their ancestral graves away. They forcibly occupied the hillside, and then it became the ancestral grave of the Li clan. Speaking of this, the old village chief shook his head. His ancestral graves were originally buried on the hillside, but they were forcibly moved away by the Li clan. The villagers of Dingzhou village had no power or influence. How could they dare to say no to the Li clan, a relative of the imperial family? Li Wangyu keenly caught the two words in the old village chief's words. Forcibly occupied. Forcibly occupied? Don't tell me that hillside doesn't belong to the Li clan? Li Wangyu immediately asked. It belongs to the Li clan? Of course not. That hillside belongs to the county. But that hillside is where the Li clan's ancestral graves are. This is known by everyone. The county also tacitly agrees. The old village chief was puzzled why Li Wangyu asked this question. The Li clan didn't buy that hillside? Of course not. The old village chief had never heard that a graveyard needed to be bought. Which family didn't carry it to the hillside and find a good place to bury it? There was no need to buy any land. But the Li clan was powerful, and the villagers of Dingzhou village couldn't compete with them. They even went to the county to file a lawsuit for the relocation of the graveyard. But the previous county magistrate of Hu County stood on the Li clan's side, so the villagers of Dingzhou village could only grit their teeth and bear with it. Li Wangyu immediately stood up. I have an idea. Wangyu, what idea do you have? The beautiful boss asked curiously. Can't we just buy that hillside? Buy it. Su Chongqing was speechless. Not to mention whether or not the hillside was for sale, buying land would cost money, right? Ever since they bought the duck, they only had a few dozen strings of copper coins at home. She didn't think that land in the Tang dynasty could be so cheap. Li Wangyu didn't explain much and ran out after saying, I'll go to the county yamen and find Yang Mingfu to buy land. He ran to the backyard to get the horse, and Niu Wu quickly followed. Usually when Li Wangyu went out, Niu Wu would follow behind him as a bodyguard, and Niu Yong would stay at home to guard. The two rode straight to the county yamen. The yamen runner at the entrance naturally recognized Li Wangyu and quickly helped him to report. Zio, how come you have time to come to my place today? Ming House. I'm here to ask for help. Li Wangyu didn't care about being courteous, and he repeated what Li Gui had said in detail, causing Yang's brows to knit together tightly. The Li clan is so vicious. Yang Quan sighed. But it's hard for me to help you. After all, Zio and Eunuch Li have been removed from the Li clan. They insist on moving your family's grave. I can't do anything about it. Li Wangyu shook his head. No, Ming House has a way. Oh, let's hear it. What's the way? If it's possible, I'll definitely help you. Li Wangyu said. The Li clan didn't buy the hillside where the Li clan's ancestral grave is. It still belongs to the county. Yang Quan was confused. That's true. So what? That's the Li clan's ancestral grave. There's no need to buy it. Then what if I buy that hillside? Li Wangyu looked into Yang Quan's eyes and asked word by word. Hiss, Yang Quan sucked in a cold breath. Zio, you mean? Li Wangyu nodded. That's what I mean. If that hillside belongs to the Li family, I'm afraid it won't be the Li clan forcing me to move my family's grave. I'll be the one forcing them to move their family's grave. This? Yang Quan pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. Logically speaking, this was true. Although the Li clan occupied the hillside outside Dingzhou village as their ancestral grave, according to the law, that piece of land didn't belong to the Li clan. However, the Li clan was a relative of the imperial family. No one would take them seriously, and no one would offend the Li clan because of this. Zio, have you thought it through? If you do that, you'll have completely fallen out with the Li clan. What's the difference now? I've never thought of going against the Li clan. They're the ones who are forcing me. Ever since they expelled me and my father from the clan, they no longer treat me as a member of the Li clan. Yang Quan understood the situation and could only sigh. This Li clan was truly a disgrace to the imperial family. They weren't worthy of being a part of the family. I can sell the land on the hillside to you. The county has records that you can buy and sell it for a price of 1,000 strings of coins. Yang Quan didn't even need to look up the information to know the value of that land. As a diligent official who was close to the people, he had memorized all the large and small land data in his mind. Li Wangyu knew that the price wasn't expensive. The price of a hillside was usually 1 mu. That hillside was at least 1 mu. 1,000 strings of coins was a very fair price. It was fair, but Li Wangyu didn't have any money right now. He still owed the county government more than 1,600 strings of coins. Li Wangyu smiled at Yang Quan. Minghouse, lend me some more money. Chapter 104. What Li Wangyu said made Yang Quan want to slap him. You still owe the county more than 1,600 strings of copper coins, and now you want to borrow more money? Yang Zhou didn't need to think to know that Li Wang, you couldn't take out 1,000 strings of copper coins. He wanted to continue borrowing money from the county. Yang Quan shook his head. Zio, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't lend you any more money. Minghouse, just borrow 1,000 strings of copper coins for a year. I will return the 1,600 strings of copper coins, and you can calculate the interest. Is that okay? Li Wangyu started to coax. Borrowing money from Yang Quan was the only way he could think of. Originally, he wanted to borrow money from the Chou family, but because of the locust plague, the Chou family used all their funds to stockpile food. Li Wangyu estimated that the Chou family might not be able to take out 1,000 strings of copper coins now. No. Zio, your family's debt has not been repaid. How can I lend you such a large amount of money? Even if I agree, the county magistrate will not agree. No matter how Li Wangyu promised that he would repay the debt within a year, Yang Quan did not agree. He was not deliberately making things difficult for Li Wangyu, but he really could not do it. In the Tang dynasty, loans needed collateral. Back then, because Li Zhou was still in office, he and the secretary Liu Xiao provided a guarantee for Li Zhou to borrow money. The county magistrate would naturally do them a favor. But now Li Wangyu still owed so much money to the county. If he wanted to continue borrowing money, this was not something Yang Quan could decide. Li Wangyu saw that Yang Quan really did not agree to lend him money to buy the land, and he could not help but feel a little dumbfounded. If he could not buy the land on the hillside, then he really did not know what to do. Could it be that he would bring the Niu brothers to risk their lives against the Li clan? Seeing Li Wangyu's distressed expression, Yang Quan suddenly twirled his beard and smiled. Actually, I can point you in the right direction. Minghouse, hurry up and say it. Li Wangyu immediately perked up. Hehe, it's true that I don't have the money to lend you, but someone can lend you money. Who? Yang Quan said. My division commander. Yu Shernan? Li Wangyu immediately realized that Yu Shernan was indeed rich. Last time, in order to seduce him into continuing his studies, Yu Shernan even offered to help him pay off his debt. However, Li Wangyu really didn't want to borrow money from the old man. He was afraid that he would be forced to walk on the right path. Li Wangyu was really afraid of Yu Shernan. Although he knew that Yu Shernan was doing this for his own good, he really didn't want to be an official. As an unambitious white-collar worker, he just wanted to eat his fill and wait for death to come. He just wanted to be a rich landlord. Yang Quan didn't say anything. He just looked at Li Wangyu with a smile and let him make his own choice. After a long time, Li Wangyu finally resigned himself to his fate and stood up. Well, there was no other way. If he died, then so be it. He could only thicken his skin and go to Chang'an to borrow money from Yu Shinan. Ming House, may I ask where Master Yu lives in Chang'an? Buzheng Fang. 2 hours later, Li Wangyu and Niu Wu had already appeared outside Chang'an city's Buzheng Fang. They politely informed the Yu Mansion's gatekeeper of their names and asked to see Yu Shinan. Yu Shinan was a lower third-rank official. Although he was not very prominent, he was still a high official of the Tang dynasty. However, the Yu Mansion's gatekeeper didn't put on the airs of a high official. Although Li Wangyu was dressed in white, the gatekeeper politely asked him to wait for a while and went to inform the Yu Mansion's gatekeeper. Not long after, the Yu Mansion's old servant, Yu Tangtang, came out with a smile and invited Li Wangyu into the mansion. Yu Shinan didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider and received him in his own study. Zio, it's rare that you would take the initiative to come to my door, Yu Shinan said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Although Yu Shinan was already in his 70s, he was still full of energy and his face was glowing. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi didn't allow him to resign and return to his hometown. Li Wangyu respectfully bowed to Yu Shinan, then took off his boots and sat down on the table with his legs crossed. Master Yu, I've missed you since we parted at Crooked River Pool, so I came to visit you today. Li Wangyu was too embarrassed to directly say that he was here to borrow money, so he could only change the topic. Yu Shinan was old and shrewd. He looked at Li Wangyu with a smile and seemed to see through his thoughts. Haha, what a nice visit. You little bastard, you didn't show your face after Crooked River Pool. Are you hiding from me? Why did you come here today? Li Wangyu was indeed hiding from Yu Shinan. This old man was too eager to get him to become an official. However, this wasn't what he wanted, so he could only hide from Yu Shinan for now. When he saw Yu Shinan that day at Crooked River Pond, he understood 70 to 80% of the situation. This poetry gathering was most likely something that Yang Zhua and Yu Shinan had discussed. They wanted him to use this opportunity to make a name for himself. Li Wangyu naturally appreciated the old man's good intentions, but he was afraid that Yu Shinan would force him to become an official, so he didn't dare to visit. If he hadn't been forced into a corner today, Li Wangyu wouldn't have walked right into the trap. Master Yu, what are you talking about? I really missed your earnest teachings. This tea is personally made by the old immortal Sun Simiao. It's good for the mind and heart. It's both medicine and tea. It's very hard to come by. I'm here to deliver this tea to you, Master Yu, as a gift. Li Wangyu hurriedly handed over the Medicine King tea that Sun Simiao had made. This was something he had specially asked Niu Wu to fetch for him after he had borrowed some money from Yu Shinan. It was to be a gift to Yu Shinan. Is that so? Then many thanks, Ziyu. I'll accept this tea. Ziyu, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, you can go back. I still have work to do. Seeing that Li Wangyu wasn't telling the truth, Yu Shinan smiled and chased him away after receiving the tea. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. This old man didn't play by the rules. After receiving his Medicine King tea, he wanted to chase him away. Where was the old man who had encouraged him to study? Shouldn't he have encouraged him, then offered to help him pay off his debt, then persuaded him to study? After that, he would explain his predicament to Yu Shinan. Only then would he be able to borrow money? Now he was chasing him away after just a few words? Master Yu, you're not being kind. Li Wangyu stammered for a long time, then awkwardly said, Master Yu, I came here today to ask for a favor. I knew you wouldn't come here for no reason. Speak, what is it? I want to borrow money. How much? 1,000 strings of cash. Li Wangyu's words made Yu Shinan freeze. 1,000 strings of cash wasn't a small amount. What's the matter? To buy land. Since he had already spoken, Li Wangyu didn't hide anything from the old man. He honestly told him about the Li clan's visit today. He also explained that the only way he could get his hands on the land was to buy the mountain slope. When Yu Shinan heard this, he was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table. Despicable and shameless. Utterly shameless. I'll definitely report this to His Majesty, and have him discipline these scum of the imperial clan. Li Wangyu was afraid that the old man would be angered to death, so he hurriedly tried to comfort him. After Yu Shinan finally calmed down, he suddenly looked at Li Wangyu with a smile. Ziyu, I can lend you money, but you have to agree to one condition. Chapter 105. When Li Wangyu heard this, he became alert. This old man wouldn't be digging a hole for him again, would he? He carefully asked. Master Yu, what's the condition? It's simple. This year's spring imperial examinations, you can participate in the imperial examinations. You just need to pass the imperial examinations. Yu Shinan mischievously winked at Li Wangyu. What the hell? Participate in the spring imperial examinations? Pass the imperial examinations? Old man, are you crazy? Li Wangyu was shocked by Yu Shinan's ridiculous condition. What did Yu Shinan mean by this? Not to mention whether or not he was willing to participate in the spring imperial examinations, he didn't even have the qualifications. Since he wasn't a student from the capital or the county academies, nor was he a high scholar who passed the county examinations, what kind of imperial examination would he be participating in? Master Yu, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm neither a high scholar nor a high scholar. Haha, it's fine. As long as Zio is willing to participate, I can still help you get a spot as a high scholar. Yu Shinan smiled. Li Wangyu said. But I didn't submit. Yu Shinan said. With my recommendation, why would you need to submit? Those few poems of yours will be considered as submitted. Li Wangyu struggled. Master Yu, I'm still in the cutting off of decline. The Tang dynasty believed in filial piety. Children were not allowed to participate in the imperial examinations within 3 years of their parents' death. I will plead for you. Yu Shinan was unmoved. Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. What did this old man mean? Did he really want to force him to participate in the imperial examinations? He began to weigh whether or not he should borrow the money. Before Li Wangyu could understand the meaning behind Yu Shinan's words, Yu Shinan suddenly stopped smiling and looked at Li Wangyu sternly. Zio, I know you don't want to be an official. Originally, I didn't want you to waste your time like this. However, when Su Qing told this old man about your actions in the past half a month, this old man had a whole new level of respect for you. Yu Shinan stood up and took a scroll from the bookshelf. He opened it and saw the blueprint of the water wheel. Zio, it's not easy for you to create such an item that benefits both the country and the people. Since you have no intention of pursuing an official career, this old man will not force you. This old man will lend you the money, and I don't need you to return it. In the future, you can use this 1,000 strings of coins to study the study of practical application. If you can create more of these items that are beneficial to the people, it will be a great merit. Yu Shinan's words moved Li Wangyu. It turned out that he was just joking when he said that he wanted him to participate in the imperial examination. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Yu Shinan. Master Yu, I will definitely return the money within a year. As for Master Yu's instructions, I will do my best to fulfill them. Master Yu, please rest assured. Yu Shinan laughed and waved his hand. Haha. This old man is already 70 years old this year. How many years do I have left to live? Why would he need so much money? Ziyu, don't say anything more. Yuda, go get some gold for Ziyu. More than 30 gold ingots weighing 5 taels were placed on the table. Li Wangyu was once again moved by Yu Shinan's generosity. When he first met Yu Shinan, this old man was still riding in a shabby carriage. The clothes he wore were also very thrifty. They weren't silk or satin, nor were they inlaid with gold or jade. Now, just because he created a water wheel, he was giving him 1,000 strings of coins without blinking an eye. Li Wangyu bowed deeply again. I will definitely remember Master Yu's teachings. After bidding farewell to Yu Shinan, Li Wangyu led Niuwu back to the Hu County Yamen. On the spot, Yang Quan and Registrar Lu Xiao helped Li Wangyu with the transfer of the land. The land deed was issued, and from now on, the land belonged to the Li family. Many thanks to Ming House. Many thanks to Registrar Lu. However, the matter of me buying this land, please keep it a secret for me for the time being. After Li Wangyu received the land deed, he smiled and cupped his hands towards the two of them. How could Yang Quan and Lu Xiao not understand Li Wangyu's intentions? This kid was holding back his evil intentions to teach the Li clan a lesson. Ziyu, the Li clan is still a relative of the imperial family. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. It's best not to go too far. Yang Quan advised. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Of course I won't provoke the Ming house. However, if the Li clan is arrogant and despotic, then don't blame me for being impulsive. Yang Quan and Lu Xiao looked at each other, but didn't say anything. This Hu County Li clan truly disgusted the two of them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, the Li clan once again appeared in Dingzhou village. Not only did the Li clan's clan leader and elders appear, Li Gui and the other members of the Li clan also came. They even brought nearly 100 Li clan servants with them. They were prepared to forcefully excavate Li Zhou's grave today. Li Wangyu led the Niu brothers to block the entrance of the village. Li Jia Xiaolang, have you thought it through? Do you agree to our conditions? The Li clan leader asked with a mocking expression. In their opinion, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to escape this calamity no matter what. Regardless of whether he agreed to their harsh conditions or refused, they would be able to play this disobedient brat to death in the palm of their hands. Li Wangyu, what do you think? Are you unwilling to part with the money? That's fine. Dig out your dead father's coffin and bury him somewhere else. Haha. Li Gui laughed loudly in the crowd. TSK, this Li Zhou is really pitiful. He gave birth to an unfilial son, and even in death he can't rest in peace. Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of the Li clan? You actually want to bury Li Zhou in our Li clan's ancestral grave. The old clan leader is kind and benevolent. He only asked for a small amount of money from your family. It's really too cheap for your family. Why aren't you thanking him? It's fine if you don't want to part with the money. Then let your dead father's corpse be exposed in the wilderness. Haha. Before Li Wangyu could say anything, a group of Li clan members impatiently opened their mouths and began to humiliate Li Wangyu and the long-dead Li Zhou. Their words made Li Wangyu's face even more ashen. Even the Niu brothers behind him were so angry that they clenched their fists and the veins on their necks were bulging. As expected of a group of blood-sucking Taotais with no sense of shame, Li Zhou had done his best for the clan when he was alive, but after his death he was treated like this. This Li clan of Hu County really deserved to die. Li Wangyu coldly snorted. Let's see who dares to touch my clan's lord's grave. Haha, this is the biggest joke in the world. You and Li Zhou have already been expelled from our Li clan. How can Li Zhou still be buried in our Li clan's ancestral grave? Naturally, we need to move the grave. Even if the heavens are broken, our Li clan is still in the right. How can a little child like you stop us? The Li clan elder immediately retorted. That's right. If you don't agree to our Li clan's conditions, then today, Li Zhou's grave must be moved away from our Li clan's ancestral grave. Ignorant brat, who do you think you are? Do you think we won't move it just because you say so? If you don't agree to our Li clan's conditions today, we will definitely dig up this grave. The Li clan leader raised his hand to stop the clansmen's clamor. Li Jia Xiaolang, this old man will ask you one more time. Those conditions, do you agree or not? Niu Wu, tell me it's broad daylight. How can there be someone who hasn't woken up yet? Li Wangyu ignored him and smiled at Niu Wu. Haha, perhaps it's because his daydream is too beautiful, and he doesn't want to wake up. Niu Wu immediately agreed. The two's words caused the Li clan to become furious. The Li clan leader's eyes flashed with a cold light. He prepared to order his clansmen to force their way into the village and dig up the grave on the hillside behind the village. The Niu brothers naturally wouldn't give way. It looked like a conflict was about to break out. However, they saw that Dingzhou village was suddenly in a hubbub of voices. The old village head was leading a group of villagers and rushing out, blocking the Li clan's path. Chapter 106. Behind the old village leader, there were no less than 100 farmers. They were all holding hoes, shovels, and other farming tools. They blocked the entrance of the village and glared at the Li clan people. Whoever dares to touch Li Gong's tomb, we, Dingzhou village, will fight with him. Get out. Dingzhou village does not welcome you. The Li clan has already moved out of the village. What are you doing back here? Whoever dares to touch Li Gong's tomb, I will crush his balls. The sudden appearance of the farmers surprised Li Wangyu. He did not expect that the villagers of Dingzhou village would stand behind him and support him. Although the Li clan was originally from Dingzhou village, ever since the establishment of the Li Tang dynasty, The Li clan moved out and became a big clan in Hu County. How could the villagers of Dingzhou village dare to go against the Li clan? Even the ancestral tomb of the villagers of Dingzhou village was forced by the Li clan to move away from the hillside facing the sun. Now they were willing to stand up for their father? Just because Li Zhou helped them when he was alive? Li Wangyou's nose suddenly felt a little sour. This group of simple and honest countrymen was really beyond his expectations. Seeing the crowd gather around, the Li clan leader glared. "Old Qian, are you looking for trouble? Are you trying to gather people to rebel?" The old village leader walked to Li Wangyou's side and said to the Li clan leader in a clear voice, "Li Gong helped Dingzhou village when he was alive. If you want to humiliate the Li family, you have to ask if we agree first. You're going against the heavens. You farmers, are you trying to rebel?" The Li clan leader slammed the crutch in his hand on the ground. The clan elders also spoke out. "How dare you? Our Li clan is a relative of the imperial family. What do you farmers want? There are still people in the Tang dynasty who dare to brandish swords and guns at the Li clan. Do you want to be caught and beheaded? Li Zhou and his son have already been expelled from the Li clan. Moving the graves is a matter of course. No matter what, the Li clan is in the right. What are you trying to do?" Although the Li clan had brought more than 100 servants, the Li clan leader and clan elders knew that they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits if they were to fight. Thus they didn't plan on fighting. Instead, they wanted the servants to back off. Their words made the old village chief and the others speechless for a while. Indeed, as the Li clan said, Li Zhou's tomb was in the ancestral tomb of the Li clan. They had no reason to stop the Li clan. Don't talk so much nonsense. In short, don't even think about digging up Li Gong's tomb today. Otherwise, we'll fight with you. The old village chief didn't plan on being reasonable. Good. I want to see if this world is still the world of the Li clan. Li Gui, have someone ride to the county government immediately. Have Yang Mingfu bring the bailiffs here to deal with these unruly people. The Li clan leader roared at Li Gui. After receiving the order, 2 of the Li clan servants immediately split into groups and rode their horses towards the county town. Seeing that the Li clan had gone to report to the government, the villagers of Dingzhou village, including the old village chief, were all hesitant. However, no one retreated. They all blocked the entrance of the village and were in a deadlock with the Li clan. Knowing that there was a rebellion in Dingzhou village, Yang Quan didn't dare to be negligent. He led the county magistrate and 3 groups of bailiffs to Dingzhou village. What surprised Li Wangyu was that there was a middle-aged man wearing a light red official robe accompanying Yang Quan. This meant that he was a 5th-rank official. Li Wangyu didn't know who this 5th-rank official was, so he wasn't in a hurry to speak. Yang Quan actually knew what was going on today. However, since Li Wangyu didn't use his trump card, he pretended that he didn't know anything. In any case, he was sick of the Li clan in Hu County. However, he couldn't do anything because of the Li clan's status as a clan relative. The only thing that made him feel uneasy today was the 5th-rank official beside him, Chang'an County Magistrate Chui. The capital of the Tang dynasty, Chang'an, was divided into 2 counties, East and West Chang'an and Wanyan. The county magistrates of these 2 counties were all 5th-rank officials. This was like the mayor of the imperial capital of China. Although he was still a mayor, his rank was equal to that of a provincial governor. The county that Yang Quan worked in, Hu County, was under the jurisdiction of Chang'an County. In other words, County Magistrate Chui was the boss of Yang Quan, a 7th-rank county magistrate. Today, County Magistrate Chui happened to be patrolling Hu County. When he was talking to Yang Quan, he heard that the Li clan had reported that there were troublemakers, so he hurried over. "This is the Chui Ming house in Chang'an County. Li Jia Xiaolang Li Gong, quickly come and greet him." Yang Quan first introduced County Magistrate Chui to Li Wangyu and the Li clan elder. He then introduced Li Wangyu and the others to County Magistrate Chui. "Chui Ming house, this is the leader of the Li clan. That Xiaolang is Li Jia Xiaolang, the son of Li Zhou's Li Gong." After hearing Yang Quan's explanation, County Magistrate Chui's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands towards the Li clan leader and said, "Are you the old leader of the Li clan in Hu County?" "That's me. Greetings to the Chui Ming house." Seeing the friendly attitude of this rank 5 official, the Li clan leader also smiled and greeted him. Li Gong, there's no need to be so polite. The Li clan in Hu County is a relative of the Tang dynasty. There's no need to be so polite, haha. County Magistrate Chui clearly knew the background of this Li clan in Hu County, so he directly expressed his attitude. As for Li Wangyu, County Magistrate Chui didn't even bat an eyelid. He naturally knew about Li Zhou, but Li Zhou had already passed away. As the saying goes, the tea cools down when the person is gone. He had no interest in making friends with this young man Li Wangyu. County Magistrate Chui's attitude made Li Wangyu and Yang Quan's faces darken. It seems that this County Magistrate Chui is going to ruin things. This County Magistrate Chui is a collateral member of the Chui clan in Qinghe, one of the 5 clans and 7 watches of the Tang dynasty. His name is Chui Zhua. This person's reputation as an official was average, but because he was a collateral member of the Chui clan, he was able to ride on the Chui clan's glory and become the county magistrate of Chang'an County. Yang Quan and Chui Zhua's relationship was average. Although Chui Zhua was his superior, Yang Quan wasn't afraid of him. After all, his teacher was Yu Shinan. The reason why Yang Quan was now the county magistrate of Hu County was actually a kind of political gilding. After a year, when his term was up, Yang Quan would have a meteoric rise and enter the imperial court. Yang Quan silently glanced at Chui Zhua, who was talking cheerfully with the Li clan leader. He thought to himself that if Chui Zhua wanted to take sides today, he would have to fight with this person. After all, Li Wangyu was a friend that his teacher Yu Shinan valued. How could he allow this county magistrate Chui to bully him? Li Gong, what's the matter today? Why has it gotten to this point? Yang Quan first asked the Li clan leader about the cause of the matter. Today, I've troubled Yang Mingfu to come here because the unruly people of Dingzhou village are causing trouble. The Li clan leader directly complained. Before Yang Quan could speak, Chui Zhua spoke first. Sure enough, unruly people come from barren hills and turbulent waters. Yang Mingfu, you have such unruly people under your rule. You should discipline them properly. His words made Yang Quan and Li Wangyu curse in their hearts. They hadn't even asked what the cause was, and he had already labeled the villagers of Dingzhou village as unruly. Could you be any more biased? Chapter 107. Yang Quan cupped his hands towards Chui Zhua. Chui Minghouse, will you wait for me to finish asking about the case? His words didn't give Chui Zhua any face, but Chui Zhua couldn't do anything. He just snorted and didn't say anything else. Yang Quan's actions weren't wrong at all. After all, he was the county magistrate of Hu County, and Dingzhou village was under Hu County's jurisdiction. Although Chui Zhua was an official, he shouldn't interfere with Hu County's internal affairs. Li Gong, please tell us what is the matter today. The Li clan leader looked at Chui Zhua, then pointed at Li Wangyu and said, Yang Mingfu clearly knows that the Li family has already been removed from the Li clan by our Hu County. Naturally, Li Zhou can't be buried in our Li clan's ancestral grave. However, I saw that the Li family was pitiful, so I kindly suggested that Li Jia Xiaolang give us some money as compensation for our Li clan, and we won't pursue the matter of Li Zhou's grave anymore. The Li clan leader had a compassionate expression. However, this Li Jia Xiaolang abandoned his father, Li Zhou, and flatly refused our Li clan's good intentions for some money. Since this is the case, our Li clan naturally has to move Li Zhou's grave away. This matter is reasonable. I hope that the Tu Ming house can uphold justice for our Li clan. The Li clan leader's words were righteous, but Yang Quan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Despicable and shameless. Do you only take a small amount of money? You want to pull out Li Wangyu's tendons, pull out his bones and swallow him whole. After hearing the Li clan leader's words, Chui Zhua didn't wait for Yang Quan to speak and continued. Li Gong is righteous. This matter is completely reasonable. Li Jia Xiaolang, how can you treat your parents like this? For the sake of some money, you actually did such a disobedient and unfilial thing. You're really unbearably stubborn. Li Wangyu raised his eyes and glanced at Chui Zhua. He did not answer. He finally understood that this guy was here to cause trouble. Yang Quan ignored Chui Zhua's words and asked Li Wangyu, Li Jia Xiaolang, is what Mr. Li said true? Li Wangyu respectfully saluted Yang Quan. I've returned to the Ming house, but there's this matter. Since that's where the Li clan's ancestral grave is, why aren't you willing to move it? Yang Quan also played along with Li Wangyu's act. The Ming house may not know this, But the place where my master was buried is not the ancestral grave of the Li clan in Hu County. Naturally, I cannot agree to their request. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone in Hu County knows that the hillside is where my Li clan's ancestral grave is. How dare a brat like you talk nonsense? As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the Li clan's clan leader and elders immediately jumped up in anger. The world is clear, how can a brat like you talk nonsense? Li Wangyu, you're lying through your teeth. Aren't you afraid that the heavens will send down lightning to strike you to death? Cui Minghouse, did you hear what this brat said? Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to defend himself. He waited for them to stop causing a ruckus. Then he calmly asked, "What, did I say something wrong? Since you keep saying that the hillside facing the sun is where your Li clan's ancestral grave is, what proof do you have?" Li Gui rushed out and pointed at Li Wangyu's nose. He scolded, "Everyone in Hu County knows about this. Why do we need proof? Li Wangyu, do you think you can escape by pestering me endlessly like this? Bah! If I don't dig up your damn father's grave today, I'll crawl back to Hu County." "Aha, then you can crawl back now. 20 li isn't a short distance. Li Gui, take your time. If you don't crawl, then you're a bastard. I'll say it here today. Don't you dare touch a single blade of grass or tree in my master's grave." Li Wangyu replied disdainfully. "You." Li Gui, the eldest grandson of the Li clan in Hu County, had never been humiliated like this before. Chuizhua coldly snorted. What a glib tongue. Twisting words and forcing logic. Hu County's Li clan's ancestral grave is here. Even this county knows about this. How dare a brat like you argue? Li Wangyu, did you hear that? Even the Cui Minghouse knows about this. What else do you have to say? Li Wangyu immediately took advantage of the situation and shouted at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was not moved by Chuizhua's words. He calmly replied, "The hillside facing the sun outside Dingzhou village has always been the ancestral grave of every family in Dingzhou village. When did it become exclusive to the Li clan? Bullshit. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, that hillside has been my Li clan's ancestral grave. Do you have proof?" Li Wangyu asked. These words stunned the group of Li clan members. They had used their status as clan relatives to forcefully claim it. How could they have proof? However, Chuizhua ignored his status and spoke again. What a glib tongue. However, no matter what you say, your family's elders are still buried in Hu County's Li clan's ancestral grave. Since you and your family's names have already been removed from the Li clan of Hu County, you should naturally move the graves. His words, which directly sided with Madame Li, caused an uproar among the villagers of Dingzhou village. Some people in the crowd even scolded him with the words, "Dog official." Chuizhua heard this and immediately glared at the village chief and the villagers. You bunch of unruly people, do you want to rebel? Get out of my sight. Otherwise, don't blame me for arresting you. Yang Quan saw that his superior was becoming more and more excessive. He couldn't help but lightly cough. Cui Minghouse seems to be under my jurisdiction. According to the Tang dynasty's official system, Yang Quan only had to answer to Chuizhua. However, Chuizhua had no right to directly intervene in Hu County's affairs. Naturally, Chuizhua knew this. He was only doing this because of the Li family's status as a member of the imperial family. He had disregarded his reputation and wanted to do the Li family a favor. Seeing that Yang Quan actually didn't give him face in front of everyone, Chuizhua's expression immediately became ugly. However, he also knew that Yang Quan's teacher was Yu Shinan, a big shot that he couldn't afford to offend. Thus, he suppressed the anger in his heart and temporarily restrained himself. Yang Quan saw that Chuizhua was silent and turned to the Li clan leader. Mr. Li Jia Xiaolong's words are somewhat reasonable. That hillside doesn't belong to the Li clan. Why don't you give me some face and drop the matter of moving the graves? No, the graves must be moved today. Yang Quan's words not only didn't make the Li clan leader and elders give up on the idea, but they also became more aggressive. Even if we go to the Zongjing temple, there's no reason to let Li Zhou continue to be buried in my Li clan's ancestral grave. The graves must be moved today. The Zongjing temple was an official office in the Tang dynasty that specialized in managing the affairs of the royal family. All members of the royal family with the surname Li, regardless of their status or blood relationship with the emperor, were within the jurisdiction of the Zongjing Temple. They managed the genealogy records of the royal family, clan and relatives, and guarded the royal tombs. Because Taoism was the national religion of the Tang dynasty, the Zongjing Temple also managed Taoist priests and monks. Therefore, if the Li clan wanted to complain, they would have to go to the Zongjing Temple. After Li Wangyu's name was removed from the genealogy records, the Zongjing Temple naturally cancelled his records as well. In response to the Li clan's clamor, Li Wangyu only smiled. Since you keep saying that my Darren is buried in your Li clan's ancestral grave, then do you have the title deed? When Li Wangyu said this, the Li clan was stunned. What the hell was a title deed? Chapter 108. Without waiting for the Li clan member to speak again, Li Wangyu took out a land deed from his bosom. The hillside facing the sun outside Dingzhou village is clearly my Li family's land. When did it become your Li clan's ancestral grave? You're simply distorting the truth. As soon as he unfolded the land deed, the Li clan member and Cui Zhuo felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were speechless for a long time. When the Li clan leader saw the land deed in Li Wangyu's hands, his hands began to tremble. When did you get this land deed? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Cui Zhuo sneered from the side. 1,000 mu of mountainous land is worth at least 1,000 strings of cash. How could a young man like you afford it? Absurd. Tell me the truth, who forged this land deed? His words were like a life-saving straw for the Li clan members, and they immediately began to echo his words. That's right, it must be a forged land deed. This boy's current net worth is at most 300 mu of paddy fields, 20 cattle, and 100 strings of cash. How could he afford this mountainous land? Forging a land deed is punishable by imprisonment and flogging. This Li Wangyu is simply crazy. Haha, how funny. In Hu County, it's said that Li Wangyu is extraordinarily intelligent, but I didn't think he would do such a stupid thing. Forging a land deed? Only he could think of something like that. If it weren't for the Cui Ming house, we really would have been fooled by this bastard. The words of Cui Zhuo and the Li clan members didn't move Li Wangyu. Instead, he smiled as if he was looking at a group of idiots. Before the Li clan members could finish mocking him, Yang Quan coughed softly. This land deed isn't forged. What? Yang Mingfu, what nonsense are you saying? Cui Zhuo was stunned and retorted. Yang Quan stroked his beard and said indifferently, this deed was personally handled by this county 3 days ago. This county naturally knows. His words stunned the people who were laughing at Li Wangyu, and they all fell silent. Li Wangyu actually bought the land on the hillside outside Zhou village. If that was the case, some of the Li clan clansmen who reacted quickly were already sweating profusely. If this was true, then the consequences would be too severe. Li Wangyu grinned at them and said, that's right. Did you see it clearly? That hillside belongs to the Li family. It's written in black and white, and the official seal is very clear. So, he then looked at the dumbstruck crowd and smiled even more happily. So, I'm sorry, but since that hillside belongs to the Li family, I'll have to ask all of you to move those unrelated graves away. Otherwise, if you continue to occupy my family's land, you'll ruin my family's feng shui. Li Wangyu's words were like a deep water bomb exploding, setting off huge waves. The Li clan leader and clan elders went crazy after hearing his words. Asking the Li clan to move their ancestral graves? This was no different from stabbing a few bloody holes in their bodies with a knife. You're so vicious. This old man will fight you to the death. The Li clan leader wanted to slam his head into Li Wangyu as soon as he finished speaking. Li Wangyu hurriedly dodged to the side. This old man was trying to extort money. The Li clan clansmen were also agitated and rushed forward. Yang Quan hurriedly ordered the bailiffs to separate the crowd to prevent any accidents. Cui Zhuo looked at Yang Quan with a shocked expression. Yang Mingfu, explain to this county why you handled the deed for this ignorant brat? Who allowed you to do this? Yang Quan looked at him as if he was an idiot. Cui Ming House, what do you mean by that? Someone bought land with money, and it's an ownerless piece of land belonging to the county. Why can't I sell it? That's where my Li clan's ancestral graves are. The Li clan elder roared angrily. Yang Quan said, since it's where your Li clan's ancestral graves are, why don't you buy that hillside from the county? You. The Li clan elders were so angry at Yang Quan's words that they almost vomited blood. It was true that the Li clan should buy that hillside facing the sun. Moreover, both Yang Quan and Yang Quan's former county magistrate had asked the Li clan whether they should buy that hillside. However, the Li clan was a member of the imperial family, so no one dared to have any ideas about them. Spending money to buy a graveyard would be a waste, so they had never thought of buying their ancestral graves. Who would have thought that, because of greed, after coming up with the idea of forcing Li Wangyu to move the graves, they would force Li Wangyu to spend money to buy the hillside facing the sun? This made the Li clan elders regret their decision. Li Wangyu lightly brushed the dust off his body. All right, everyone is clear about the situation. I'll give you 3 days to move all the graves buried in my family's land. Otherwise, don't blame me for having your corpses dug up in the wilderness. You dare. That's where my Li clan's ancestral graves are. This old man will go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple and report you for insulting the Imperial family. The Li clan leader shouted fiercely. Li Wangyu, don't forget that that's where your ancestors are buried. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? This was an emotional card. You dare to insult my Li clan? This world is still my Li Tang's world. Chui Ming House, this Li clan is acting recklessly. You have to make a decision for my Li clan. Someone pressured Chui Zhua, hoping to borrow the power of the government to stop Li Wangyu. As for Yang Quan, the county magistrate of Hu County, no one went to beg him. All of the Li clan members could see that Yang Quan didn't want to deal with their Li clan. The Li clan leader was already secretly planning a way to get rid of Yang Quan. Although the Li clan of Hu County didn't have an official in the imperial court, as a member of the imperial family, they knew many big shots in the imperial court. Naturally, there were people willing to work for them. For example, Chang'an County Magistrate Chui Zhua, as Yang Quan's immediate superior, might be able to do something. In Hu County, there was actually a county magistrate who opposed their Li clan. This was simply going against the heavens. Last time when Yang Quan fought a lawsuit against Li Wangyu, the Li clan leader and the clan elders didn't like Yang Quan. However, because they were deceived by the monk and didn't want to expose their family's dirty linen, they didn't do anything. Today, seeing Yang Quan oppose them like this, the Li clan felt that their face as members of the imperial family had been slapped by Li Wangyu and Yang Quan. They couldn't take it anymore. Chui Ming House, please make a decision for our Li clan of Hu County. The Li clan leader and the clan elders cupped their hands and said to Chui Zhua. Chui Zhua also had a face of dissatisfaction. As a 5th rank official, he was actually insulted by Yang Quan, a 7th rank official. It was really embarrassing. One had to know that there was a difference of 8 ranks between the two of them. In the Tang dynasty, there were 30 ranks in the 9th rank from the 1st rank to the lower 9th rank. There were a total of 30 ranks. Yang Quan was currently a low-level official in the Tang dynasty, while Chui Zhua was already a middle-level official. The difference in status was huge. So what if Yang Quan had Yushernan behind him? Was the Chui clan of Qinghe made of mud? Thinking of this, Chui Zhua didn't want to give Yang Quan any more face. He planned to use his status as a 5th rank official to suppress Yang Quan and Li Wangyu. He wanted to curry favor with the Li clan of Hu County. Nonsense. How can you casually buy and sell other people's ancestral tombs? This county will definitely investigate this matter and see if there is anyone involved who is corrupt, bending the law, and practicing favoritism. Men, bring this Li Wangyu back to the county office. This county will personally interrogate him. He planned to directly shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Quan. He didn't care about the rules of officialdom and forcefully intervened in Hu County's affairs. When Chui Zhua's words reversed black and white, Yang Quan and Li Wangyu's expressions turned cold. The Niu brothers and the villagers of Dingzhou village were in an uproar. The members of the Li clan were pleasantly surprised. Just as they were making a ruckus, they heard the sound of horse hooves coming from the road outside the village. A rough voice sounded. Wahahaha, nephew, I've come to see you, little kid. Chapter 109. Everyone looked over and saw a dozen strong horses galloping from the dirt road outside the village. When Li Wangyu saw the person in the lead, he felt a faint pain in his buttocks. The person who came was the Duke of Lu Chongyaojin. Behind him were 3 young men and more than a dozen bodyguards. Li Wangyu was very surprised. Why did this devil incarnate come to Dingzhou village? Did he want to find trouble with him again? He did not dare to be rude and quickly went forward to respectfully greet Chang'an. Uncle Chang, how come you have time to come to this nephew's place today? Wahahaha, today is the day off. I just heard that you brat made some pig slaughtering feast. I brought my sons to eat the rich. Pig slaughtering feast? This cheap meat can also make Chang Yaojin, the Duke of the Tang dynasty, come here? Moreover, what do you mean by eating the rich? I am now in debt of more than 2,600 copper coins. You brought more than a dozen men to eat the rich, does your conscience not hurt? Before Li Wangyu finished cursing in his heart, Chang Yaojin habitually used his large palm to slap Li Wangyu's shoulder. The slap almost made Li Wangyu's body go soft. This old man did not realize it and instead frowned. Nephew, your body is too weak. Yes, Uncle Chang is right. I will go back and train. Li Wangyu was sweating like a waterfall. Do you not know how heavy your hand is? Come, Laozi will introduce you to my 3 sons, Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi. In the future, you 4 brothers should get to know each other better. Chang Yaojin pointed at the 3 young men beside him. Li Wangyu looked up and almost bit his own tongue. This Chang Yaojin's genes were really strong. Those who did not know would think that Chang Yaojin's 3 sons were triplets. They looked almost exactly the same. Except for the beard and the wrinkles on their faces, they were almost identical copies of Chang Yaojin's triplets. Li Wangyu quickly greeted Chang Yaojin's 3 sons. Wangyu greets my 3 elder brothers. Haha, what elder brother? Call me big brother. Cheng Chumo, like Chang Yaojin, patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi did the same. They laughed heartily as they used their big hands to rub Li Wangyu's weak shoulders. F***ck. Did this bastard Chang Yaojin want to bring his 3 sons to kill me today? Li Wangyu was about to collapse. Also, why were the father and son of the Cheng family so friendly? Chang Yaojin asked him to call him uncle the moment they met, and these 3 younger versions of Chang Yaojin asked him to call him brother. In the Tang dynasty, titles such as uncle and elder brother were not used casually. They were reserved for relatives. Rubbing his numb shoulders, Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and greet them again. Wangyu greets my 3 brothers. Virtuous nephew, what are you doing? Why are hundreds of people gathered together? After greeting, Chang Yaojin pointed to the crowd at the village entrance and asked. Li Wangyu smiled and briefly told Chang Yaojin what happened today. In the end, he pointed to Cui Zhuo and said, Uncle Chang, I'm afraid I can't treat you to a meal today. This county magistrate Cui is going to take me back to Chang'an County for questioning. When he said this, Cui Zhuo was almost scared to death. After Chang Yaojin and his party appeared, Cui Zhuo's heart thumped. After hearing Chang Yaojin and his son greeting Li Wangyu so warmly, he felt his legs tremble. Of course Cui Zhuo knew Chang'an. Not only did he know him, but he was also very familiar with him. Because Chang Yaojin's second wife married the daughter of the Cui clan of Qinghe. Cui Zhuo was also born in the Cui clan of Qinghe. But the difference was that he was a collateral descendant of the Cui clan of Qinghe. Madame Chang Yaojin was the eldest daughter of the Cui clan of Qinghe, the eldest daughter of Cui Xian, the head of the Cui clan of Qinghe. The difference in status between the two was like clouds and mud. As one of the members of the Cui clan of Qinghe, who was an official in Chang'an, Cui Zhuo had to bring gifts to greet Madame Chang at Duke Lu's mansion during festivals. Madame Chang was just meeting the members of the Cui clan of Qinghe out of the family's needs. After a few words of encouragement, she sent them out and did not have much interaction with them. Chang Yaojin was at most familiar with the members of the Cui clan of Qinghe, but he could not even remember their names. You're that Cui something? Come here and tell me what you want to do with my nephew? Chang Yaojin glared at Cui Zhuo. Chang Yaojin glared at Cui Zhuo, and Cui Zhuo was so scared that he almost wet himself. He trembled as he came over and saluted Chang Yaojin. Duke Lu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know Li Jia Shaoling was your nephew. He was so scared that he could not speak clearly. He did not understand how Li Zhou's son became Chang Yaojin's nephew. Was he blinded by lard just now? He actually wanted to arrest Li Wangyu and take him to the county government. No, it was all this damn Li clan's fault. Thinking of this, Cui Zhuo shot a fierce look at the Li clan leader and the elders. It was this group of bastards who wanted to frame him. Misunderstanding my ass. Tell me what you want to do. Chang Yaojin grabbed Chuizhua's collar and pulled him to his face. Duke Lu, please forgive me. I really didn't know. It was the Li clan of Hu County. They were greedy and wanted to humiliate your nephew. Chuizhua was completely confused. In order to get Chang Yaojin to forgive him, he did not hesitate to betray the Li clan. Compared to Chang Yaojin, the founding duke of the Tang dynasty, the Li clan of Hu County was nothing. Chuizhua naturally knew which side he should side with. Chang Yaojin threw Chuizhua away in disgust. Go and apologize to my nephew. If he doesn't forgive you, you don't need to enter my Chang mansion anymore. Hearing his words, Chuizhua quickly got up from the ground. He did not care about the dust on his official robe and respectfully ran to Li Wangyu. Young Master Li, it's all this county's. He wanted to put on a show of authority, but he heard Chang Yaojin's soft snort. He quickly changed his words. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. The dignified 5th-rank county magistrate of Chang'an County even called himself my subordinate, in front of Li Wangyu. My subordinate was a humble way of saying that he was just someone who could run errands. Li Wangyu saw that Chang Yaojin knew this county magistrate Cui, so he was too lazy to argue with him. He disdainfully curled his lips. All right, there's nothing for you to do. He then turned to the clan leader and elders of the Li clan and shook the land deed in his hand. Everyone, if you don't come to move the graves in 3 days, don't blame me for finding someone to take action. Humph. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Li Wangyu's words were like a hot slap on the face of the Li clan. The people of the Li clan did not expect the situation to suddenly change. Just a moment ago, Chuizhua was on their side, but now he changed his attitude. How did Duke Lu Chang Yaojin become Li Wangyu's uncle? Could it be that the Li clan of Hu County was really going to be forced to move their ancestral graves by Li Wangyu? That would be the end of the world. The Li clan leader angrily glared at the clan elder, who came up with the idea of forcing Li Wangyu to move the graves. It was all because of this old bastard's good idea that things ended up like this. How were they going to deal with it now? Chapter 110. Chang Yaojin couldn't be bothered to interact with the Li clan, and only watched coldly from the sidelines. Even so, it gave the Li clan enough pressure to make them not dare to cause any more trouble. Now the situation had changed. Li Wangyu had bought the location of the clan's tomb. Originally they wanted to force Li Wangyu to move the tomb, but now it was Li Wangyu who was forcing the Li clan to move the tomb. The Li clan leader coughed softly and lowered his stance. Li Jia Xiaolang, our Li clan will not force you to move the tomb. Let's just forget about this matter. The old man's words made Li Wangyu laugh. So it was the Li clan that had let him off? With such thick skin, no wonder he could become the clan leader. Haha, how funny. You won't let me move the tomb? Do you not know how to read? Do you not understand what is written on the title deed? Or are your ears not good? Listen carefully. I am the one who is forcing the Li clan to move the tomb. Xiaolang, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Don't go overboard. The Li clan leader said through gritted teeth. Overboard? Do you know how to write these 2 words? You bunch of gluttons, did you think of this when you greedily asked for money from my lord? Did you think of this when you stole the golden fields from my family? Did you think of this when so many of you came to Dingzhou village to dig up my lord's tomb? Bah! Li Wangyu's carefree and unrestrained scolding had vented the resentment in his heart, but it had also caused the faces of the Li family's people to turn pale. Now that Li Wangyu had the title deed, Yang Quan was obviously not on good terms with the Li clan. Even Chuizhua, the county magistrate of Chang'an County, quickly changed sides after Chang Yaojin's arrival. This made the Li clan members feel a chill in their hearts. Li Jia Xiaolang, are you really going to be so heartless? The Li clan leader said in a low voice. You asked for it. Good. Since that's the case, I Li clan won't say anything more today. The Li clan's ancestral grave is on that hillside. If you really dare to dig up the grave, do as you please. The Li clan leader finished speaking with a gloomy face, then turned to his clansmen and shouted, Let's go back. Grandpa, are we going back just like that? But the ancestral grave. Li Gui was still unwilling to give up and asked in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Li clan leader. I will personally go to the Imperial Clan Temple to demand an explanation for today's matter. Go back now. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The members of the Li clan, who had been arrogant and insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, were now all listless. Amidst the loud taunts and mocking laughter of more than 100 men from Dingzhou village, they were ready to withdraw from the village. Li Gui, didn't you want to crawl back to the county? Li Wangyu suddenly shouted. For some shameless people, cynical men were never stingy to hit them when they were down. Li Wangyu, you wait for me. Li Gui was so irritated by his words that his face turned red. He completely forgot the boasting he had made before. Li Wangyu laughed loudly. Li Gui, get out. If you say one more word, I will dig up your family's grave today. His words were like a slap to Madame Li's face, causing Li Gui's face to turn red and green, but he didn't dare to make a sound. The Li clan leader snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. He led the members of the Li clan who were extremely disappointed and prepared to retreat. Chang'an suddenly said, "You are from the Li clan of Hu County, right? I will explain what happened today to His Majesty and let His Majesty discipline you." His words made the Li clan's patriarch and a group of clan elders' bodies uncontrollably sway. Some of the clan elders with poor mental fortitude even fell directly onto the ground. "Hi Duke Lu, why do you say that? Our Li clan didn't offend you, did we?" The Li clan leader tried to support himself. "You are going to dig up my nephew's grave. How dare you say you didn't offend me? Get out. I don't want to care about your trivial matters." Chang Yaojin's words made the Li clan more depressed. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Today, the Li clan's face was completely lost. Li Wangyu was actually threatening the Li clan. If he really wanted to dig up the grave, he wouldn't do it. First of all, the Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the royal family. If he really dug up their ancestral grave, it would be like slapping Pai Lupi's face. Second of all, although he was expelled from the clan, the people buried in the Li clan's grave were the ancestors of his previous body. He couldn't blame the Li clan's deceased ancestors for the sins of the Li clan's descendants. The Li clan leader naturally saw this point. That was why he said to Li Wangyu that it was up to him whether he dug up the grave or not. After the Li clan left, Li Wangyu repeatedly thanked the village chief and the villagers who came to help. After the crowd dispersed, Li Wangyu invited Chang Yaojin and his son to his residence as guests. Yang Quan used work as an excuse and returned to the county office after greeting Chang Yaojin. Chuizhua didn't want to leave, but seeing that Chang Yaojin had no intention of keeping him, he could only follow Yang Quan and leave. For Chuizhua, today was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to curry favor with the Li clan of Hu County. In the end, not only did he not achieve his goal, but he also turned against the Li clan in front of everyone. Moreover, he also had a falling out with Yang Quan. The gains didn't make up for the losses. On the way back to Hu County, Chuizhua wanted to mend the rift between him and Yang Quan. No matter what, he didn't want to casually offend a big shot like Yu Shernan. "Brother Shuqing, just now I was confused. Brother Shuqing, please don't take it to heart. Cui Minghouse's words are too serious." Yang Quan calmly replied. "Who is that Li Wangyu? Isn't his father Li Zhou?" Chuizhua asked the question in his heart. Li Zhou was originally one of the big shots in the imperial court. However, after offending Pai Lupi, he lost his official position and died of illness. Chuizhua didn't take Li Wangyu seriously, and only wanted to curry favor with the Li clan of Hu County. However, seeing Chang Yaojin's attitude today, it was obvious that he had misjudged, and that there was something he didn't know. Yang Quan looked at him and replied with deep meaning. "Cui Minghouse in Chang'an has never heard of Li Jia Shaolang? Shuqing, what do you mean?" "Haha, nothing. However, Li Jia Shaolang is quite famous in Chang'an. As the county magistrate of Chang'an, Cui Minghouse actually doesn't know of him. This is surprising." Chuizhua really didn't know about the series of events that Li Wangyu had caused in Chang'an, and because his official rank was too low. Regardless of whether it was the poetry recital at Lake Tujiang, the important ministers who were able to enter the waterside pavilion, or the guests who were able to attend Zhang Liangfu's birthday banquet, Cui Mingfu was still miles away from that level. Yang Quan didn't continue to say anything to him. After returning to Chang'an, Chuizhua went to inquire about the name Li Wangyu from Dingzhou village in Hu County. Although he didn't know much, it was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat again. He had kicked an iron plate this time. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If it wasn't for Chang Yaojin's sudden appearance, he was afraid that he would have brought Li Wangyu back to Chang'an for interrogation. That would really be like poking a hornet's nest. Cuizhou didn't think about how to repair the relationship with Li Wangyu in the future. However, in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was very depressed at this time. Chapter 111. Li Wangyu politely invited Chang Yaojin and his son into his house and immediately asked the Niu brothers to go to the village to buy a pig for him to slaughter, and then send it to the kitchen. Since Chang Yaojin said that he wanted to eat a pig slaughter feast, Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. In fact, the reason why Chang Yaojin suddenly brought his 3 sons to Dingzhou village today was not to eat cheap meat. It was just an excuse. Chang Yaojin, this fellow, seemed to be not stingy, but in fact he was very shrewd. As the saying goes, his face was like a pig's and his heart was clear. He had already seen that Li Wangyu would not be a fish in a pond in the future. Naturally, he did not mind coming to the cold stove now to form a good karma. Of course, the premise was that Chang Yaojin really liked Li Wangyu. Otherwise, no matter how talented Li Wangyu was, the devil incarnate would not bring his 3 sons to Dingzhou village to eat rich people. Since Chang Yaojin brought his 3 sons to the door, the smile on Li Heng's old face never disappeared. That fawning appearance made Li Wangyu gnash his teeth. When the beautiful superior learned that Chang Yaojin brought her 3 sons to visit, she hurriedly came out from the backyard to greet them. Su Chongqing was also very curious about Chang Yaojin. This was the first living Tang dynasty celebrity she saw. This little girl greets Lu Guogong. Wahahaha, no need for formality. Little girl, I heard that you are my nephew's cousin. Then you can also call this old man uncle. Chang Yaojin deliberately emphasized the word cousin. While speaking, he also mischievously winked at Li Wangyu. This old bastard. Li Wangyu speechlessly rolled his eyes. Sure enough, no one would believe that the beautiful superior was his cousin. Su Chongqing's face was slightly red, but she was not nervous. She bowed again. Yes, niece greets Uncle Chang. Chang Yaojin did not delve into the issue of Su Chongqing's identity. He was too lazy to care about this kind of thing. He just smiled and let it go. As soon as Chang Yaojin entered the central room of the Li family's front yard, he noticed the chairs that his beautiful superior had ordered people to build for him. In particular, the rocking chair that his beautiful superior had asked the carpenter to build made the old man even more excited. After pondering over its function, he directly sat on it and rocked very comfortably. My dear nephew, you're so insensible. Why don't you know how to show filial piety to your elders when you have such a good thing? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Dalong Erlang Sanlang, remember to take this chair with you when you leave. Chang Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu completely dumbfounded. F***ck. Was this the founding duke of the Tang dynasty or a bandit? Oh right, this guy was a bandit from Wagong's stronghold. F***ck. Was this considered as inviting a wolf into the house? Li Wangyu was conflicted about whether or not he should ask the old butler, Li Heng, to put away all the valuables in the house. However, looking at Li Heng's lackey appearance, he would probably take the initiative to give these to Chang Yaojin, right? Uncle Chang, I've already asked my family to buy pigs and slaughter them. Since we have nothing to do, why don't we play mahjong? Li Wangyu suddenly rolled his eyes and came up with a bad idea. The Tang dynasty naturally did not have mahjong, a national treasure, yet. The earliest records of mahjong in China were from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Mahjong was probably invented at that time. However, because he was bored a few days ago, in order to pass the time, Li Wangyu specifically asked the carpenters in the village to help him make a wooden mahjong set. Now in the house, including the 4 maidservants, Li Heng, Perrin, and the Niu brothers had all learned to play mahjong as a recreational activity. Since they had nothing to do, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing had the people in the house accompany them to play mahjong. Li Wangyu was angry with Chang Yaojin, this old fellow, who came to his house to eat and take things. He wanted to seduce Chang Yaojin to play mahjong, and then win some copper coins from him. As a person from Sichuan, Li Wangyu naturally knew how to play mahjong. He dared not say that he was an expert, but he was invincible in Lai Hot. The beauty's skill level was average. She only knew how to play mahjong. However, in the Tang dynasty she had nothing to do, so she was addicted to playing mahjong. What is mahjong? Chang Yaojin curiously asked. Li Wangyu led the Cheng father and son to the mahjong table and poured out the mahjong tiles. He and Su Chongqing explained the rules of mahjong in detail, which made Chang Yaojin and his 3 sons itch. "Nephew, this mahjong game was also made by you?" "Yes." Li Wangyu shamelessly agreed, causing the beauty to cover her face with her hands. She was embarrassed to see this fellow's thick skin. "This mahjong game is interesting. Come, sit down and try it." Chang Yaojin did not hesitate and sat down at the mahjong table. "Delong, you come too. Erlang, Sanlang, you guys watch from the side." Li Wangyu looked at the beauty with a smile and pulled her to sit at the mahjong table. After teaching Chang Yaojin and his sons how to shuffle and number the tiles, the 4 of them began the game of sparrows. Li Wangyu reached out and picked up a tile from the mahjong wall. He rubbed it with his right thumb. "Little chicken." He flipped the tile open. It was indeed a piece. Chang Yaojin and his 3 sons' eyes lit up when they saw this. They felt that it was really cool. In fact, Li Wangyu was just showing off. He was invincible in Lai Hot, but in his previous life he was only slightly better than a rookie. Anyway, every time he went back to his hometown in Sichuan, he would play mahjong with his friends and relatives. He would lose 9 out of 10 times. However, his skills were enough to show off in front of beginners like Chang Yaojin and Cheng Chumo. When he deliberately went easy on them, Chang Yaojin won a few rounds and laughed happily. Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi, who were watching from the side, were itching to play mahjong, but they could not sit at the table. They just wanted their brother to give up his seat. Chang Chumo, who had just tasted the sweetness of mahjong, would not give up his seat. He pretended not to hear his 2 brothers' pleas. Li Wangyu saw that the time was right. He smiled like a fox who had stolen a hen. "Uncle Chang, it's boring to play like this. Why don't we put some money on the table?" "Wahahaha, nephew is right. Then let's put some money on the table. How about we do it the same way?" Chang Yaojin had just learned how to count and had just won a round of 4 tiles. Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss and immediately nodded in agreement. Everyone started to arrange their cards again, and the battle started anew. It had to be said that Li Wangyu's luck was not bad today. Chang Yaojin and his sons were beginners. They were no match for him. "Selfie. It's all right. A total of 8 tiles. Uncle Chang, Brother Chumo, He Chung Hui, a total of 8 tiles." Li Wangyu pushed down the tiles in his hand and smiled brightly. "Keep the tab. We'll count them together later." Chang Yaojin shouted impatiently. Li Wangyu immediately called the old housekeeper, Li Heng, to keep the tab. Everyone started playing again. "I won. Uncle Chang, I'm sorry. I won. Brother Chumo, you won." 2 rounds of mahjong were not finished. Chang Yaojin's originally black face became even more unbearable. It was as black as the Kunlun slaves in Chang'an. Cheng Chumo was also depressed. He did not win a single round of mahjong. He was losing money. "Li Heng, how much do Uncle Chang and Brother Chumo owe me?" Li Wangyu smiled proudly. "Langjun Lu Guogong owes you 56 strings of coins. Cheng Gongzi owes you 43 strings of coins." Li Wangyu's eyes narrowed. When he was about to say something, his body suddenly became light. He was directly lifted up from the chair by Chang Yaojin. He said word by word, "Nephew, the pig should have been slaughtered. Shouldn't you go make the pig rice?" Thus, Li Wangyu was tragically kicked off the mahjong table. His beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. He went to the kitchen dejectedly. As for the seat he had vacated, Chang Chuliang and Cheng Chubi almost fought over the seat. Chapter 112. Li Wangyu was very depressed as he cooked all kinds of dishes in the kitchen. Not long after, his beautiful boss also appeared. Even Su Chongqing could win against Chang Yaojin and his sons. It can be seen how bad they were at playing. Now that the mahjong table had become a civil war in the Cheng family, Chang Huaibi finally sat down at the gambling table after Su Chongqing was politely invited away by Chang Yaojin. The so-called, "there is no father and son on the gambling table," was indeed a famous saying. When Li Wangyu finished cooking, he respectfully invited Chang Yaojin to eat. However, he saw that the situation on the mahjong table had changed. Chang Yaojin's 3 brothers were crying while Chang Yaojin was laughing. Obviously, this old man's luck was better as he won against his 3 sons. Because Chang Yaojin had brought more than a dozen guards with him, Su Chongqing asked Li Heng to find a mat and a short table for the guards to eat in the front yard. Chang Yaojin and his sons were invited to the Li family's dining room to take a seat. Chang Yaojin and his sons were very curious about Li Wangyu's large dining table. They were also full of praise for the high-backed chair. This made Li Wangyu very worried. Would this old man take the dining table and chairs with him when he left? The rocking chair in the central room of the front yard had already been unceremoniously moved aside by Chang Yaojin's personal guards. Seeing this, Li Wangyu's face twitched. What made him even more worried was the washroom in the front yard of the Li family. Ever since Chang Yaojin asked Li Heng to take him to the washroom, Li Wangyu felt that this old man's eyes were constantly glancing at the washroom. This old man wouldn't want to take away his ceramic toilet, right? If Chang Yaojin didn't think it was dirty, then let him take it. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped this nauseating association and asked the maids to serve the dishes. Chang Yaojin and his 3 sons actually didn't come to eat. The pig's slaughtered rice was just an excuse. The nobles of the Tang dynasty almost only ate beef and mutton. They politely declined pork. At this time, seeing Li Wang, you really used cheap meat to make a table full of dishes. They couldn't help but look at each other, hesitating for a long time, not knowing whether to eat or not. The 4 of them looked at each other for a long time, and finally their gazes fell on Chang Chubi, meaning that he should try it first. Chang Chubi almost cried. Just because he was the youngest, he had to be bullied like this? What happened to fatherly love? Where are my brothers and friends? Looking at the threatening eyes of his father and brothers, Chang Chubi had no choice but to raise his chopsticks and reach out to the plate of Dongpa pig knuckle. Oh no, Wangyu pig knuckle. Chang Chubi closed his eyes. With the fearlessness of a martyr and the spirit of a revolutionary martyr, he picked up the pork and slowly put it into his mouth. He began to chew. He opened his eyes abruptly, looked at his father and brothers and let out a long sigh. Brother Wangyu's cooking sigh, let's not talk about it. Father, brothers, I'll eat this dish alone. The guards have brought beef jerky. You can eat that. Chang Yaojin nodded with relief, and then slapped him on the head. Then he pulled the plate of Wangyu pig knuckle in front of Chang Chubi and reached out his chopsticks to eat. Chang Chumo and Chang Chuliang also slapped their dear brother on the head, and then unceremoniously reached out their chopsticks to pick up the dishes on the table. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Chang Chubi's intention to eat all the delicious dishes alone could not fool Chang Yaojin, let alone his 2 brothers. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing also sat at the table to accompany the guests, but the way the 4 of them ate was so scary that it could be called a small battle. The 2 of them held their chopsticks in a daze, but did not know how to pick up the food. Noda's table was filled with more than a dozen dishes, but the plates and bowls were flying everywhere, and even Chang Yaojin directly grabbed the pig knuckle and began to eat. Li Wangyu stiffly turned his neck to look at Su Chongqing, and the 2 of them communicated silently with their eyes. Are you sure it's Duke Lu, Chang Yaojin? Are you a refugee or a beggar? Maybe it's Chang Yaojin. Not only did the Chang father and son eat like this, but also the more than a dozen guards sitting in the front yard. The way they ate scared the 4 maids of the Li family, who were responsible for delivering the dishes, and their faces turned pale. The little girl Perrin hid at the side and whispered, "The Duke of the Tang dynasty is so pitiful. It feels like they haven't eaten for many days." Her words were heard by Li Heng and the Niu brothers. The 3 of them tacitly nodded, thinking that Perrin was right. The old housekeeper Li Heng also felt that his Longjuan's unwillingness to become an official was the right decision. The officials of the Tang dynasty were so pitiful that they could eat so much meat and end up in such a miserable state. Chang Yaojin, and his guards were all very happy after eating the pig rice. What made Li Wang even more speechless was that Chang Yaojin and his guards actually ate an entire pig. Li Wang could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Last time, he invited more than 500 people in the village to eat the pig rice, but only 2 pigs were slaughtered. Were the Chang father and son and his guards reincarnated from starvation? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chang Yaojin went back home. Before he left, he did not forget to slap Li Wangyu's shoulder with his big palm. "Wahaha, nephew, your house is really good. I will come often." His words made Li Wangyu, who was almost unable to stand because of the heavy blow to his shoulder, almost fall to the ground. "Fuck, come often? Was this Chang Yaojin afraid that he would not go bankrupt fast enough? Chang Chumo and his two brothers each gave Li Wangyu a warm bear hug, making him feel as if he could hear the sound of his ribs cracking. The Chang father and son must be his enemies from his previous life. Li Wangyu was very sure of this. Brother Wangyu, from now on your business is our business. If anyone dares to bully you, tell them our names and we will beat the shit out of them. Chang Chumo said very righteously. Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi also nodded seriously, thinking that their brother was right. Yes, Brother Wangyu is the Chang family's brother from now on. Brother Wangyu, next time Big Brother will go with you to Hu County and beat those bastards to death. Wangyu thanks three brothers. Li Wangyu said with a smile. Although Chang Yaojin was not a good person, these three brothers were very loyal. One must know that the Tang people were very serious about their promises. Once they made a promise, they must fulfill it. Chang Chumo's words were not like those drunk friends in the future who patted each other's chests and bragged. Since the Chang brothers said so, then they really regarded Li Wangyu as their brother. Li Wangyu also felt that the Chang brothers were very pleasing to the eye. He was happy to make friends with these top playboys in the Tang dynasty. Compared to the Chang brothers, that Li Gui from the Hu County Li clan was not even worth a fart. Under Li Wangyu's tearful gaze, the Chang father and son rode back to Chang. Li Wangyu's tearful gaze was not because he was reluctant to part with Chang Chumo and his brothers, but because that old bastard Chang Yaojin not only took away his rocking chair, but also the mahjong table and the most precious mahjong set in the history of the Tang dynasty. What made him cry even more silently was that Chang Yaojin, that old bastard, actually went back on his word. The Chang father and son acted as if they did not know that he had lost 100 or 200 strings of copper coins on the mahjong table, patted their butts and ran away. This was like a ghost raiding a village. Shameless. Despicable. Chapter 113. Li Wangyu didn't know that when his family was being raided by the Japanese. Oh no, the Chang father and son, the Li clan of Hu County ran to Chang'an to complain. After the Li clan leader led several clan elders to retreat in defeat from Dingzhou village, the more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He felt that he had lost face and his face was burning with pain. They didn't think that they did anything wrong today. It was all the fault of that damned Li Wangyu and the county magistrate, Yang Quan. Even the farm workers in Dingzhou village dared to go against the Li clan. They deserved to die. As for Lu Guogong, the Li family of Hu County knew their place. They knew that they, a relative of the imperial family with no power and influence, could not afford to offend him. Thus they did not even think about it. Feeling that they had been bullied, the Li clan elders returned to Hu County. After a brief discussion, they had people set up carriages and went straight to Chang'an Zongjing Temple to complain. The Zongjing Temple was an official that managed the imperial family's affairs. There was a lower third-rank official in the Zongjing Temple. There were also two junior officials who helped the official manage the Zongjing Temple. Because they were mainly responsible for managing the imperial family's affairs, during the Zhengguan era, the position of official was often held by members of the imperial family. Zhao County Prince Li Xiaogong's father was Li Yuan's cousin. After Li Yuan started the war, he was in charge of managing Bashu. With Li Jing's help he killed Shaoxian and Fu Gongyu. The south of the Yangtze River was under his command. His military achievements were almost on par with Pai Lupi's. After Pai Lupi ascended to the throne at Xuanwu Gate, Li Xiaogong withdrew from the center of power in the Tang dynasty, and was appointed by Pai Lupi to be the official of the Zongjing Temple. In order to prevent Li Heir from being suspicious, Li Xiaogong was even more disinclined to manage the nonsensical affairs of the imperial family. Although he held the position of a temple official, he was infatuated with singing, dancing, and beauties to entertain himself. He threw all the affairs of the Zongjing Temple to two junior officials to manage. Su Jingzong, one of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's manor, was one of the vice ministers of the Zongjing Temple. Although the position of vice minister of the Zongjing Temple was an upper fourth-rank official, it did not have much real power. This made Su Jingzong, who yearned for power, feel very depressed. Although Pai Lupi often called for these 18 scholars to accompany him, for example, at the Chu River Lake Poetry Gathering last time. However, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, both of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's manor, had already entered the imperial court. Even Yu Shernan was a junior secretary, accompanying the sage. As for him, Su Jingzong, who was full of wisdom, he could only be a junior minister in the imperial clan temple and manage the trivial matters of the imperial family. This really made him feel indignant. That was why Su Jingzong from the Great Yin was so jealous of Li Wangyu's talent that day at Chujiangqi Poetry Festival. He repeatedly said that he wanted to use eye drops in front of Pai Lupi. Actually, Su Jingzong was just using the excuse of stepping on Li Wangyu to attract more attention from Pai Lupi. On this day, Su Jingzong was reading documents in boredom in his office in the Imperial Clan Temple. Suddenly, he heard a Yamen servant come to report that the Li clan of Hu County was requesting an audience. Su Jingzong naturally knew that the Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the imperial family. He did not dare to slight them and hurriedly had the servant invite them into the Yamen. Greetings, eunuch Li. Although Su Jingzong was also annoyed by these imperial relatives of the Li clan, he did not show it on his face. He respectfully greeted the Li clan leader. The Li clan leader and the elders also hurriedly greeted him. Naturally, they would not be disrespectful to the vice minister of the Zongjing temple. Eunuch Li, what brings you here today? Su Jingzong asked. The Li clan leader and the elders had sorrowful expressions. A complaint. Our Li clan of Hu County's ancestral grave is about to be dug up. Please, Vice Minister Su, help our Li clan of Hu County get justice. Su Jingzong was shocked by the Li clan leader's words. There were still people in the Tang dynasty who dared to dig up the ancestral grave of the imperial family? Wasn't this like an old man eating arsenic and tired of living? He hurriedly asked for the details. The Li clan leader and the elders added fuel to the fire and told him how Li Wangyu and the county magistrate of Hu County Yang Quan had bullied them today. Vice Minister Su, this Li Wangyu and Yang Quan, as well as those farmers from Dingzhou village, are truly despicable. They actually ignored the saints and wanted to dig up our Li clan's ancestral grave. How can this be? They are simply rebelling against the emperor. The Li clan leader said angrily. Su Jingzong was from the Great Yin, so he immediately knew what was going on. It was obvious that the Li clan of Hu County had tried to dig up Li Zhou's grave, but Li Wangyu had bought the area where the Li clan's ancestral grave was located. This was clearly the result of the Li clan of Hu County not only failing to show off, but also being pushed to the ground. This bunch of useless imperial family members had the nerve to complain over such a trivial matter. Su Jingzong was just about to send the Li clan of Hu County away with a few words when he suddenly remembered something. The name Li Wangyu sounded very familiar. He pondered for a moment and immediately remembered that Li Wangyu was the young man who had performed outstandingly at the Tsujiang Lake Poetry Festival not long ago. When Su Jingzong thought of the two poems that Li Wangyu had composed that day, he felt his blood boil, and a sense of indignation once again welled up in his heart. When it came to Li Wangyu, other than jealousy, there was only jealousy. He was jealous of Li Wangyu's talent, jealous of everyone's praise of Li Wangyu, jealous of Empress Zhangxuan's protectiveness of Li Wangyu. Now that he heard the name Li Wangyu from the Li clan leader's mouth, Su Jingzong couldn't help but think of something else. Su Jingzong coughed lightly. Eunuch Li, this matter is not easy to handle. First of all, Li Wangyu has the title deed, so he is in the right. Second of all, this Li Jia Shaolang is only trying to scare you. He wouldn't dare to touch the Li clan's ancestral grave. As for the Hu County magistrate and the field attendants of Dingzhou village, I have no right to interfere. The imperial clan temple does not have this right. Even so, are we just going to let this little bastard humiliate the Li clan of Hu County? The Li clan leader's face was full of anger. He naturally knew that Li Wangyu wanting to dig up the Li clan's ancestral grave was nonsense. As long as the world was still part of the Tang dynasty, no one would dare to touch the Li clan's ancestral grave. But today the Li clan of Hu County had lost face, so they couldn't just let it go. Su Jingzong laughed dryly. This matter is indeed difficult for the imperial clan temple to intervene. I hope Eunuch Li can understand, but... The Li clan leader saw that he was only halfway through his sentence, so he hurriedly asked, Su Shaoqing, but what? Su Jingzong looked left and right, then waved his hand to dismiss the doorman. Only then did he lower his voice and whisper a few words into the Li clan leader's ear. The Li clan leader's eyes lit up. Su Shaoqing, this is a good idea. but I'm afraid that Yang Quan will make things difficult for us. Eunuch Li, this will depend on your Li clan to think of a solution. This is only my personal suggestion. Once we leave this door, I won't acknowledge it, Su Jingzong said unhurriedly. The number one sly person in the Wuzhou dynasty naturally wouldn't give a good idea to the Li clan. In fact, it could even be said that it was extremely sinister. The two of them spoke very softly, so much so that even the clan elders nearby didn't hear them. They couldn't help but look sideways, wanting to know what kind of idea this vice minister of the imperial clan temple had given the clan leader. The Li clan leader nodded. Su Shaoqing, this old man understands. Thank you for your advice. Eunuch Li is too polite. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. The Li clan leader and the clan elders bid farewell and left. Looking at the backs of the Li clan of Hu County, Su Jingzong couldn't help but reveal a trace of a contemptuous smile. Chapter 114. Li Wangyu still hasn't recovered from the shock of being robbed by Chang Yaojin and his son. Bad news came again. The next day, the old villager ran into the Li family in a panic. Xiao Lang, something bad happened. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing quickly greeted him. Old villager, why are you in such a panic? Just now, the county government official sent me a letter saying that this year, it's my turn to rent the village clothes. Isn't this delaying the spring plowing? The old villager's face turned red. The official in charge of household registration, taxes, warehouse payment and other things. Su Changqing doesn't understand the old villager's meaning. What is rent the spring? He quickly looks at Li Wangyu and waits for him to explain. In rent we have to serve the corvée. Because the time is not fixed, if it's in the spring it's called rent the spring. Li Wangyu whispers into his beautiful boss's ear. According to the rent, every man has to serve the corvée for 20 days a year, which is official service. After explaining to Su Changqing, Li Wangyu looks at the old villager. Old villager, didn't Yang Mingfu agree to cut this year's rent by half? Why does he suddenly want to conscript corvée? The old villager gasps. This time, it's not the Hu County government that wants to conscript us. It's the Chang'an County government. Li Wangyu immediately thinks of Chang, and County Magistrate Chui from yesterday. Is he behind this? Without waiting for him to ask, the old villager tells Li Wangyu and Su Changqing another terrible news. After Li Wangyu was removed from the Li family, he is now a white man. He also needs to serve the corvée. This time, he is one of the white men in the village who will serve the corvée. Li Wangyu is dumbfounded. But I'm not a middle-aged man. In the early Tang dynasty, men above the age of 16 were middle-aged men, and above the age of 21 were adult men. Li Wangyu had just turned 16, so he was not considered a middle-aged man, so he should not serve the corvée. The old villager shook his head. I don't know why, but your name Xiao Lang is on the list of people who need to serve in the corvée this spring. Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he shook his head helplessly. Then I'll use Na Xian as a substitute. The payment of silk for labor was the payment of money. Every ding had to pay 3 feet of silk per day, for a total of 20 days. Li Wangyu didn't lack this bit of money now. Even if he converted it into copper coins, it would be less than the usual amount of money. The old villager shook his head again. The county secretary of the army said that this time, everyone in our village must serve in the army. We can't take silk as substitutes. These words made Su Changqing's beautiful face turn pale. Li Wangyu's body was only 16 years old. How could he serve the corvée? In the mind of the beautiful boss, serving the corvée was hard work, similar to the time when Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall. In fact, what she thought was not wrong. The contents of corvée included local civil engineering, building bridges and roads, managing rivers and canals, transferring grain and other labor. Wangyu, what should we do? How can you serve the corvée? Why don't you go to County Magistrate Yang? If you can't, you can go to Chang Yaojin to help plead. Su Changqing was so anxious that he was about to cry. Li Wangyu also pondered over this matter. Why did it seem that there was something fishy about it? Changqing, don't worry. I'll go to the county office right away. First, I'll ask Yang Mingfu what's going on. Su Changqing quickly nodded and asked him to inquire. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to take the horse out, Yang Quan angrily came to the door. Minghouse, you came at the right time. Why am I involved in this transfer of spring? And why am I not allowed to take in silk? Li Wangyu saw Yang Quan and quickly asked. Yang Quan angrily said, Zio, I had a big argument with the Chang'an County magistrate because of this. He did it on purpose. That bastard. Why? I've never met the Chang'an County magistrate before. Why did he do this? Li Wangyu was puzzled. Yang Quan said, the Chang'an County magistrate's surname is also Li. Do you understand? Li Wangyu slapped his forehead. Is he from the Li clan of Hu County? That's right. I don't know which bastard came up with such a wicked idea for the Li clan of Hu County to include you as a middle-aged man and force you to serve the corvée. Li Wangyu was puzzled. Don't middle-aged men have to be above 16 years old? Yang Quan shook his head. The Li family's magistrate said that your nominal age is already 17, so you're considered a middle-aged man. Nominal age? Li Wangyu was speechless. How could this age be calculated like that? Sure enough, the word official was divided into two parts. He could say whatever he wanted. The old villager carefully asked, Ming House, I heard that the transfer of spring this time is for us to transport grain? Transporting grain meant transferring grain to the Chao Valley. It would have been better if the old villager didn't mention this. Now that he mentioned it, Yang Quan was even angrier. That's right. That bastard gave you 20 days of corvée labor to transport grain from Chang'an to Yinzhou. Li Wangyu didn't know where Yinzhou was, so he asked Yang Quan about it. He estimated that it should be around Yulin City and Meiji in the future. It wasn't too far, about 400 kilometers away. In the future, it would only take 4 hours on the highway. Although the old villager had never been to Yinzhou, he knew the approximate distance. After a rough calculation, he heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. It's about 800 to 900 kilometers away. The ox cart will take about 10 days to get there. 20 days is enough for a round trip. Yang Quan coldly snorted. Do you know how much grain your village is required to transport this time? His words stunned the old villager. He quickly asked, Ming House? In the past, wasn't the grain transport task about 200 dan? Is there a change this time? Yang Quan directly raised one finger. Another 100 dan? 1,000 dan. After Yang Quan finished speaking, the old villager fell to the ground. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. How is this possible? 1,000 dan of grain? Our Dingzhou village only has 60 people for the spring transfer this time. How can we transport 1,000 dan of grain? Now is the spring harvest season. If we really want to transport so much grain, all the strong laborers in the village will have to be mobilized. Are they trying to force us to our deaths? The old villager said in a daze. Li Wangyu was also stunned. For long-distance transportation, the ox cart could only carry 800 jin of grain at most, which was about 80 dan. 1,000 dan of grain would require more than 100 ox carts to transport. Wasn't this a joke? If all the strong laborers in the village were transferred to corvée labor in the spring, wouldn't the spring harvest be over? The Li clan of Hu County, what a vicious plot. Was it because the villagers of Dingzhou village helped him yesterday that they came up with such a vicious revenge plan? Li Wangyu's anger rose. He wished he could send people to the hillside right now and dig up all the graves of the Li clan of Hu County. Yang Quan looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, it seems that only Lu Guogong can solve this matter. The Li clan lost face yesterday, and will definitely not let this matter go. Ming House, even you can't do anything? Yang Quan shook his head. I had a big argument with the secretary of the army, but it was useless. This is his duty, and I can't stop him. But he is using his position to avenge a private grudge. I know, but I can't do anything. Yang Quan sighed. The beautiful superior finally understood what was going on and quickly advised. Wangyu, you should go to Uncle Chang to plead. We can only ask him for help. Li Wangyu waved his hand. Wait, let me think about it first. Chapter 115. Li Wangyu was not willing to ask Chang Yaojin for help unless it was a last resort. After all, although Chang Yaojin was close to him, Li Wangyu did not think that he should rush to ask for help. Moreover, the cynical man was stubborn and felt that it was shameful to ask Chang Yaojin for help. Even if Chang Yaojin stopped Li clan's conspiracy this time, what about next time? Did he have to ask Chang Yaojin for help every time? Li Wangyu paced back and forth in the central room. wondering how he should face this matter. According to Yang Quan, although the rank of the secretary and supervisor of Chang'an County was not high, it was his authority to conscript people to transport grain. Moreover, once this matter was decided, Dingzhou village must complete it. If they could not complete the corvée work, the punishment would be very severe. It was possible to be beaten with a paddle, jailed, or even a criminal. Li Wangyu did not think that he could fight against the government. Then the only way was to find a way to transport the grain to Yinzhou. However, he had just asked Yang Quan. There was no waterway in Yinzhou, so it was impossible to transport by ship. The only way to transport was by land, by ox cart or carriage. The ox cart transportation capacity of the Tang dynasty was just like that. The carriage was faster, but the load capacity was not good. He patted his head gloomily, hoping to find a way to solve the current dilemma. Su Chongqing looked worried. Wangyu, don't think about it. You'd better ask Uncle Cheng for help. Li Wangyu thought for a long time and felt that there was no other way. He could only sigh and nod silently. He ordered Niu Wu to take the horse, and they rode to Chang'an to ask for help. Soon after they left Dingzhou village, a carriage came to them. Because the road was not wide, Li Wangyu and Niu Wu pulled the horse aside and waited for the carriage to pass first. The carriage squeaked past them, and the coachman nodded to them in a friendly way to show his gratitude. After the carriage passed, Niu Wu pulled the reins and was ready to drive the horse forward. However, he saw Li Wangyu sitting still on the horse, staring at the carriage that was gradually going away and thinking about something. Lang Jun, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Niu Wu urged. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. He just stood there in a daze. Just as Niu Wu was feeling puzzled, he saw Li Wangyu suddenly pull the reins. Niu Wu, let's go back. I have an idea. Haha, I am indeed a genius. Li Wangyu did not wait for Niu Wu. He whipped his horse and galloped toward the village. Niu Wu was baffled. He could only turn his horse around and follow. When the beautiful boss saw Li Wangyu return, she couldn't help but wonder. Wangyu, why did you come back? The old village chief and Yang Quan were still in the central room of the Li family. They were surprised to see him return so suddenly. Haha, Chongqing, I have an idea. Four-wheeled carriages. As long as we can build a four-wheeled carriage, 1,000 dan of grain won't be a problem. Li Wangyu jumped off his horse and shouted, "Four-wheeled carriage?" Su Chongqing didn't understand what he meant. The old village chief and Yang Quan were also confused by Li Wangyu's words. What is a four-wheeled carriage? Four-wheeled carriages were rarely seen in China since ancient times. However, in the Song dynasty, there were four-wheeled carriages along the river during the Qingming festival. However, that kind of four-wheeled carriage was different from the Western ones. Its four wheels were installed on a fixed frame so it couldn't be turned. The problem of turning was solved by the strength of the four oxen. That's right. This was the reason why Chinese carriages and oxen carriages had two wheels since ancient times. They didn't invent bogies. Since the Roman era, four-wheeled carriages with bogies appeared in the West. However, in the East there was a detour in this regard. When Li Wangyu saw the Tang dynasty carriage, he felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized that it was because the carriage and oxen carriage of the Tang dynasty only had two wheels. In terms of load, four-wheeled carriages were much heavier than two-wheeled carriages. Li Wangyu remembered that the Napoleon army in Europe relied on four-wheeled carriages to solve the problem of transporting military supplies. At that time, each carriage with 4 horses could carry up to 1.5 tons. It was equivalent to a four-wheeled carriage carrying 30 dan of grain. 1,000 dan of grain could be easily carried away by more than 30 four-wheeled carriages. Moreover, the speed of a four-wheeled carriage was much faster than an oxen carriage. An oxen carriage could only go 7 to 8 kilometers per hour, while a carriage could go up to 20 kilometers per hour. If the carriage traveled for 8 hours a day, it would be 160 kilometers. From Chang'an City to Yinzhou City, it would only take about 3 days. Ming House, when does the secretary and the army want us to set off? Li Wangyu asked. He needed time to gather people to test the carriage. 5 days later, we will set off from Chang'an City. Can the oxen used to transport grain be replaced by horses? I need more than 100 horses. Li Wangyu asked again. Yang Quan frowned. Of course you can. After all, oxen are more precious than horses. Could it be that you want to use carriages to transport grain? Horses are not as strong as oxen. That's right, Xiaolang. You can't joke about this. A carriage can only carry 5 to 6 don of grain, while an oxen carriage can carry 10 don. If we use carriages, the village will need to mobilize more people. This is absolutely not acceptable. The old villager hurriedly advised. Haha, don't worry. I can build a carriage that can carry 30 don of grain. I will go find Carpenter Lu now. Li Wangyu finished speaking, turned around and ran out. His words made Yang Zhua and the old village chief look at each other in dismay. Could it be that this Li family's young man had lost his mind? A carriage carrying 30 don of grain? How is this possible? Even an oxen carriage pulled by 4 oxen could not carry so much grain, let alone horses. Ming House, you see. The old villager looked at Yang Quan, hoping that he could persuade Li Wangyu. This matter was related to the survival of Dingzhou village. Li Jia Xiaolong's temper could not be allowed to act recklessly. However, the beautiful boss on the side understood Li Wangyu's words. Her eyes could not help but brighten. Although she did not know how much grain a 4-wheeled carriage could carry, she knew that 4-wheeled carriages would replace 2-horse carriages. Moreover, when she traveled abroad in the future, she also rode a 4-wheeled carriage that pulled tourists for sightseeing. 2 strong horses could carry more than a dozen tourists around. It was much more powerful than the oxen carriages of the Tang dynasty. Yang Quan and the old villager naturally did not know about this. After Li Wangyu ran out, the two of them were restless. They did not know what Li Wangyu wanted to do. The old villager led the way, and the two of them walked to Carpenter Lu's house. They wanted to see what Li Wangyu's 4-wheeled carriage was with their own eyes. In Carpenter Lu's house, Li Wangyu was holding a charcoal pencil and was busy writing and drawing on a piece of paper. As he wrote, he was talking to Carpenter Lu. Carpenter Lu's 3 sons were watching by the side. Yang Quan and the old villager did not know what was going on, so they could only stand aside and watch. After a long time, Li Wangyu finally put down the charcoal pencil. Carpenter Lu and his 3 sons listened with excitement. Xiaolang, you are really a literary star that came down from the heavens. You even know about this magical item. I will try it with my sons immediately. If we succeed, Xiaolang, you will have made a great contribution to the people. Carpenter Lu sighed. Chapter 116. In fact, the 4-wheeled carriage was not complicated. The key was the steering mechanism. The steering mechanism was not difficult either. It was just a thin layer of paper. Once it was exposed, it would no longer be mysterious. The front axle of the 4-wheeled carriage was connected to the chassis through a rotating pivot. This way the front wheels could turn. The front wheels of the carriage were smaller than the rear wheels. The front wheels were responsible for steering, while the rear wheels carried the weight. Since it was a 4-wheeled carriage, the load capacity of the carriage would be higher than that of 2 wheels. This was without a doubt. As for the shock absorbers and springs of the carriages of the future, Li Wangyu did not have any extravagant hopes. After all, it was a carriage used to transport goods. There was no need to consider comfort. It was not strange that he knew the structure of this carriage. When he was young, the village had a cooperative carriage to transport goods. The few naughty children loved to ride in the carriage. That carriage had broken down several times. Every time it was repaired, Li Wangyu would look at it from the side. After a while, he figured out what was going on with this carriage. Carpenter Lu and his 3 sons' craftsmanship was really good. In addition, the family just happened to help people build ox carriages. The wheels and other things were ready-made. He took his 3 sons and used 2 hours to process a set of steering mechanism for the carriage. He found the chassis of the ox carriage and installed it. Not long after, the first 4-wheeled carriage of the Tang dynasty was built. Because it was temporarily modified from the chassis and wheels of the ox carriage, it looked a little strange. The old villager walked around the 4-wheeled carriage a few times. He had a look of disbelief. Xiaolang, is this what you said? A carriage that can pull 30 pickles? Don't joke around. This is impossible. Li Wangyu laughed. Try it and you will know. Everyone pushed this extremely simple 4-wheeled carriage back to Li Wangyu's house. It attracted a lot of attention from the villagers. What kind of carriage is this? It looks strange. Why does it have 4 wheels? How can these 4 wheels be used? Maybe it's Li Jia Xiaolong's new toy. We'll know when we see it. The 4-wheeled carriage was pushed to the entrance of Li Wangyou's residence. Li Wangyu didn't have time to feel sorry for his 2 horses. He even brought the 2 horses that Yang Quan and his entourage rode over, and had Carpenter Lu harness them. Following which, he called for the Ox brothers to help move the grain. There were more than 300 dan of grain stored at home, and he asked them to move 30 dan of grain out for the experiment. These grains were all packed in gunny sacks, and each sack was worth 1 stone. The villagers who were watching the excitement also came over to help. Soon, a total of 30 dan of grain was piled on top of the carriage, forming a small mountain. This made the villagers who were watching the show burst into discussions. What is Li Jia Xiaolang trying to do? You're not thinking of using these 4 horses to pull the carriage, are you? Impossible, that's 30 dan of grain. Even 4 oxen wouldn't be able to move it. Isn't it? Who has ever seen so many things made of horse? What's more, this carriage looks strange. It has 4 wheels. TSK, it's really strange. I bet that the horses won't be able to move it. It's more likely that the gods will appear. Yang Quan and the old villager also didn't believe it. Even though they had seen Li Wangyou's drawing of the carriage and saw Carpenter Lu and his son build the carriage with their own eyes, they still didn't think that 4 horses could move so much grain. Li Wangyou pulled Niu Wu. Erlang, do you know how to drive a carriage? Yes. Then you sit on it and try to drive the carriage. Li Wangyou pushed Niu Wu onto the carriage. Niu Wu's face was strange. Langjun, are we really going? I'm afraid that these 4 horses will be tired to death. I can't bear to do that. The old housekeeper Li Heng's face was full of heartache. The 2 horses at home were his treasures. How could he bear to let them pull the carriage, let alone the 30 dan of grain? Li Heng looked at Li Wangyou with pleading eyes. Li Wangyou pretended not to see it and just urged Niu Wu to sit on the carriage. Niu Wu had no choice but to climb onto the carriage. The 4-wheeled carriage that had been hastily made was basically a chassis with 4 wheels and nothing else. He could only sit on the sack of grain and hold the reins with both hands. He turned his head and looked at Li Wangyou. Langjun, I'm really going to drive it? Yes, hurry up. Why are you dilly-dallying? Li Wangyou urged again. Niu Wu had no choice but to shake the reins and make a jia sound to urge the horses to move. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the 4 horses lowered their necks and exerted force with their 4 legs. Miraculously, the carriage began to move slowly. It moved. It moved. This carriage actually moved. My God! 4 horses can actually carry 30 dan of grain? My child's mother, am I not awake? Li Jia Xiaolang, I'm afraid he's really an immortal, right? Did he cast an immortal spell on the carriage? Hurry up, this carriage is really moving. Niu Wu drove the carriage full of grain and actually started to jog on the village road. The surrounding villagers all followed, wanting to see why this carriage was so miraculous. Langjun, how does this carriage make a turn? Niu Wu suddenly shouted from the carriage. It's the same as an ordinary carriage. There's no difference. Niu Wu drove the carriage around the village and then turned under the elm tree at the entrance of the village and ran back. Langjun, this carriage is too miraculous. Can really move 30 dan of grain. Moreover, it's no different from an ordinary 2-wheeled carriage. Oh no, it should be easier to drive. Just now, it made a turn even easier than a 2-wheeled carriage. Niu Wu stopped the carriage and excitedly jumped down from the carriage and shouted loudly. Yang Quan and the old villager were stunned by this scene. Minghouse, does this spring corvée work have to be completed for 20 days? If we complete this task of transporting grain in advance, what will happen? Li Wangyou saw that the 4-wheeled carriage was successful and suddenly thought of something. He quickly pulled Yang Quan and asked. Of course not. Your corvée work this time is to transport grain. When the grain is transported, the corvée work will be completed. Yang Quan casually replied, his eyes never leaving the 4-wheeled carriage. The next moment, Yang Quan excitedly grabbed Li Wangyou's arm and said, Zio, you can actually make such a magical weapon? If all the carriages in the Tang dynasty were like this, do you know how useful it would be? Quickly give the carriage blueprint to me. I want to submit it to the imperial court. Li Wangyou helplessly rolled his eyes. If *ck you want to take away all the good things I have. Do you have any shame? Why are all the officials of the Tang dynasty like this? Ming House, I can't give you the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage. Why is that? Yang Quan was puzzled. Li Wangyu smiled and said, wait until we finish this spring corvée work. Yang Quan was stunned. Thinking of his question just now, he suddenly understood. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said with a smile, Zhou, okay, I understand. Then I will wait for a few more days. Li Wangyu's words made Yang Quan immediately understand what he wanted to do. However, he was not prepared to oppose. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Since Li clan used such a shameless method first, then Li Wangyu should fight back a little. Chapter 117. After confirming that the four-wheeled carriage was indeed feasible, the old village was so excited that he almost knelt down in front of Li Wangyu. He originally thought that they would not be able to escape this calamity, and that all of the strong laborers in the village would be sent to carry out the task of transporting grain in the spring. However, he did not expect that Li Wangyu would be able to create a magical weapon like the four-wheeled carriage. The poisonous trap that the Li clan of Hu County had set for Dingzhou village was actually so easily resolved by Li Wangyu. This was the idea that Su Jingzong had given to the Li clan. Ever since Li Zhou passed away, the Li clan of Hu County only had a few 7th rank and 8th rank officials left in the court. The one with the highest rank was the member of the clan who was in charge of the army in Chang'an County. Su Jingzong was naturally very clear about the situation of the Li clan of Hu County. After all, he was the vice minister of the imperial clan and was responsible for managing these relatives of the imperial clan. As a result, Su Jingzong gave the Li clan leader such a desperate plan. Right now was the time for spring. He had the Li clan secretary of the Li clan conscript corvée labor in Dingzhou village and pushed the task of transporting grain to Dingzhou village. Even if Dingzhou village wanted to report this matter, they could not say a single word. Transporting 1,000 dan of grain and a distance of 800 li was completely in line with the regulations of corvée labor in the spring. However, due to the busy farming season, the county yamen would not do this under normal circumstances as it would delay the farming season. If the corvée labor of a village was conscripted once a year, if it was a task of transporting grain, 200 dan or 1,000 dan were all in line with the regulations. However, if the Dingzhou village's corvée wanted to complete the task of transporting grain, they would have to use all of the strong laborers in the village. If the Li clan thought of a way to do something else, such as changing the ones pulling the carriage to old cows or sick cows, then the Dingzhou village's corvée labor would be even more difficult. At that time, even if the entire village was mobilized, they might not be able to transport 1,000 dan of grain to Yinzhou in 20 days. If they couldn't complete the task within 20 days, they would be sent to jail by the county magistrate and would be punished with a paddle. This group of villagers, including Li Wangyu, who had offended the Li clan of Hu County, would not be able to escape. Even if they did not die, they would be skinned alive. At this time, the old villager didn't have time to say more. There were only 5 days left before they set off. Now they must hurry up and start making the four-wheeled carriage. He loudly informed the villagers of the spring transfer of corvée labor, which immediately caused an uproar in the village. What? Muramesa, are you sure? Asking us to transport 1,000 dan of grain per village, are you trying to force us to our deaths? Dog officials of Chang'an County. They will die a horrible death. Someone ignored Yang Quan's presence and directly scolded the 2 words dog official, which made Yang Quan speechless and could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Old village chief, this is the spring plowing season. How can we transfer so many strong laborers? If the spring plowing is delayed, it will all be over. Chang'an County cannot be so unreasonable. Yang Mingfu, you have to make a decision for us. Isn't this spring transfer going to force more than 100 families of Dingzhou village to their deaths? There were even villagers who immediately knelt down to plead for Yang Quan. The village was in a mess. The old villager quickly jumped onto the four-wheeled carriage piled with grain and shouted with all his strength, "Quiet, quiet, listen to me." With great difficulty, the villagers finally quieted down. The old villager pointed at the carriage under him and shouted, "You cowards, what are you making a fuss about? Do you see what this is? With this four-wheeled carriage made by Li Jiaxiaolang, Are you afraid that we won't be able to complete the task? Let me tell you, the grain transport this time is very easy. It will take less than 10 days to go back and forth. Not only will it not delay the harvest, but it will also give us a lot of time." With his shout, the villagers of Dingzhou village abruptly reacted. Wasn't it true? Everyone had seen the four-wheeled carriage just now. 4 horses were pulling 30 dan of grain along the way. A quick-witted villager immediately calculated. 1 carriage is 30 dan of grain. 1,000 dan of grain is only 30 carriages. 1 carriage can carry 2 people. Then our village only needs to send 60 or 70 people. Is that right, villager? Yes, that's right. The villagers of Dingzhou village became noisy again. Just now they were all ashen-faced, but now they were all smiling. The old villager shouted again. Quiet, the matter is not finished yet. This 4-wheeled carriage is good, but there is only 1. We will set off in 5 days. We have to make 30 carriages in these 5 days. All the strong laborers in the village, put down what you are doing and listen to Carpenter Lu's command to make the 4-wheeled carriage. Do you hear me? The villagers hurriedly nodded in agreement. This was related to their own interests, so naturally no one would refuse. All the villagers, young and old, were busy under the command of Carpenter Lu and his 3 sons. To make 30 4-wheeled carriages in 5 days, time was very tight. Fortunately, this was just a carriage for transporting grain. Other than the chassis, the carriage, and the steering mechanism, there was no need for anything else. The village immediately became lively. Some went to the mountains to cut wood, some went to transport wood, and some went to help Carpenter Lu's family pull the saw. Looking at the lively scene in Dingzhou village, Yang Quan stroked his beard. Ziyu, your ability is really amazing. I really don't know how many good things you have in your stomach. Li Wangyu smiled. Ming House is too kind. However, to change the oxen pulling the carriage to horses, I hope that Ming House can help. He was most afraid that after the carriage was made, Chang'an County would not be willing to pull the horses for him. That would be terrible. Ziyu, don't worry. Leave this to me. I promise to give you the horses in 5 days. Yang Quan assured him. Originally, Chang'an County needed to prepare more than 100 oxen carriages, and more than 200 oxen pulling the carriages. Now that it was changed to more than 100 horses, Yang Quan dared to guarantee that Chang'an County would not refuse. 5 days passed quickly. With the efforts of the villagers, more than 30 4-wheeled carriages were made. In order to save time, they did not even have time to plane the shafts of the carriages. They simply made them from logs cut down from the mountains. Even the bark was not removed. These 30 4-wheeled carriages looked shabby and rough. However, these carriages had all been tested. They were very sturdy. Each carriage could easily carry 30 dan of grain. There was no problem at all. Yang Quan did not go back on his words. Early in the morning, Chang'an County sent more than 100 horses to the village. All the 4-wheeled carriages were hitched to horses and ready to leave. Li Wangyu was also part of the ding who that was transferred to Spring. Of course he had to leave with them. Niu Yong stayed at home to look after the house. Niu Wu accompanied him to Yinzhou to transport grain. Under the instructions of his beautiful superior, Li Wangyu climbed into the carriage. The old villager also set off to transport grain. He shouted, "Let's go!" More than 30 4-wheeled carriages filed out of the village and headed towards Chang'an City. Chapter 118. The granary of Chang'an was built near the Eastway Bridge Pier in the north of the city. The huge Chang'an granary took up almost 1,000 acres of land and was very large in scale. After the grain was transported from the Wei River to Chang'an, it was transported to the nearby Chang'an granary. The grain stored here not only had to supply the millions of people in Chang'an, but it also had to be transported to the entire Guanyi circuit and Longyu. In the entire history of Wuxia, transporting grain was the most troublesome problem. Due to the limitations of transportation, when transporting 100 dan of grain, people and horses would eat on the way. In the end, only 70 to 80% of the grain would be transported to the destination. Furthermore, the further the distance, the greater the consumption. For example, transporting grain from Chang'an to Yinzhou was a journey of 800 miles. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 10 days. 1,000 dan of grain required more than 100 laborers. In 10 days, these people would eat 50 dan of grain. Adding on the consumption of the cows, it would only be more than that. After transporting the grain to Yinzhou, about 20% of the grain would be consumed. This was considered a short-distance transport. If they wanted to transport grain from Chang'an to Longyu or even further, the journey would take 1 to 2 months. The consumption would be even more terrifying. This time, Dingzhou village was recruiting laborers to transport grain to Yinzhou. As long as they could pay 800 don of grain at the granary in Yinzhou, they would have completed the task. The extra 100 don of grain would be their rations for the return journey. More than 30 four-wheeled carriages formed a long line and arrived at the Chang'an granary on Eastway Bridge under the surprised gazes of the pedestrians. The old villager took out a receipt from Chang'an and handed it to the granary's Su Li. After confirming that they were the laborers, he began to arrange for them to release the grain. The receipt had to be stamped by the granary. After the grain was delivered to Yinzhou, the granary also had to be stamped to confirm the receipt of the grain. Finally, they would take the receipt to Chang'an to prove that they had completed this year's labor task. When the granary Su Li saw that Li Wangyu only brought 30-odd four-wheeled carriages, he was puzzled. "Villager Qian, you are transporting 1,000 don of grain this time. Why did you only bring these carriages? And they are all carriages? Didn't the county prepare ox carts for you?" The old villager's face was full of smiles. It doesn't matter. Our carriage is big enough." Su Li had a strange expression on his face, but this matter was not under his control. He only needed to provide enough food according to the voucher. As for how Dingzhou village would be transported away, it had nothing to do with him. After checking that there were no mistakes in the receipt, the stitches, the secret plan, and the stamp were all correct, Su Li called the laborers in Chang'an's warehouse to begin moving the grain and loading it onto the cart. Everyone in the Chang'an warehouse was taken aback. Each of these carriages was loaded with 30 don of grain, and the carriages were piled up to the brim. With so much food, won't the horses tire to death? This horse belongs to the county. If it dies, you will have to pay for it. Su Li kindly reminded. He had been working in this Chang'an warehouse for many years, but he had never seen a cart that could carry so much grain at one time. Even an ox cart could only transport 10 don of grain at most. 30 don of grain for a cart, this was simply crazy. The old villager just smiled and didn't answer. After more than 30 four-wheeled carriages were completely loaded, he checked around to make sure that the grain was securely tied. He stepped onto the carriage and waved his hand in high spirits. "Let's go." Su Li and the laborers in Chang'an's warehouse all craned their necks, ready to see a joke. Such a heavy carriage, even if the horses were tired to death, they wouldn't be able to move it. Not to mention 4 horses, even 4 oxen wouldn't be able to move it. But when the 30 or so four-wheeled carriages all began to slowly move out of the Chang'an granary, the eyes of Su Li and the laborers of the Chang'an granary almost fell out of their sockets. These carriages were really pulling 30 dan of grain. The four-wheeled carriages drove on the courier road and headed north in the direction of Yinzhou. This was the first time Li Wangyu had traveled so far in the Tang dynasty. Even the previous owner of this body had never left Wuxia and Chang'an, let alone him, a modern person from more than 1,000 years ago. Niu Wu drove the carriage in the middle of the convoy, while Li Wangyu sat on the side, looking around curiously. More than 1,000 years ago in the Tang dynasty, the northern Shaanxi plain was not like the high yellow slopes of modern times. The vegetation and natural environment were preserved quite well. Li Wangyu soon found that after the simplified four-wheeled carriages drove on the courier road, the road was not as bumpy as before. This batch of four-wheeled carriages did not have any shock absorbers at all. In order to not hurt his butt, Li Wangyu specially brought a bear skin from home to cushion his butt. The bear skin was the black bear that scratched Niu Yong in Taibai Mountain. After the black bear was killed by Niu Wu, its tendons were pulled out and its skin skinned. After Li Wangyu saved Niu Yong, the two brothers tanned the bear skin and gave it to their Lang Jun. However, even with the thick bear skin as a cushion, Li Wangyu's four-wheeled carriage, which was nearly 100 miles from Dingzhou village to Chang'an's warehouse, was jolted, dizzy and miserable. The roads of the Tang dynasty were not the cement and asphalt roads of modern times. One could imagine how bumpy those dirt roads were. Li Wangyu's face turned pale at the thought of running back and forth on such bumpy roads for 5 or 6 days. "Li clan of Wuxian, I'm not done with you. Because of the Li clan, Li Wangyu had to run thousands of miles and suffer this punishment. Unexpectedly, after the four-wheeled carriage was loaded with grain in Chang'an's warehouse, it was much more stable. Carefully looking at the courier road in front of him, Li Wangyu could not help but feel happy. The quality of the courier roads of the Tang dynasty was very guaranteed. With Chang'an as the center, the Tang dynasty built an extremely dense road network. The county annals of Yuanhe County, written by the Tang dynasty's Li Jifu, clearly recorded in detail the so-called 8 destinations of the various states of the Tang dynasty, which were the road conditions and mileage that extended in all directions with the place as the center. These courier roads were generally paved with bluestone or cobblestone, and the roads were very smooth. The main purpose was to transport grain, march and deliver documents. It was a bit similar to the national roads of modern times. Ever since Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, the roads and documents were the same. After that, the wheelbases of the carriages and ox carts were the same specifications and the same width. In this way, after the wheels repeatedly rolled over, the courier road would form 2 hard lanes with the same width as the wheels, a bit like the railway tracks of modern times. The four-wheeled carriage's wheels could significantly reduce the consumption of horsepower and axle wear and tear. It was like a modern car driving on an asphalt road, relaxed and comfortable. The convoy of more than 30 four-wheeled carriages from Dingzhou village ran quite smoothly on the courier road. In less than 2 hours they had run more than 50 miles, which was far faster than they had expected. When the convoy stopped to feed the horses and rest the horses, the old villager had a bright smile on his face. Xiao Lang, at this speed, we can report to Yin province in 2 days at most. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered something. He pulled the old villager and asked, "Old villager, if we can reach Yin province in 2 days, then we won't consume much grain on the road. We only need to hand over 800 don of grain to Yin province, so the rest will belong to us, right?" Chapter 119. Li Wangyu's words surprised the old villager. He had never considered this kind of thing before. It turned out that when serving as corvée laborers, what everyone was most afraid of was the task of transporting grain. Not to mention the 20 days of traveling back and forth, the grain might not even be enough to eat. If there was a rainstorm on the road and they couldn't arrive on time, the people and horses would chew. In the end, they would have to pay for the extra grain from their own pockets. With the speed of the four-wheeled carriage and the small number of people, the 200 dan of grain would only be eaten on the road. The old villager wasn't sure how to deal with the remaining 100 dan of grain. "The extra grain should belong to us, right?" The old villager replied. After all, they only needed to pay 800 dan of grain when they reached Yin province. The government didn't care about the remaining grain. "That's good. When we reach Yin province, we can sell the extra grain for money to subsidize everyone's hard work," Li Wangyu said with a smile. When the Dingzhou villagers heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Li Jia Xiaolong's words were reasonable. The 100 dan of grain was worth a lot of money. If they sold it in Yin province, then each of the 70 people would be able to get a few strings of copper coins. "Li Wang, you didn't think about transporting the 100 dan of grain back to the village. After all, they were about to face the locust plague. No matter how good the copper coins were, it was not as good as the grain. However, the 100 dan of grain was the official grain for the corvée laborers. If they directly transported it back to the village, they were afraid that it would be troublesome, so they dropped the idea." Everyone looked at the old villager with eager eyes. After all, this matter still needed the old villager's approval. The old villager thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. The enthusiasm of these people was even higher. When they thought about how they could earn a few strings of copper coins, everyone felt as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky. However, Li Wangyu spoke again. "Everyone, although we are the only ones conscripting corvée laborers this time, everyone in the village, old and young, has contributed. The money from selling the grain should be distributed to each household. I suggest that the money from the sale of grain be taken by each household, and the rest be divided equally among the families in the village. Is that okay?" "That's only natural. Without the help of the various families in the village, it would have been impossible to build these 30-odd carriages. I support Xiao Lang's opinion." "I agree. Let's do as Xiao Lang says. It's fair and reasonable. We have no objections." The old villager nodded in agreement. and the matter was settled. After resting for an hour, everyone got on the carriage again and headed towards the Yin province. Before sunset, Dingzhou village's grain transport team had already traveled 300 li in one breath, nearly half of the journey. The old villager pointed at the relay station in front of them and said, "Tonight, we will stay in that relay station. Let's drive the carriage over." Everyone agreed and drove the convoy to the relay station not far away. The relay station they were planning to stay at was a third-class relay station. Just as the caravan arrived at the entrance of the relay station, a courier ran out. "What do you do?" "We came from Chang'an City to transport grain to the Yin province. This is our certificate." The old villager quickly jumped off the carriage and handed the certificate to the courier. When transporting grain, one had to stay overnight at the relay station to ensure the safety of the grain. After the courier checked the certificate, he let them into the relay station. The relay stations of the Tang dynasty were divided into 6 classes. The first class had 20 courier, the second class had 15 courier, the third class had fewer courier, and the sixth class had 2 to 3 courier. The relay station also had farmland. According to the Sufu Yuangue, the upper-class relay station of the Tang dynasty had 2,400 mu of farmland, and the lower-class relay station had 720 mu of farmland. These fields were used to grow alfalfa to solve the problem of feed for the cattle and horses. The other harvests were also used for the daily expenses of the relay station. The relay station occupied a large area, about a few dozen mu. The 20-odd rooms were used for the accommodation of the officials. Just the barn alone could easily accommodate a few hundred cattle and horses. After Li Wangyo's caravan drove into the relay station, the courier pointed out an area for them to park, and everyone started to get busy. They unloaded all the horses from the carriages and led them to the barn to feed them. The other thing was to start a fire and cook to solve their food problem. The relay station would provide horse feed for free, but people like them had to prepare their own food. The relay station would not provide that. The relay station would not even provide a room for them to stay, so they could only sleep in the courtyard of the relay station. It would be fine if it didn't rain, but if it did, they could only squeeze into the barn and make do for the night. Luckily, the weather was clear today, so there was no need to worry about rain. Everyone took the blankets they brought from the carriages and laid them out in the courtyard. They lit a fire to warm themselves up and prepared to sleep. After rushing around for a day, even if it was just a carriage, everyone was exhausted. Just as they were about to sleep, they heard someone calling outside the relay station. The courier mumbled to himself as he went to open the door. It was a man with a face full of vicissitudes. He was dressed like a scholar, but his clothes were shabby. He led an old donkey to the relay station. "Do you have any proof?" the courier asked. This proof naturally referred to the proof that one could stay in the relay station. The Tang dynasty had 4 kinds of proof. The first was a silver medal, which was issued by the province and written with the words Imperial Horse Silver Medal. The second was a horn talisman, the third was a voucher, and the fourth was a transmission talisman. The last 2 were paper certificates, and the one in the old village chief's hand was a voucher. Only with these certificates could one pass through the relay stations and passes of the country without any obstruction. The man took out a transmission talisman and handed it over. The transmission talisman was a talisman to pass through. The postman inspected him for a bit before letting him in. However, he did not have a pleasant expression on his face. "Bring the donkey to the barn yourself. Then, like them, find a place to sleep." He pointed at Li Wangyo's caravan and said. Obviously, he meant to let the man sleep in the open air. Niu Wu laughed mockingly. It seems that he is also a scholar in dire straits. He has no official position, and the relay station does not provide food and lodging. Li Wangyu nodded. The relay station of the Tang dynasty only provided food and lodging for civil servants, although one could enter the relay station to rest with a certificate. This young scholar was obviously not an official, which was why the courier had such an attitude. After the man thanked the courier, he led the old donkey to the barn and leaned against the pillar next to the barn, planning to sleep with his clothes on. Li Wangyu saw that he did not have any luggage, let alone any bedding. It was early spring in March and the weather was still relatively cold. If he spent the night like this, he might suffer. His heart softened and he called out, "This gentleman, come and sleep with us." Li Wangyu signaled Niu Wu to help the young scholar get another bedding. When they went out, the beautiful boss was afraid that Li Wangyu would not be able to sleep well, so she asked Perrin to prepare another bedding for Li Wangyu. The scholar was very surprised and a little embarrassed. After dawdling for a long time, he walked over and cupped his hands to Li Wangyu. "I am Ma Zhou from Chiping, Qinghe. My courtesy name is Bin Wang. How should I address Xiao Lang?" "Ma Zhou?" Li Wangyu felt that this name was very familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly raised his head and said in surprise, "You are Ma Zhou?" Chapter 120. Li Wangyu's exclamation surprised Ma Zhou. He was puzzled. "Xiao Lang knows me? How should I address you, Xiao Lang?" Li Wangyu was speechless. "Of course I know you, but I only know you from the history books of the future. It was such a coincidence that I could meet Ma Zhou at this relay station." This famous person of the Tang dynasty had met another living person today. Ma Zhou was a legendary figure of the Tang dynasty. He was an orphan when he was young and came from a poor family. However, Ma Zhou was a genius. After he was successful in his studies, he became a teaching assistant in Bo Prefecture. However, because of his poverty, he became unruly and drank all day. In the end, he resigned and ran to Chang'an to stay in the house of Chang'an. In the 5th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi ordered hundreds of officials to write a memorial to discuss the gains and losses of the imperial court. Ma Zhou was recognized by the Pai Lupi and entered the imperial court as an official. Later, Ma Zhou rose through the ranks and finally sat in the position of the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. One had to admit that he was a great figure. Li Wangyu did not know how to answer Ma Zhou's question. He quickly changed the topic. "Brother Bin Wang, you haven't eaten dinner yet, right? Niu Wu, bring our dry rations over and let Brother Bin Wang fill his stomach." Niu Wu agreed and went to fetch the dry rations. He also helped Ma Zhou get a bowl of water for dinner. Ma Zhou smiled embarrassedly. He was about to decline when he heard his stomach growling. This made him even more embarrassed. Li Wangyu smiled and stuffed the dry rations into his hands. He sat beside him and started chatting. "Brother Bin Wang, I am Li Wangyu from Hu County. My courtesy name is Zio. This time, I am transferring the official rations to Yinzhou." Li Wangyu introduced himself first. "Brother Zio, thank you." Ma Zhou also bowed again. "Brother Bin Wang, where are you going?" Li Wangyu calculated the time. At this time, Ma Zhou should still be staying at Lieutenant General Chang He's house. Why did he come to this relay station? Ma Zhou smiled. "I went to Yinzhou to visit a friend. I was in a hurry and almost missed the relay station." Yinzhou was the Yan'an of the future. On the way from Chang'an to Yinzhou, they were heading in the same direction as Li Wangyu and the others. Li Wangyu looked at the old donkey tied to Ma Zhou's barn and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Bin Wang, this old donkey of yours isn't even as fast as a person walking. There are still over 200 li to Yinzhou. How much time would it take for you to ride it?" When Ma Zhou heard this, his face turned red. Ever since he resigned from his teaching assistant position in Bozhou, he had been living in Chang'an's house. Although he didn't have to worry about food and clothing, he was still living under someone else's roof. As a hanger-on, he didn't have much money. This old donkey was even borrowed by him. Although it was slow, it was still better than walking by himself. "I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Zio." Ma Zhou smiled. Li Wangyu looked at the downtrodden Ma Zhou in front of him and started to make some calculations in his heart. His luck was so good to be able to meet Ma Zhou at this time. Naturally, he had to build a good relationship with him. If he could make friends with the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, why not? Li Wangyu even pondered in his heart. Looking at Ma Zhou's current state, it was obvious that he wasn't in an important position in Chang'an's residence. Was it possible for him to kidnap him to Dingzhou village first? After the locust plague, he and Su Chongqing had planned many properties in their minds. However, there were only so many people in his house. He didn't have enough manpower. Whether it was the two brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu, or the old housekeeper Li Heng and Perrin, none of them were talents who could hold their own. As for the 4 maidservants sent by the enemy, there was no need to mention them. If he could kidnap Ma Zhou, the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, to his place, that would be wonderful. Whether it was the Tang dynasty or the 21st century, what was the most precious thing? Talent. Ma Zhou was such a talent. The more he thought about it, the more Li Wangyu felt that it was feasible. However, Li Wangyu didn't feel that he was exuding the aura of a king that could make Ma Zhou bow down to him. Even the Niu brothers only wanted to repay him because he saved Niu Yang's life. Li Wangyu revealed 8 white teeth and a bright smile appeared on his face. Brother Bin Wang, since you and I are fated to meet, why don't we leave this old donkey at the relay station and you can take our carriage and leave? Our carriage is fast. We can send you to Yenzhou tomorrow. Ma Zhou was a little hesitant. His old donkey was very slow. From Chang'an to this relay station, it had been a journey of about 300 miles. However, he had already spent 3 to 4 days eating and sleeping in the open. If he could really hitch a ride, Ma Zhou would naturally be happy. However, he and Li Wangyu had never met before. At this moment they were just strangers who had met by chance. How could he be so shameless as to hitch a ride? Brother Bin Wang, along the way, I can also ask you for advice on poems and songs. Please don't decline. Li Wangyu added fuel to the fire. These words surprised Ma Zhou. He thought that Xiao Lang was just an ordinary farmer. How could he know poetry? Li Wangyu of Hu County? Only then did Ma Zhou realize that this name was very familiar. After thinking carefully, he suddenly stood up and bowed. May I ask if you are the Li Zio who wrote on Yang Quan and Journey to the Gallant? Li Wangyu's plagiarized poems had already spread throughout Chang'an. There wasn't a single Confucian scholar who didn't know how to recite them. Ma Zhou liked them even more. He copied these poems down and recited them all day long. He always regretted that he didn't have the opportunity to meet Li Zio. He often sighed at how talented he was to be able to write such famous works. When he heard Li Wangyu's self-introduction, he didn't realize that this young farmer who was conscripted to serve the corvée was the author of these poems. Li Wangyu also stood up and bowed. This is my humble work. I hope Brother Bin Wang can give me some pointers. After confirming that the young man in front of him was really the Li Zio that he had been thinking about day and night, Ma Zhou was somewhat at a loss. He never thought that the person who could write such famous poems would be such a young man. I don't dare. Zio's poems are majestic and exquisite. I should be the one asking Zio for advice. Li Wangyu laughed in his heart and prepared to use his deception. If he didn't trick Ma Zhou into going to Dingzhou village, it wouldn't be considered a success. Last time he failed to trick the medicine king's son Simiao. No matter what, he couldn't let Ma Zhou go. Li Wangyu pulled Ma Zhou and didn't care about sleeping. The two sat by the bonfire and began to talk. As a modern transmigrator, although Li Wangyu was just an ordinary university student, after experiencing the explosion of information in the future, the amount of knowledge in his mind could be said to be astronomical and geographical in the Tang dynasty. After a long conversation with Ma Zhou, Li Wangyu fully displayed the eloquence that he had honed in his university dormitory. His eloquence flowed like a torrential river. He had successfully hoodwinked Ma Zhou with his lies. Ma Zhou thought of Li Wangyu as a celestial being. Zio, you have such great talent. Why don't you become an official? Haha. I only want to give my love to mountains and rivers. I have no interest in officialdom. But Brother Bin Wang, I see that you have the talent to be a minister. In the future, you will definitely be able to become a minister. Zio has overpraised me. But what do you mean by becoming a minister? Ma Zhou didn't understand and asked. Li Wangyu was at a loss for words. He forgot that there were only great scholars in the Ming dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, there was no such thing as becoming a minister. The next morning, Ma Zhou didn't hesitate to leave the old donkey at the relay station. He nimbly climbed into Li Wangyu's carriage, afraid that he would miss the opportunity to talk to Li Wangyu. The four-wheeled carriages filed out of the relay station and sped towards Yenzhou. Chapter 121. While Li Wangyu was fooling Ma Zhou, an unexpected visitor came to the Li family of Dingzhou village. The medicine king, Sun Simiao, actually came back to pay a visit. He even brought a middle-aged Taoist with him. After being informed by the old housekeeper Li Heng, the beautiful boss came out to greet Sun Simiao as the lady of the house. She warmly welcomed Sun Simiao into the central room in the front yard and served him tea. After living in the Tang dynasty for more than half a month, Su Chongqing had slowly gotten used to the way the Tang spoke. Old immortal son, what brings you here today? Sun Simiao smiled and said, I'm very interested in the penicillin that the Li family kid talked about. I went to deal with some secular affairs a few days ago and collected some copper coins. I want to build a Taoist temple in Dingzhou village to study penicillin. I wonder if you'll welcome me?" His words surprised and delighted the beautiful boss. The king of medicine was willing to build a Taoist temple in Dingzhou village? That would be a great thing. "Old immortal son, you're willing to build a Taoist temple in our Dingzhou village? That's great. Have you decided where to build it?" Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Not yet. I plan to go to the county government of Wuxia and ask them to allocate a piece of land for me to build a Taoist temple." At this time Sun Simiao was quite famous. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he invited Sun Simiao to the court and wanted him to stay in Chang'an. However, Sun Simiao refused. The old Taoist was dedicated to Taoism and walked the path of medicine to become an immortal. He was not willing to stay in Chang'an and to treat the rich and powerful. For this reason, Pai Lupi felt very regretful and compared Sun Simiao to an immortal like Guangchengzi. Therefore, if Sun Simiao went to the county to ask Yang Quan for a piece of land to build a Taoist temple, Yang Quan would naturally agree. The beautiful boss blinked her beautiful eyes and immediately said, "Old immortal, my family owns a hillside facing the sun outside the village. I don't know if it's suitable. If it's possible, old immortal, you don't have to go to the county. You can just build a Taoist temple on my land. That hillside is more than 1,000 mu. It's very spacious." Sun Simiao didn't expect that Li Wangyu actually owned a mountain slope. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "In that case, thank you for your kindness. Let's go take a look first. If it's suitable, I won't be polite." He then pointed at the middle-aged Taoist beside him and said, "This is my disciple Lu Shunwei. He is in charge of helping this poor Taoist to oversee the construction of the Taoist temple." Su Chongqing and Lu Shunwei greeted each other. His beautiful boss didn't know much about history, so she didn't have any impression of the name Lu Shunwei. If Li Wangyu was at home, he would tell her that this Lu Shunwei was Sun Simiao's eldest disciple. His skills were quite outstanding and he could be considered half a genius doctor. The reason why Su Chongqing suggested to let Sun Simiao build a Taoist temple was because of a flash of inspiration. Although Li Wangyu had bought the mountain slope, temporarily dispelling the idea of the Li clan of Hu County moving Li Zhou's tombs, Sun Simiao was still a hot potato. However, this mountain was still a hot potato in his hands. He couldn't throw it away, but he couldn't take it either. No matter what, the Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the imperial family. Li Wang, you couldn't really dig up the Li clan's tombs, and he couldn't stop the Li clan from sweeping the tombs every year. Who knew how much trouble they would cause for this mountain slope in the future? Since that was the case, he might as well let Sun Simiao build the Taoist temple. No matter how tyrannical the Li clan of Hu County was, they couldn't go against Taoism, right? It had to be known that in the Tang dynasty, Taoism was the state religion. Pai Lupi had always claimed that he was a descendant of Laozi Li heir. As long as Sun Simiao's Taoist temple was built, the Li clan of Hu County would no longer cause trouble for the ownership of the mountain slope. Although Li Wangyu had spent 1,000 strings of cash to buy the mountain slope, Su Chongqing didn't feel that there was anything to be reluctant about. Sun Simiao's Taoist temple was built on his land. What was there to worry about if they fell sick and couldn't find the king of medicine to treat them? This was killing two birds with one stone, so his beautiful boss would naturally do it. Sun Simiao took his disciple Lu Shanwei to see the mountain slope under the guidance of the old steward Li Heng. He was quite satisfied. With this matter settled, Sun Simiao returned to Mount Taibai to cultivate. He left the matter of building the Taoist temple to his disciple Lu Shanwei. He would only wait until the Taoist temple was completed before moving it down from the mountain. The reason Sun Simiao disappeared a while ago wasn't because he returned to Mount Taibai, but because he wandered around the Taoist sects to raise funds. This old Taoist had always been focused on medicine and didn't have any savings. If he wanted to do the modern medical research Li Wangyu tricked him into doing, he couldn't do it without money. Although Sun Simiao was 70 or 80 years old, this matter was very clear to him. Sun Simiao's seniority in the Taoist sects was very high. After all, there were only a few people of his age, so living a long life was also a capital. Since he personally went out, those Taoist sects naturally agreed. They all opened their pockets and offered money and manpower. In half a month's time, Sun Simiao had gathered enough money and returned to Dingzhou village to look for Li Wangyu and the others. As Sun Simiao, who wholeheartedly hoped to become an immortal through medicine, he would never give up penicillin, a medicine that could accumulate great merit. The Taoist temple that was going to be built in Dingzhou village was not so much a Taoist temple, but a medical research institute that Sun Simiao prepared for himself. The Taoist sects were very fast. After deciding to build the Taoist temple in Dingzhou village, the craftsmen of the natural law sect began to measure the land and plan the building of the Taoist temple. When Su Chongqing received the king of medicine Sun Simiao at home, Li Wangyu's four-wheeled carriage carrying grain team was already running on the post road. The speed of the four-wheeled carriage really surprised Ma Zhou. He carefully looked at the carriage that was filled with official grain and asked with uncertainty, "Zio, this carriage is filled with no less than 20 don of grain, right?" Before Li Wangyu could answer, Niuwu said proudly, 30 don each carriage is pulling so much. We are transporting a total of 1,000 don of official grain to Yinzhou. When Ma Zhou heard this, he was even more surprised. How is this possible? This carriage is running so fast. Could it be that the extra 2 wheels have such an effect? Who built this four-wheeled carriage? Why have I never seen it before? Niuwu laughed loudly. While driving the carriage, he pouted his lips at Li Wangyu. This was built by my Langjun, so naturally you have never seen it before. Not only that, my Langjun also built a water wheel that can carry water without manpower. It is even more magical. When Ma Zhou heard this, he became even more unsettled. He cupped his hands at Li Wangyu and said, Zio, is it convenient for me to go to Dingzhou village and see what the water wheel is? Li Wangyu was worried that he could not find a topic to trick Ma Zhou into going to Dingzhou village. When he heard what Ma Zhou said, how could he not agree? He immediately nodded and agreed. The two of them agreed that when the carriage returned from Yinzhou, they would pick up Ma Zhou and return to Dingzhou village together. The four-wheeled carriage ran very fast on the post road. In less than half a day, the city of Yinzhou was already in sight. Li Wangyu and Ma Zhou reluctantly bid farewell and agreed to meet again in 3 days. The grain team bypassed Yinzhou and continued to speed towards Yinzhou. Chapter 122. On the way, they rested for another night at the relay station. On the 3rd day after they set off, the grain transport team from Dingzhou village drove into Yinzhou. After checking the grain transport certificate for the soldiers guarding the city and asking for the location of the Yinzhou warehouse, the team drove straight to the warehouse to hand over the official grain. The old villager only brought 26 carriages to the warehouse to hand over the grain. Sure enough, the officials did not have any questions. After checking that the grain was in good condition, they signed and accepted it. They also signed and stamped the old villager's certificate. Thus, Dingzhou village's spring transfer this year was completed. They only spent 3 days out of the original 20 days of official work. Even with the return trip, it only took 6 or 7 days. More importantly, they also saved more than 100 dan of grain, which was not a small fortune. After the handover with the warehouse, the old villager and the others did not bother to find a place to rest and eat. They asked passers-by where the market was and hurried over. If the grain was not exchanged for copper coins, the old villager and the others would not feel at ease. What surprised Li Wangyu and the others was that the price of grain in Yinzhou was much higher than in Chang'an. However, this was normal. Chang'an gathered grain from all over the world, so it was not strange that the price of grain was lower than other places. The retail price of grain in Chang'an was 360 copper coins per bushel, while in Yinzhou it was 400 copper coins per bushel. They easily found a grain merchant to sell their 100 dan of grain. The merchant offered a purchase price of 350 copper coins per bushel. Niuwu muttered in a low voice about profiteers as he watched the bags of grain being carried down from the carriages and sent to the grain store. The old villager only kept the rations that everyone ate on the way back. The rest of the grain was exchanged for copper coins, a total of 420 strings of coins. Everyone who served the corvée was given 1 copper coin each. According to what Li Wangyu said before, the rest of the money could be given to each household when they returned to the village. This was not a small windfall, and everyone was grinning from ear to ear. It was the first time that they could earn money by serving the corvée. Knowing that Li Wangyu was the one who had brought all of this to everyone, Everyone looked at him with even more respect and gratitude. Ever since Li Wangyu moved back to his old house in Zhou village, he had unknowingly brought a lot of changes to the village. After the construction of the water wheel, the farmers no longer had to expend the effort of stepping on the dragon bone water wheel to fetch water. The Li family's oxen were also lent to the farmers for free for the spring plowing. Now Li Wangyu had built these four-wheeled carriages for everyone's benefit. One after another, Dingzhou village benefited immensely from his meritorious deeds. Li Wangyu's status in the hearts of the simple and honest villagers of Dingzhou village was even higher than that of the old village chief. Because it was getting late, they didn't plan to rush back today. The old villager led everyone to find a carriage shop to stay. 10 copper coins for a night at the carriage shop. If it was in the past, these farmers would definitely not be willing to do so. They would rather sleep in a carriage for the night than spend 10 copper coins for lodging. However, since they had the copper coins from selling grain in their pockets, they could afford to be extravagant for once. All of them moved into the large shared bunks within the carriage and horse shop. Li Wangyu pinched his nose as he walked into the room. He immediately came back out. The smell was simply too pungent. He felt that he would rather sleep outdoors. Although he wasn't as obsessed with cleanliness as his beautiful boss, he still couldn't stand the sour smell in the room. Niu Wu, however, understood him. He smiled and said, "Lang Jun, you should get another room. Our family doesn't lack that money. Why do you have to wrong yourself?" Li Wangyu readily accepted his advice and immediately turned to look for the shopkeeper of the carriage shop to get him a room to stay in. Regarding Li Jia Xiaolong's unsociability, the farmers of Dingzhou village, including the old village chief, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In their opinion, it was a sin to let Li Wangyu, the literary star, share a room with them. After staying in the carriage shop, Li Wangyu had nothing to do. So he took Niu Wu to the market in Yinzhou City for a stroll. It had been almost a month since he came to the Tang dynasty. Other than going to Chang'an City once, he hadn't seen what the other cities were like. Yinzhou City was also known as Yulin City in the future. As an important city in the northern part of the Guanyi circuit, Yinzhou was still very lively. The Turks, Xianchuo Khanate, Goguryeo, Baekje, Xinlua Lugue, and other countries all had to pass through Yinzhou on their way to Chang'an in the Tang dynasty. Therefore, although Yinzhou's trade couldn't be compared to Chang'an, it was still quite prosperous. Li Wangyu and Niu Wu walked around the market. From time to time, they would buy some snacks to eat as they walked. As they were strolling, they heard a merchant arguing with someone not far away. Li Wangyu curiously went over. It turned out that the merchant had a batch of goods to be shipped to Chang'an. He was discussing the transportation with the caravan in Yinzhou City. Li Wangyu saw the manager of the caravan shaking his head. He listened carefully and realized that the merchant's request was too tight. He wanted the goods to be shipped to Chang'an City's West Market within 5 days. The merchant caravan shopkeeper naturally wouldn't accept the offer of 5 days for a journey of more than 800 kilometers. He shook his head vigorously. "Li Wang," you suddenly asked the merchant. "May I ask, sir, how many goods do you have? I might be able to help." Perhaps the merchant was desperate and didn't care that Li Wangyu was young. He immediately replied, "I'm in the porcelain business. I need to ship a batch of porcelain to Chang'an City. There are about 800 to 900 dendrobium. Xiaolang, do you have any idea?" Dendrobium was a unit of weight in the Tang dynasty. 1 dendrobium was equal to 1 stone, which was about 50 kilograms. Hearing the merchant's words, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence! He actually encountered such a situation while strolling around. Before he could say anything, the shopkeeper of the caravan beside him said, "Shopkeeper Ma, you're being too impatient. How can this young man help you transport the goods to Chang'an within 5 days? He's not a god. I think you should send someone to Chang'an City first and apologize to the merchant. Then compensate him with some copper coins and ask him to wait a few more days. I can promise you that I'll deliver all the porcelain to you within 10 days. The porcelain merchant called Manager Ma looked depressed. Compensation is a small matter. But won't the Ma family's reputation be ruined? My Ma family's porcelain has never been so untrustworthy. The other merchants were discussing. Manager Ma is really unlucky. His porcelain kiln collapsed for no reason. All the porcelain that was about to be shipped out of the kiln was destroyed. Isn't that right? This is an unexpected disaster. Manager Ma has been in business for many years and has never missed a delivery time. The Ma family's porcelain is also one of the best in the Guanyi circuit. Their shop in Chang'an City's West City is an old shop. If the delivery time is missed, it'll be difficult for the merchant to make a fuss. If you ask me, I'll just have to pay more copper coins. Li Wangyu stood to the side and listened to the others with a smile. He roughly understood what was going on and said again, Manager Ma, if I can help you deliver the goods within 5 days, how much can you pay me? His words stunned the shopkeeper of the caravan and the surrounding merchants who were watching the commotion. This kid didn't know how to brag. Chapter 123. The shopkeeper of the caravan was unwilling to lose his business. He and shopkeeper Ma had been business partners for a long time. Usually, the Ma family's porcelain was shipped to Chang'an through them. This time, the shopkeeper of the caravan shook his head because of the incident at the Ma family's kiln. Of course, the porcelain could not be delivered in 5 days. That was why he tried to persuade shopkeeper Ma to delay the delivery time. Li Wangyu suddenly interfered. Shopkeeper Ma was unwilling to accept it, and did not believe that someone could deliver the goods in 5 days. Young man, what nonsense are you talking about? This is not 1 or 2 pieces of porcelain that can be delivered by horse carriage. 800 to 900 dendrites of porcelain can only be delivered by ox cart. How can it be delivered to Chang'an in 5 days? Not only did the shopkeeper of the caravan not believe it, but the surrounding merchants also did not believe it. They all began to blame Li Wangyu for boasting. Xiaolang, don't joke around. Shopkeeper Ma is so anxious. Why are you still making fun of him? How can you make such a promise? How can the reputation of the Ma family's porcelain be taken lightly? Delivering 700 to 800 dendrites of porcelain to Chang'an in 5 days? Only the gods can do that. Shopkeeper Ma, you should send someone to Chang'an to appease the barbarian merchant. A few days won't make a difference. Yes, don't be foolish and listen to this young man's boasting. It will be a big deal if your reputation is ruined. Hearing everyone's words, shopkeeper Ma didn't dare to believe Li Wangyu's words, but he still had a trace of hope in his heart, hoping that Li Wangyu's words were true. Mr. Xiaolang, do you really have a way to deliver the porcelain to Chang'an in 5 days? Shopkeeper Ma decided to ask clearly. Li Wangyu's words were his only hope. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. Of course, as long as the transportation is reasonable. Don't worry, shopkeeper Ma. I promise to deliver the porcelain to Chang'an in 5 days. Although he said it with certainty, shopkeeper Ma still hesitated. He could not believe Li Wangyu's words. The shopkeeper of the caravan was even more furious. Young man, how can you be so ungrateful? How dare you boast like that? That's right. You think you can deliver it within 5 days just because you said so? On what basis? This young man's accent clearly doesn't belong to the Yin province. Shopkeeper Ma, be careful not to be deceived. Li Wangyu smiled even more happily in the face of everyone's accusations. Who says I don't have proof? Wait a moment. He pulled Niuwu over and whispered a few words in his ear. Niuwu nodded and squeezed out of the crowd. Not long after, Niuwu returned. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Li Wangyu. This was the proof of Dingzhou village's transfer of grain this spring. Li Wangyu had specifically asked Niuwu to go back to the horse carriage shop and ask the old village about it. Shopkeeper Ma, I'm from Chang'anhu County. I'm here to deliver government grain to Yinzhou. Look at this voucher. It's written very clearly on it. When did we receive the grain from the Chang'an warehouse? When did we receive the grain from the Yinzhou warehouse? How much grain did we deliver? These are all very clear. You'll know if I can help you deliver the porcelain in 5 days. Li Wangyu unfolded the proof and let shopkeeper Ma look at it carefully. The surrounding merchants also gathered around and stretched their necks to look at the contents of the proof. When they saw it clearly, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It's written on the proof that they delivered 1,000 dan of grain from the Chang'an warehouse 3 days ago, and delivered it to the Yinzhou warehouse today. How is this possible? This proof can't be fake, right? No, the proof is real. There's an official stamp on it. It can't be fake. Only carriages can deliver 1,000 dan of grain from Chang'an to Yin province in 3 days, right? Did you use hundreds of carriages to travel day and night? According to this speed, this Xiao Langsan really isn't bluffing. Shopkeeper Ma was even more excited. He thought that his family's reputation would be tarnished this time, but he didn't expect a glimmer of hope to be waving at him. Xiao Langsan, is what you said true? Can you really help this old man deliver this batch of porcelain in 5 days? Of course. Shopkeeper Ma quickly grabbed his sleeve. Then let's go sign the contract now. I'll entrust you to deliver the porcelain. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry. He slowly put away the proof and put it in his pocket. Then he smiled brightly and asked, Shopkeeper Ma, how do you calculate the transportation cost? How about 300 strings of coins? When it came to money, Shopkeeper Ma, who was anxious just now, immediately returned to his shrewd businessman nature. The transportation cost of the ox cart in the Tang dynasty was also very expensive. It was 100 copper coins for every 100 miles it traveled with a load of 50 kilograms. However, this kind of large shipment would be much cheaper. Shopkeeper Ma's batch of porcelain usually cost 300 to 400 strings of coins to transport to Chang'an City. Of course, the Ma family's porcelain wasn't cheap like the ones Li Wangyu custom-made at the kiln in Wuxia. According to modern standards, those were high-end custom-made handicrafts, so the price was naturally quite expensive. The main reason why the Ma family didn't move their kiln to the vicinity of Chang'an City was that there was a kind of kiln in Yin province that was especially suitable for firing porcelain. The Ma family's porcelain was thin and light, and the quality was excellent. Therefore, the Ma family would rather spend a huge amount of money on transportation than move their kiln to the vicinity of Chang'an City. They only opened a shop in Chang'an City's West City to receive customers and sell the porcelain of the Ma family in Yin province. These porcelain were transported to the west through the Silk Road. Because of the long journey and the wear and tear, the price of the porcelain was almost the same as gold when it arrived in the west. It was a luxury exclusive to the upper class. Li Wangyu smiled even more happily at Shopkeeper Ma's offer. However, he shook his head like a rattled drum. Shopkeeper Ma, we're doing express delivery business. How can we charge the same as ordinary ox carts? Express delivery business? What the hell was that? Li Wangyu's words confused everyone. They had never heard of express delivery business. What did he mean? This express delivery business is to deliver goods as quickly as possible. The speed of delivery is different, so naturally the price will be different, Li Wangyu explained. Everyone understood what he meant. It was like the courier station of the government. Some fast horses were required to travel 6 times a day, which was about 180 miles. The more urgent ones were required to travel 300 miles a day, and the fastest ones were required to travel 500 miles a day. The faster the speed, the higher the cost. Yang Guifei's A Ride in the Red Dust makes the concubine smile. No one knows it's from Liqi. It was the Liqi Express that traveled 500 miles a day from Lingnan to Chang'an City during the Tianbao era. Then Mr. Xiao Lang, how much do you charge for transportation? Shopkeeper Ma asked helplessly. Li Wangyu made a gesture. Not much. 600 strings of copper coins. Everyone felt a toothache. The cost was really not cheap. It was double the cost of the caravan. Shopkeeper Ma hesitated for a while before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing. Okay, we'll go with the price Mr. Xiaolang mentioned. Seeing that he agreed, Li Wangyu felt that he seemed to have found another way to make money. Chapter 124. In the Tang dynasty, when the transportation capacity was low, the express business had a great future. Li Wangyu felt that if he pulled a 4-wheeled carriage team, he would definitely make a lot of money. The only pity was that he didn't have horses. The horses of the 4-wheeled carriage team of Dingzhou village all belonged to the Chang'an county government. The village was only borrowing them, and they had to return them when they returned to Chang'an. A horse cost about 9 to 10 strings of copper coins. This time they sold the grain for 420 strings of copper coins, 70 strings of copper coins were divided, and 350 strings of copper coins were left. Helping Shopkeeper Ma transport porcelain could earn them another 600 strings of copper coins, and a total of 950 strings of copper coins. In this way, if the money was used to buy horses, they could buy about 100 horses, and they could get more than 24-wheeled carriages to transport them. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. This was a profitable business. With Chang'an as the center, They could help merchants transport goods between the east and west cities. They could transport goods within a distance of 1,000 miles. After making money, they could continue to buy horses. It wouldn't be long before the transportation industry of Chang'an city was taken over by Dingzhou village. At that time, they could eat Wang You's elbow and throw it away. Haha, it was beautiful. After making an agreement with shopkeeper Ma, they would go to the Ma family's kiln to transport porcelain the next morning. Li Wangyu hurried back to the carriage shop with Niu Wu. He found the old villager, pulled him into his room, and told him what had just happened. When the old villager heard that Li Wangyu actually went out for a stroll and found a job for the team to transport goods back to Chang'an, his face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. When he heard that Li Wangyu said that the transportation cost was 600 strings of copper coins, the old man almost had a heart attack. Xiaolang, stop fooling around. How can you give so much money? Just let us transport goods? The old villager shook his head, thinking that Li Wangyu was joking with him. Li Wangyu smiled and stared at him without saying anything. The old villager was speechless. He asked in disbelief, "Are you really going to give me 600 strings of cash?" "That's right. I'll go and pick up the goods tomorrow morning. If you deliver them to Chang'an within 5 days, I'll pay you 600 strings of cash. Here's the contract." Li Wangyu took out the shipping contract he had signed with shopkeeper Ma. The old villager hurriedly took it and read it carefully several times before he finally believed that it was not a joke. "Oh my God, isn't this a pie falling from the sky? It won't take 5 days. It'll be delivered in 3 days." The old villager said excitedly. Li Wangyu shook his head. "We can't be so sure. What if we run into something special along the way? For example, if there's a rainstorm or something that delays the journey, you'll have to pay for it." "That's true. You can't be so sure. Xiaolang, you're so thoughtful." The old villager nodded repeatedly. Li Wangyu asked again, "Old village chief, what do you think of this matter?" "What do you mean?" "This business of transporting goods. Can we do it?" The old villager was stunned. "Of course we can do it. This business is like picking up money. Unfortunately, this is the only time. When we return to Chang'an, the horses will have to be returned to the county government." Li Wangyu smiled and pointed to the contract on the table. "Isn't this money? We'll buy horses and transport them ourselves. We'll pick up goods for the merchants in Chang'an. What do you think?" His words stunned the old villager for a long time. This old man had been facing the yellow soil and the sky all his life. When he suddenly heard Li Wangyu say that he wanted the villagers to pick up goods, he was a little stunned. However, the old man quickly understood Li Wangyu's idea. He was so excited that his beard was about to curl up. "Xiaolang, this is a good idea. Haha, with little Lang's four-wheeled carriage, we can buy a batch of horses, and then we can start a transportation business. TSK, this will make more money than the farmers." "That's right. I think we should not divide the 300 strings of copper coins. We can use all of it to buy horses. Let's treat it as a partnership between all the households in the village. We'll divide the money after we make money." The old villager immediately nodded. "Think it's okay. We'll do as you say." After the two discussed this matter, the old villager and Li Wangyu returned to the datong shop. They gathered all the farmers and told them what they had just discussed. This time, it was the group of farmers' turn to be dumbfounded. It was not easy to confirm that Li Wangyu's words were true. They were all boiling with excitement. Li Wangyu struck while the iron was hot. He described the beautiful future of the express delivery business for everyone. He also drew a big pie, which made the farmers even more excited. They couldn't wait to run the business and earn the copper coins now. After a long time, everyone unanimously agreed that they would not divide the money. They would go back to buy horses and transport goods. That night, many of the 70 or so villagers, including the old villagers, couldn't sleep. They tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In their hearts, they were thinking about the express delivery business that Li Wangyu had talked about. Early the next morning, Li Wangyu was happy when he went out. Why did a group of old and young men all have panda eyes? After a casual breakfast, everyone drove the carriages straight to the entrance of the Ma family, Yao, outside of Yin Province City. Shopkeeper Ma was already waiting there. When he saw the carriages arrive, he was slightly surprised. He had thought that Li Wangyu and the others would use carriages to transport goods. This way they could send the porcelain to Chang'an City in 5 days. He did not expect that there would only be 30 carriages. In shopkeeper Ma's mind, it would take at least 100 to 200 carriages to transport 1,000 don of grain, let alone his 800 to 900 don of porcelain. Mr. Xiao Lang, why are there only these carriages? Where are the other carriages? Shopkeeper Ma hurriedly asked Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was taken aback. No, that's all we have. Shopkeeper Ma, get someone to load the goods. What? Only 30 carriages? Mr. Xiaolang, are you kidding? How can we load all of them? Li Wangyu said. Shopkeeper Ma, don't worry. Just let someone carry the porcelain. There won't be a problem if each carriage carries 20 don of porcelain. At this point, shopkeeper Ma did not have time to think. He simply ordered the craftsmen to carry the porcelain out and start loading the carriages. The Tang dynasty had already figured out a set of methods to prevent the porcelain from being damaged during transportation. The craftsmen would stack the porcelain pieces according to their type and specifications and tie them together. Then they would sprinkle some sand to fill the gaps. Next, they would plant some bean or wheat seeds. After watering, these seeds would germinate and intertwine with each other. Thus, the bound porcelain pieces would be firmly tied together to form a solid whole. This way, the packaged porcelain could be transported to the west through the long Silk Road by camel caravans. At the entrance of the Ma family Yao, the porcelain pieces had already been packed and prepared. At shopkeeper Ma's command, the craftsmen started loading the carriages. The villagers of Dingzhou village were busy fixing the carriages with ropes to prevent the porcelain pieces from being shaken off the carriages. After an hour, the 30 carriages were all loaded. Shopkeeper Ma, get on the carriages. It's getting late. We have to hurry. The old villager called out. With so many porcelain pieces being transported, shopkeeper Ma naturally had to escort the carriages. He took a few servants of the Ma family and boarded the carriages of Dingzhou village. Until now, shopkeeper Ma's heart was still beating like a drum. He was afraid that he would be deceived, or that the horses could not pull such a heavy carriage. The old villager shouted and the horsewhips sounded one after another. When the four-wheeled carriage slowly started and trotted on the road to Chang'an, the expression on shopkeeper Ma's face was wonderful. He was really scared. Chapter 125. In fact, the four-wheeled carriages were not running fast. Compared to the speed of horses, the carriages were only trotting. But even so, the speed of the carriages reached 20 kilometers per hour, which was about the same as the speed of bicycles. Every 2 hours, the carriages stopped to let the horses rest for an hour. In one day, the carriages ran 200 or 300 miles on the post road. Shopkeeper Ma was finally convinced that they could reach Chang'an in 5 days. No, at this speed they could reach Chang'an in 3 days at most. Shopkeeper Ma, who was used to this post road, was shocked. That night, shopkeeper Ma found Li Wangyu when he was resting at the post station. Mr. Xiaolang, I wonder if your carriages can undertake this kind of transportation for a long time in the future? After witnessing the speed of the four-wheeled carriages of Dingzhou village, the shrewd shopkeeper Ma immediately thought of continuing the cooperation in the future. Li Wangyu was happy. This express delivery business was really promising. He had the first repeat customer. He immediately nodded. Shopkeeper Ma, from now on, our carriages of Dingzhou village will undertake the transportation business in the east and west of Chang'an. If shopkeeper Ma wants to cooperate for a long time, there is no problem. We can give you a discount. Shopkeeper Ma was overjoyed. He wanted to ask Li Wangyu to sign a long-term transportation contract, but Li Wangyu temporarily refused. What a joke. They hadn't even bought their horses yet. Now they were borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Li Wangyu promised to wait for the four-wheeled carriages of Dingzhou village. Once they were officially established, he would immediately go to the West Market to contact shopkeeper Ma. Only then did shopkeeper Ma leave with satisfaction. When the carriages passed through Yenzhou, Ma Zhou had already been waiting at the agreed place, for fear of missing the meeting with Li Wangyu. When they passed by the post station where they stayed for the night, Ma Zhou sold the old donkey to the postman at a cheap price. He still took Li Wangyu's carriage. The future prime minister of the Tang dynasty was completely convinced by Li Wangyu in just 2 or 3 days. Whether it was Li Wangyou's random astronomical and geographical knowledge, or Li Wangyou's practical knowledge, they all made Ma Zhou's heart burn. Not to mention that Li Wangyou would occasionally come up with one or two wonderful poems, which made his heart itch even more. Ma Zhou was also someone who wanted to get to the bottom of things. He kept asking about the astronomical and geographical knowledge that Li Wangyou had casually mentioned. However, Li Wangyou was just an ordinary university student in the future. That kind of general knowledge was something he knew but not the reason. If he had to fully explain why the sky was blue and why the fish could breathe in the water, that would really be asking for his life. Therefore, he could only evade Ma Zhou's question. Ma Zhou misunderstood. He thought that these were Li Wangyou's unique knowledge. As a bystander, it was very impolite of him to ask such a question. It was no wonder that Li Wangyou would hide something from him. With this mentality, Ma Zhou pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. When the four-wheeled carriage team passed by Fangzhou to rest, Ma Zhou disappeared. Li Wangyou was anxious and looked around for Ma Zhou. However, he saw Ma Zhou coming back with a pile of things in his hands. "Brother Bin Wang, where did you go?" "Teacher Zio, please accept this disciple's 6 gifts, and allow this disciple to become your disciple and learn from you." Ma Zhou respectfully bowed to Li Wangyou, and at the same time handed over the 6 gifts that he had just bought in Fangzhou. The 6 gifts for becoming a disciple were the 6 gifts that a disciple would give to their teacher. They were celery, which symbolized diligence and diligence; lotus seed, which symbolized painstaking education; red beans, which symbolized good luck; red dates, which symbolized high school early; longan, which symbolized perfection; and skinny strips of meat, which symbolized the disciple's sincerity. Ma Zhou's words gave Li Wangyou a fright. What the hell was going on? He just wanted to trick Ma Zhou into going to Dingzhou village to help. Why did this guy come to him for no reason to become his disciple? Not to mention that Ma Zhou was 27 or 28 years old this year, and he was only 16 years old. He was not even 20 years old yet. What was he trying to do? "Brother Bin Wang, don't mess around. I am only 16 years old." Ma Zhou said seriously. Confucius said, "There is always someone to learn from. Zio, you are more talented than me. I hope to learn from you. It is only right for me to be your disciple." Did he use too much strength to act cool? Li Wangyou began to reflect on himself. How did he trick Ma Zhou to the point that he was not clear-headed? Ma Zhou insisted on becoming Li Wangyou's disciple, which made things difficult for him. What could he teach Ma Zhou? The 36 moves to win in Mahjong or oral English. Li Wangyou suddenly felt that his university major was really a tragedy. If he knew that he would transmigrate back to the Tang dynasty, he would have chosen to major in ancient literature. However, he majored in e-commerce in university. Wasn't this a joke? Could it be that Ma Zhou wanted to become his disciple and study internet technology, computer technology, marketing, e-commerce technology, and e-commerce management in the Tang dynasty? Was this to prepare for his reincarnation 1,000 years later? "Brother Bin Wang, I have little talent and knowledge. Please don't mention the matter of becoming my disciple again." Ma Zhou did not give up. He ignored Li Wangyou's rejection and directly knelt down. "If teacher does not accept me as his disciple, I will not get up today." Li Wangyou suddenly understood what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on his own feet. Why did he try to trick Ma Zhou? Li Wangyou looked at the old villager for help, hoping that he would help him persuade Ma Zhou. Who knew that the old man laughed and said, "Xiao Lang, I think you should accept this Ma Zhou. He is also wholeheartedly interested in learning. You should encourage him." This old man is actually adding fuel to the fire. His conscience is really bad. Li Wangyou looked at Niu Wu again. "Forget it, this guy is probably the same as the old villager. He will only try to persuade me." Looking around, no one could help him persuade Ma Zhou. Even the surrounding villagers of Dingzhou village were praising Ma Zhou. "Ma Lang is really smart. He knows to ask Xiao Lang to be his disciple." TSK. Unfortunately, I am illiterate. Otherwise, I would have already worshipped Xiao Lang as my master. "Forget it. Let your families Dalong and Erlang go to school. Maybe in the future, they will have the opportunity to be Xiao Lang's disciple." TSK. To be able to be Xiao Lang's disciple is really a blessing from the previous life. Who is Xiao Lang? He is the descendant of the god of literature from the heavens. This group of bastards is adding insult to injury. Li Wangyu only felt that his teeth were itching. Brother Bin Wang, do you really want to be my disciple? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. It's not impossible, but you have to answer one of my questions first. If you answer correctly, I will accept you as my disciple. How about it? Ma Zhou immediately clasped his hands and said, Teacher, please speak. Li Wangyu slowly said the question, but it made Ma Zhou and the surrounding onlookers stunned. Chapter 126. Li Wangyu really wanted to learn from those transmigration novels that he had read and give Ma Zhou a difficult problem like putting a 9-tune pearl through a rope. But firstly, he didn't have such a precious pearl. Secondly, using this kind of question to test the Tang people was asking for humiliation. Because in the spring and autumn period, Confucius had already given the answer. He painted the line with fat and made the ants pass. The Tang dynasty also had ants wearing 9 songs pearls, so other people already knew about this. Li Wangyu wouldn't ask for a rebuff. He gave Ma Zhou a logical reasoning problem. I have 12 copper coins now, and one of them is a fake coin with lead added, so the weight is different. I'll give you a weighing instrument that can only be weighed 3 times. You have to find the fake coin and ask how to operate it. Brother Bin Wang, if you can't solve this problem, you can forget about taking me as your teacher. The weighing instrument was the ancient Chinese balance. It used bamboo as the beam, silk as the button, and a copper plate at both ends. In the late spring and autumn period, the manufacturing technology of balance and weights was quite sophisticated. Li Wangyu deliberately gave Ma Zhou a difficult problem. He didn't believe that a scholar of the Tang dynasty could solve this kind of logical reasoning problem. Previously, when he asked the thief question in Zhang Liang's residence, it stumped many court officials. Even Yang Quan and the others couldn't figure it out. As soon as he asked this question, Ma Zhou's eyebrows locked and he began to think seriously. The villagers were even more confused when they heard this. They felt that there was no answer to this question at all. Are you purposely making things difficult for me? How can you find the fake coin with different weights from the 12 copper coins after weighing it 3 times? How about you use your hands to weigh it first? Which copper coin do you think is different and weigh it? I'm afraid this question is unsolvable. How can you give this kind of question to make things difficult? It seems that Xiao Lang doesn't want to accept Brother Ma Zhou as his disciple, so he deliberately gave this kind of unsolvable question to make things difficult. Shopkeeper Ma, who was watching from the side, was also stumped by Li Wangyu's question. He thought hard for a long time and felt that this question was unsolvable. 6 copper coins against 6 copper coins. I don't know the weight. 5 copper coins against 5 copper coins? 12 copper coins. How to solve this problem? Xiao Lang Kuan, is there really an answer to this question? Shopkeeper Ma asked. Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. Do you think I would come up with an unsolvable question to deliberately make things difficult for Brother Bin Wang? Yes. The crowd of onlookers nodded their heads one after another. Even Niu Wu nodded his head incessantly. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost kicked Niu Wu's butt. This song was really something. How could she treat his Lang Jun like this? How could he endure this? Li Wangyu thought about it and simply pulled the old villager to testify. He whispered the answer to him. This question was actually not difficult to answer. First, the 12 copper coins were divided into 3 groups of 4. Then, the first and second groups were placed on the left and right copper plates of the weighing apparatus. If they were balanced, then different copper coins would be in the third group. If they were different, for those interested students, Li Wangyu recommends Baidu to write down the entire process of answering this question. It's really too lame. He told the old villager the process of solving the question, but the old man was confused. After a long time, he nodded his head uncertainly. This old man understands. This question is indeed solvable. Actually, the old man didn't understand anything. What was this and that about dividing and dividing, weighing and weighing? He had long been confused. Damn it, he didn't even understand the answer. This was too embarrassing. So the old villager nodded his head again. This old man understands what Xiao Lang said. Ma Zhou, think about it carefully. The old villager was pacing to the side when he was surrounded by the villagers of Dingzhou village. Muramesa, can you tell us how to name the copper coins? Asked Wang Yao. Don't worry, we won't tell Ma Zhou. Quickly tell us the answer. Tell your sister. The old man glared at them. Have you finished your work? Have you fed the horses? Go wash the horses after you've fed them. The ropes on the carriages are tight. Don't break these porcelain. You can't afford to pay for it even if you sell them. His scolding scared the other farmers, and they all dispersed to do their own things. The old villager waited for the crowd to disperse before wiping the sweat on his forehead. This Li Jia Shaoling is really too bad. Since Li Wangyu gave Ma Zhou this difficult question, Ma Zhou seemed to have lost his soul. Whether it was eating or sitting in the carriage, he was muddle-headed and kept thinking about the problem of the 12 copper coins. He didn't even know that the carriage had returned to Chang'an City. He was completely immersed in this problem. Li Wangyu couldn't help but blush with shame. Did he use too much force and make Ma Zhou, the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, stupid? If that was really the case, it would be a big sin. The carriage entered Chang'an City from Baiguang Gate and passed through 4 streets to reach Chang'an West City. The Ma family's shop was in the West City. This time, from Yinzhou to Chang'an City, they only rested for 2 nights. In 3 days, they covered the distance of 800 to 900 miles. Under the guidance of shopkeeper Ma, the carriage team drove to the entrance of the Ma family's porcelain shop. Shopkeeper Ma finally let out a sigh of relief. His family's reputation were finally saved. Shopkeeper Ma asked all the workers in the shop to come out and unload the carriage. The villagers of Dingzhou village also helped. Shopkeeper Ma invited the old villager and Li Wangyu into the shop and immediately asked the accountant to bring gold from the storeroom to pay the bill. 600 strings of coins was equivalent to 100 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ma directly paid the carriage fee with gold and left the address of Dingzhou village. He said that he would ask them to help him transport the goods next time. After a long time, all the goods were finally unloaded. Until now, Ma Zhou was still sitting in the carriage, motionless, thinking about the 12 copper coins. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wangyu and the old villager discussed that they might as well go back to Dingzhou village today and go to the Chang'an county government tomorrow to complete the task. Anyway, they still had a lot of time and were not in a hurry. After being on the road for 6 or 7 days, everyone was a bit homesick. The old villager nodded in agreement. At this time, the evening drum had already sounded. The carriage team exited the city through the Golden Gate next to Shi City and went around the city wall, heading straight for Hu County. The sky had just turned dark when the 4-wheeled carriage team returned to Dingzhou village, causing a commotion in the village. Dingzhou village had a total of 127 families. This time, 70 people had been transferred to Chang'an County, accounting for almost 2/3 of the village's villagers. Now that the man in the family and their child had suddenly returned, it naturally attracted the attention of all the villagers to welcome them. The beautiful boss had also received the news. With a smile on her face, she led Perrin out to welcome Li Wangyu home. Wangyu, you've worked hard. Why are you so smelly? Go and take a bath. Su Chongqing was just about to go up and talk to Li Wangyu, but he couldn't help but cover his nose with his hand as he spoke in disdain. Li Wangyu smelled himself. Of course, he had eaten and slept in the open for 6 or 7 days. His clothes were all smelly. He smiled awkwardly and ran back to the backyard to take a bath. Li Wangyu had run away, but he had forgotten about Ma Zhou. The child was still sitting in the carriage, muttering to himself as if he had lost his mind. Chapter 127. Li Wangyu took a comfortable hot bath and changed into a new set of clothes, but was stopped by his beautiful boss. Hey, why did you bring back an idiot? Li Wangyu was stunned. What idiot? But he immediately reacted. His beautiful boss was talking about Ma Zhou. Haha, he is not an idiot. Do you know who he is? Ma Zhou. Su Chongqing was puzzled. Who is Ma Zhou? Li Wangyu was speechless. Well, Ma Zhou is the future prime minister of Li Shimen. Is he powerful? Then why is he like an idiot? Su Chongqing asked curiously. Li Wangyu chuckled and told his superior about how Ma Zhou wanted to be his disciple, and how he had given Ma Zhou a difficult logic problem. His beautiful superior couldn't help but roll her eyes. You are so naughty. When you turn the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty into an idiot, I want to see how you will compensate. Haha, who told him to pester me to be his disciple? I have no choice. Li Wangyu laughed. After figuring out who Ma Zhou was, Su Changqing quickly asked the old butler, Li Heng, to take Ma Zhou to bathe and change his clothes. He also asked the little maid, Perrin, to prepare dinner for Li Wangyu. After eating and drinking, Ma Zhou was no longer in a daze. Instead, he asked the old butler for a weighing scale and went to his room to do experiments. Li Wangyu shook his head and did not care about him. He asked Perrin to make him a cup of medicine king tea, and whispered to Su Changqing under the bright methane lamp in the central room. Changqing, tomorrow I will accompany the old village chief to Chang'an County. If there is no accident, the thing I predicted will happen. Li Wangyu put away his smile and said seriously. Su Changqing looked worried. Wangyu, do you have to do this? I'm worried that something might happen. Why don't we just forget about it? Li Wangyu pretended to be relaxed and smiled. It's fine. Have you sent out the invitation for me? It's been sent out. I got Niu Yong to deliver it. He continued in a low voice. If you don't kill the snake, you'll be harmed instead. I'd rather take a little risk. In fact, it won't be very dangerous. As long as the guests come, I should be fine. Hearing him say this, Su Changqing could only nod in agreement, but his heart was still filled with worry. The next day, Li Wangyu accompanied the old villager to the county government in Chang'an City was divided into two counties, east and west. Chang'an County in the west and Wanyan County in the east. The county magistrate of Chang'an County was in the Longevity Square. The village chief had been here many times, so he led Li Wangyu to the Longevity Square with ease. At the entrance of the county yamen, the two men tied up their horses and asked the yamen runners to go in and inform them that the village head of Dingzhou village in Hu County was requesting an audience with the Sihu army. The yamen runners went in and quickly came out to bring the two men into the county yamen. Compared to the county yamen of Hu County that Li Wangyu was familiar with, the county yamen of Chang'an County was much larger. Turning around the screen wall, there was a memorial arch in front of them with the words Chang'an County written on it. Under the memorial arch, there was a path paved with green bricks that was 100 meters long. On the east side of the path, there was a drum for crying out grievances for the people to beat. On the west side of the path, there were 2 stone tablets with the words 3 levels for false accusations, 50 lashes for those who overstep their boundaries. At the end of the path was the main hall of the county yamen. This was where the county magistrate held court. On both sides of the path in front of the main hall were the offices for officials, civilians, and ceremonial rites. On the west were the offices for soldiers, punishment, and workshops. These were the offices of the yamen. They were led by the yamen runners to the east side of the house. The yamen runner reported, Sihu Li, the village head of Dingzhou village in Hu County is here. A middle-aged man with a white face and no beard walked out of the house. He was wearing a light green official robe. Li Wangyu knew that this was the member of the Li clan that served as an army officer in the county yamen of Hu County. Village head Qian, wasn't your village transferred to Yinzhou in spring to transport grain? What are you doing here today? Sihu Li asked impatiently. His tone was unfriendly. The old village head cupped his hands and bowed. Sihu Li, our village's transfer of spring this year has been completed. We are here to report. What? Completed? Your village transferred 1,000 dan of grain to Yinzhou this year. It's only been 6 or 7 days and you say it's been completed. You dare to play tricks on me. Sihu Li roared in anger after hearing the old village head's words. Li Wangyu curled his lips and interrupted. Why are you angry, Sihu Li? Our village's transfer of spring has naturally been completed. There is a receipt from the Yinzhou warehouse as proof. Sihu Li extended his hand. Give me the receipt. The old village head quickly took out the receipt and respectfully handed it over. Sihu, please take a look. Our village has indeed completed the transfer of spring. Sihu Li grabbed the receipt and carefully examined it. The more he looked, the more shocked he felt. According to the receipt, the Dingzhou village's household had delivered the grain at the Yinzhou warehouse 3 days ago. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and look at the receipt again. They were all correct. How was this possible? Sihu Li wouldn't believe that the receipt was real even if he was beaten to death. He pointed at the old village head and angrily said, Nonsense. This receipt was clearly forged by you. To deliver 1,000 dan of grain to the Yinzhou warehouse in 3 days, do you think I am an idiot? Arranging Dingzhou Village's transfer of grain in spring was naturally the order of the Li clan leader of Hu County. His goal was not only to delay Dingzhou Village's spring plowing, but the Li clan had an even more sinister plan. Li Wangyu didn't know that because the four-wheeled carriage was too fast, they had unintentionally avoided a disaster. Su Jingzong, that person from the Great Yin, had given the Li clan of Hu County an even more sinister plan. He had the Li clan of Hu County send people to set off early. While they were resting at the relay station, they would take advantage of the night to pour dirty water on the grain. At the same time, he would send people to Yinzhou to bribe the official at the Yinzhou warehouse. At that time, when the Dingzhou village's household had worked hard to transport the grain, the official would use the excuse that there was a problem with the grain and refuse to accept the contaminated grain. The official at the Yinzhou warehouse would naturally have a reason to refuse to accept the grain that had been contaminated. As a result, the Dingzhou village's household would have to pay for the missing grain from their own pockets. When they returned to Chang'an, Sihu Li would have an excuse to punish them. In short, according to Su Jingzong's plan, Li Wangyu and the villagers of Dingzhou village would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. But who would have thought that because Li Wangyu had built the four-wheeled carriage, the grain convoy speed would far exceed the Li clan of Hu County's expectations. The people they had sent were still bitterly waiting for the grain convoy at the relay station along the way. As for the clansman who had gone to Yinzhou to bribe the officials, by the time he reached Yinzhou, Li Wangyu and the others had already returned to Chang'an. Sihu Li naturally knew all of this plan, but he never would have thought that the plan that the Li clan had planned for half a day would turn into a joke. This made Li Sihu feel extremely sullen and furious. Li Wangyu, however, opened his mouth to provoke Sihu Li. The truth can't be faked and the fake can't be true. Could it be that Sihu Li doesn't understand the seal on this document? Could it be that you're going to tear up the document and arrest us? His words were purely to provoke Sihu Li. Unexpectedly, Sihu Li, who was already angry from embarrassment, really grabbed the document and tore it into pieces. What document? I didn't see it. Li Wangyu was delighted. Now, it all depended on whether or not the guests he had invited were good enough. Chapter 128. Seeing Officer Li tear up the slip of paper, the old villager panicked. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had an imperceptible smile on his face. The old villager did not know of Li Wangyu's plan. Afraid of scaring the old man, Li Wangyu had not communicated with him about his plan. Officer Li, how could you tear up this slip of paper? We really did transport all the grain to Yin province. This is absolutely true. The old villager fell to the ground and desperately tried to gather the pieces of paper. He wanted to piece them back together. You still dare to speak nonsense? You two unruly people. You won't give up until you see the coffin. You actually want to forge a slip of paper and deceive me. Someone come. Arrest these two people and throw them into jail. They will be punished by the Ming House. The officer of the Secretary of State was a lower rank 7 official. Although he was not conspicuous in the Chang'an County, he was still an official with real power. His orders were naturally obeyed by the bailiffs of the Chang'an County. The officer of the Secretary of State was in charge of the county. He did have the right to imprison people who refused to serve the corvée and await the official punishment of the county magistrate. Ignoring the old villager's complaints, a few bailiffs took out chains and handcuffs and tied up Li Wangyu and the old villager. Officer Li's expression was ferocious. Arrest these two unruly people and throw them into jail. Yes, sir. The bailiffs replied and pushed Li Wangyu and the old villager to the county jail. The old villager cried out for his innocence all the way. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was relatively calm. This was because all of this was part of his plan. Li Wangyu's plan was to use the four-wheeled carriage's speed to create a time difference. Naturally, no one would believe that he could travel between Chang'an and Yin province in 6 or 7 days. Then, he would use his words to deliberately provoke the Li clan secretary and Hu Zhongjun, so that he would arrest him and make a big deal out of it. When Li Wangyu found out that Dingzhou village had been moved to spring, and that the Li clan was deliberately making things difficult for them, he felt that he had to make a big deal out of this matter and make the Li clan suffer in silence. Only then could he cut off the Li clan's desire to spy on him and Dingzhou village. Therefore, he used this ridiculously fast delivery time to dig a hole for Li clan. When Yang Quan had asked him for the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage, he had not given it to him because he had thought of this. Yang Quan also guessed Li Wangyu's thoughts, so he didn't insist on asking for the four-wheeled carriage's blueprint. If Yang Quan reported the four-wheeled carriage to the imperial court in advance to ask for a reward, the matter would become public knowledge, and he would not be able to dig a hole for Li Clan to jump into. Now Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the result. Not only did Secretary Li jump into the hole, but he also went from bad to worse and tore up the receipt. It was easy to lock him up, but it was not so easy to let him out. Li Wangyu did not struggle and obediently followed the Yamen runner into the county prison. However, once he entered the county prison, Li Wangyu regretted it. Was this place really meant for humans to stay? The prison was filled with the thick stench of feces and urine, as well as other unknown smells. It was so pungent that Li Wangyu almost fainted. The county prison did not even have windows, so it was dark and damp. There were all kinds of rusty torture instruments hanging on the walls, and there were even ochre-red dried blood. It looked very eerie and terrifying. The county prison's punishments were mainly flogging, imprisonment, exile and death. Therefore, there were not many prisoners in the prison. When the head of the prison saw the Yamen runner bring in the prisoners, he asked impatiently, "What did these two people do?" Secretary Li ordered them to be locked up first. He said that they forged the receipt for the transfer of Spring. They will be locked up first and will be tried by the Chui Ming house. The Yamen runner pushed Li Wangyu into the prison cell and explained to the head of the prison. Li Wangyu almost fell down from the push, but he hurriedly supported the old village chief, who was also roughly treated, and pushed into the prison cell. Looking at the prison cell that was separated by a thick wooden partition, there were some rotten straws scattered around. There were even rats and cockroaches scurrying around. There was also a dirty drowning bucket in the corner that emitted a foul stench. Li Wangyu could not take it anymore and shouted at the head of the prison, "Big brother, this prison cell is too dirty. Can't you clean it up?" When the head of the prison heard this, he was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Haha, little child, do you think you are here to stay in a hostel? Do you want me to send you a table of food and wine and find a few courtesans from Ping Kong Fong to accompany you?" Li Wangyu rubbed his nose. "There is no need for courtesans. I can clean it up and get some food and wine." His words made the head of the prison and the Yamen runners convulse with laughter. The head of the prison wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and laughed. "I have been in charge of this prison for more than 10 years. This is the first time I have seen someone come in and ask us to clean it up. Haha. This place is so dirty. Shouldn't you clean it up?" Li Wangyu shouted with his neck straightened. The old village chief at the side grabbed Li Wangyu and stopped him from continuing. The old man was now so anxious that he was out of his wits. He could not understand why he was treated like this when he had completed the task of transferring Spring. As the head of the prison locked the door with a chain, he sneered, "You little child look pink and tender. Be careful not to annoy me. I will lock you up with the prisoner with homosexual tendencies. Tut tut, Xiao Lang and others like you very much, haha." Threatened by the head of the prison, Li Wangyu immediately shut up. "Forget it. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. I have to pinch my nose and bear it." Li Wangyu stared at the head of the prison and thought that when he got out of prison, he must take revenge. The cynical man was thinking about the head of the prison. "Little child, what's the matter? Are you not convinced? I tell you, in this prison, even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up, and a tiger, you have to squat down. I am the rule in this prison." When the head of the prison saw Li Wangyu staring at him, he scolded with a grin. The old village chief was afraid that Li Wangyu would suffer losses, so he quickly stopped in front of him. "The little child is not sensible. Head of the prison, don't lower yourself to his level. I am the village chief of Dingzhou village. Do me a favor." "Village chief? Why is the village chief also locked in this prison? We are wronged. Our village has completed the task of transporting the official grain in spring this year. Officer Li said that we falsified it. God, who dares to falsify the voucher of the government? That is to kill the head. Head of the prison, please help us to plead for mercy. We have really completed the corvée service." The old village chief begged for mercy, but what he got was a thick spit from the head of the prison. "Bah, you unruly people, what can't you do? Just wait in the prison. When the Ming House starts the trial, you will die with a clear understanding. Several government runners on the side were also laughing. Head of the prison Zhao, why are you so merciful today? When a newcomer is locked in, shouldn't he be put in the cage first? I don't have time now. My wife will send me clothes and food later. When I have time later, I will teach these two people a lesson. Damn it, they think the prison is not clean. Bah! The head of the prison said and walked out. Li Wangyu looked at a wooden cage not far away and could not help but turn pale. The cage was also known as the flail. It was a wooden cage. After being locked in, the head would be clamped outside the cage and could not be retracted. The height of the cage made it so that the prisoner could only stand on tiptoe, which was extremely painful. Most of the prisoners who were locked in the cage fainted. He had really miscalculated. It turned out that the Tang dynasty had a show of strength in the prison. If he was locked up in the cage, he would really suffer. If something bad happened to this old man, it would be his fault. He began to reflect on whether he was too rash. He had come up with such a bad idea. It was really a bit of a trap. When Li Wangyu was reflecting, a group of well-dressed young people came from outside the Chang'an county government. Chapter 129. This group of young people didn't care if it was the Chang'an county yamen or not and prepared to charge in. The yamen runners at the entrance quickly stopped them. The yamen is a restricted area. What do you want to do? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a slap and felt a burning pain on his face. This yamen runner was slapped by the young man in front of him. You! What about me? Get out of here. Call that bastard Cui Zhua out. That bastard. How dare he catch my brother? I'll skin him alive. The person who hit him was a burly young man. Beside him were two other young men who looked similar. Brother Chumo, why are you talking nonsense with them? Fight your way in and save Brother Zio. Another young man beside him shouted. Brother Yai, let's wait for Cui Zhua to come out first. After all, this is the Chang'an County Yamen. If you fight your way in, aren't you afraid of being beaten by your parents? Another person beside him advised. The entrance of the Chang'an County Yamen suddenly became very lively. The three brothers of the Chang family, Chang Chumo, his two younger brothers, Fang Juanfang's wife, and a group of children of the Tang dynasty. Du Ruhui's two sons Du Go and Du He, Wei Zheng's eldest son Wei Shuyu, Yuqi Jingda's twin sons Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi, Prince Consort Chai Xiao's son Chai Linggu, Niu Jinda's son Niu Zhengping. It could be said that most of the top playboys of the Tang dynasty's Xinguan era were gathered here. Some quick-witted yamen runners immediately ran to the back hall of the yamen. There were also yamen runners who recognized Chang Chumo, and the others and trembled in fear. Anyone would be afraid of such a group of top playboys in Chang'an. The reason why this group of playboys suddenly attacked the Chang'an County Yamen was all because of Li Wangyu. Before he left to transport the grain, he roughly calculated the time and asked his beautiful superior to help him send an invitation to Chang Chumo, his brothers, and Fang Yai to visit the Li family in Dingzhou village. The invitation was sent 3 days ago by Su Chongqing to the Chang residence and the Fang residence in Chang. The reason why invitations had to be sent 3 days in advance was an ancient Chinese custom. 3 days for inviting and 2 days for asking. In order to show respect to the guests, invitations must be sent out at least 3 days in advance. In the invitation, Li Wangyu only said that he had come up with a novel toy and invited them to Dingzhou village to appraise it as guests. Originally, the invitation only invited the Chang brothers and Fang Yai, because in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu only knew these 4 foppish sons. Who would have thought that after Chang Chumo and his 2 brothers had eaten a pig slaughtering feast at Dingzhou village's Li family, they went around showing off, causing a group of dandy young masters to be very curious. In addition, Li Wangyu was now quite famous among the top nobles in Chang, and city of the Tang dynasty. His poems and the incident at Zhang Liang's birthday banquet were all spread among the nobles, which made these playboys very interested in Li Wangyu. When they found out that Li Wangyu had invited the Chang brothers and Fang Yai to a banquet, this group of dandy young masters didn't care about etiquette and came uninvited. They followed the 4 of them to Dingzhou village in a grandiose manner, preparing to eat the rich. When the group of people arrived at the Li family, they saw Su Chongqing coming out with tears on her face. She told them that Li Wangyu had been arrested by the Chang'an County Yamen and was now imprisoned. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. When Li Wangyu and the old villager went to the county yamen to report, Niu Wu secretly followed behind them. He knew a bailiff at the county yamen who had just received the news that Li Wangyu and the old villager had just been imprisoned by Magistrate Li. After Niu Wu confirmed that Li Wangyu had been imprisoned, he immediately rushed back to Dingzhou village on his horse. That was why Su Chongqing had cried and complained. If Li Wangyu hadn't been imprisoned, they would have invited a big banquet as a way to bond. The beautiful superior's complaint was naturally an act. The reason why Li Wangyu had invited the Chang brothers and Fang Yai was to use the influence of these four top dandy young masters of the Tang dynasty to ferment the matter, and at the same time protect himself. He and Su Chongqing didn't expect that it wasn't just four dandy young masters who came, but a group of people. When the three Chang brothers and Fang Yai heard that Li Wangyu had been imprisoned, they immediately became anxious. They jumped on their horses, turned their horses around, and galloped towards Chang'an. The group of dandy young masters who came to join in the fun immediately followed. This kind of fun was what they liked the most. How could they not join in? When they arrived at the Chang'an County Yamen, the previous scene happened. Cui Zhua, who had been informed by the bailiff, didn't even have time to put on his official uniform. He hurriedly ran out from the back hall of the yamen and bowed to this group of dandy young masters while panting. "Greetings, young masters. May I ask what brings you to the Chang'an County Yamen today?" In the Tang dynasty, not everyone could be called young master. Only the young nobles could be called young master. But this group of dandy young masters were all standard young masters. Although Cui Zhua was a county magistrate above the 5th grade, he didn't have any prestige in front of this group of dandy young masters of the Tang dynasty. He even seemed a little humble. It wasn't his fault. In notice Chang'an City, except for these dandy young masters' fathers, who wouldn't be afraid of these dandy young masters? Chang Chimo's loud voice roared. "Surname Cui, where is my brother? Let them out quickly, or I'll smash your county yamen today." Cui Zhua was confused. Weren't the three Chang brothers in front of him? Were they the sons of Chang Yaojin's concubines? But why did they come to the Chang'an County Yamen? "Child Chumo, did you make a mistake? My Chang'an County Yamen wouldn't dare to catch the young masters of the Chang family." Cui Zhua answered carefully. Chang Chumo said angrily, "It's Li Wangyu from Dingzhou village. He's my brother too. Let him out quickly, or I'll teach you a lesson." Fang Yai also stepped forward and grabbed Cui Zhua's collar. "If Brother Zio loses even a hair in your county yamen, we'll smash your Chang'an County Yamen today." Cui Zhua was about to cry. Damn it, he was threatened by a group of 1st and 2nd grade officials and the sons of the founding duke, and he still didn't know what was going on. He naturally knew about Li Wangyu. After returning from Dingzhou village that day, he asked around. After knowing about Li Jia Xiaolang from Dingzhou village in Hu County, Cui Zhua had long given up on finding trouble with Li Wangyu. He even wanted to mend the relationship between them. But after meeting him that day, he hadn't seen Li Wangyu again. Now this group of playboys came knocking on his door and asked him to let him go. Wasn't this nonsense? Cui Zhua smiled bitterly. "Mr. Fang, I haven't seen Li Jia Xiaolang today. How can I let him go? Why did you say that he's in my Chang'an County Yamen? Today, I've been handling official business in the back hall and didn't start the trial. Gentlemen, please investigate this matter clearly. Is there a mistake in this matter?" Just as he was explaining that he didn't catch Li Wangyu, the yamen runner beside him suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. The yamen runner quickly moved to Cui Zhua's ear and whispered a few words. However, Cui Zhua's back was drenched in cold sweat. "Damned Officer Li. Are you trying to get me killed?" Chapter 130. The yamen runner quietly informed Cui Zhua that Chief Li had ordered them to lock up 2 people today. They seemed to be from Dingzhou village in Hu County. One of them was even the village chief of Dingzhou village. When Cui Zhua heard this, large beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It was almost certain that the 2 people locked up were Li Wangyu and the village chief of Dingzhou village. Nonsense. Who agreed to do this? Quickly go and ask Li Jia Xiaolang to come out. Cui Zhua urged. The yamen runner received the order and immediately ran towards the county government prison. At this time, head warden Zhao had already returned from the county government prison. Because of a quarrel with his wife, head warden Zhao was in a bad mood. He wanted to teach the two new prisoners a lesson. Head Warden Zhao led a few jailers to unlock the chains of Li Wangyu's cell and shouted at Li Wangyu, "You come out!" Li Wangyu didn't expect that his reinforcements wouldn't come, but instead, the head warden would show his strength. "Hey, big brother warden, let's talk nicely. We're all civilized people, don't be rough." Li Wangyu was being grabbed by a few jailers and was about to be stuffed into the cage. He was also anxious and randomly shouted, "Didn't you want me to clean up for you? Bah! Have a taste of this cage first, then you'll know why Prince Ma has 3 eyes." Li Wangyu struggled with all his might, but how could his small arms and legs withstand the strength of these burly jailers? His head was about to be forcefully pressed down and stuffed into the cage. "You bunch of bastards! I'll teach you a lesson later." Li Wangyu was flustered and angry as he cursed loudly. The head warden and the jailers weren't angry. Instead, they laughed. "Oh, you want us to teach you a lesson? Good, we'll wait here." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard hurried footsteps from outside the prison. The Yamen runner rushed in and shouted, "Stop right now! The Ming House has ordered us to release Li Xiaolang immediately." After he finished shouting, the jailer and the jailer were both stunned. The hand that was holding Li Wangyu down unconsciously loosened. Li Wangyu knew that the reinforcements he had invited had finally arrived. He shook off the jailer's hands and tidied up his clothes, but in the next moment, Li Wangyu's actions stunned everyone. He didn't walk toward the exit of the county government prison. Instead, he turned around and returned to the prison cell. He reached out to help the old village chief up and gently pushed him out of the prison cell. After the old village head left the prison, Li Wangyu didn't leave. He returned to the prison and closed the door behind him. Young Master Li Minghouse, please leave." The bailiff was so shocked by his actions that he could not speak clearly. Li Wangyu calmly blew the floor clean and sat down cross-legged. "Go out? Why did he want to go out? Since they can lock me in, they won't let me out so easily. If I don't get an explanation today, I won't get out of this prison." The old village chief was also shocked by Li Wangyu's actions. He repeatedly urged, "Xiaolang, don't make trouble. Since the Ming House let us go, let's go quickly." "Old village chief, I won't go. You go back first." "I'm fine. They won't dare to do anything to me." Li Wangyu smiled and waved at the old village chief. He already felt very guilty for implicating the old village chief. Now, he naturally wanted the old village chief to go back first so that the old man wouldn't be frightened. Li Wangyu's actions not only stunned the old village chief, but also the bailiff, jailer, and jailer. Other people who entered the prison were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out, but this person didn't want to go out. The bailiff cautiously persuaded again. "Xiaolang, come out quickly. The Ming House and your group of friends are waiting for you." When Li Wangyu heard his words, he felt more confident in his heart. "Don't talk nonsense. Go back and tell your Chui Ming House that I, Li Wangyu, think the environment of the county government prison in Chang'an County is good. I'm going to stay here for a few days and enjoy life." His words made the jailer and jailer so angry that their noses were almost crooked. The jailer stared and reprimanded, "You little bastard, come out quickly. Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death." As the jailer spoke, he raised the whip in his hand and threatened to whip Li Wangyu. Before Li Wangyu could speak, the bailiff who came to pass the message hugged him. The bailiff urgently whispered in the jailer's ear, "Jailer Zhao, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." "What do you mean?" The jailer didn't understand. "Do you know who are the people outside who are making a ruckus with the Ming residents? Who are they?" The bailiff counted with his fingers. "The 3 sons of Marquis Lu, the eldest son of Marquis Kai, the eldest son of Marquis Sheng, the second son of Marquis Liang." Before he finished counting, the jailer's legs had turned to jelly and he knelt on the ground. The names of these famous big shots in the imperial court could scare many people to death. Not to mention a jailer like him. Even Chuizhua couldn't afford to offend their sons. But the jailer actually threatened this group of top foppish friends and even wanted to put him in the cage. He was simply tired of living. The head of the prison crawled up from the ground and bowed to Li Wangyu in the cell with a flattering look on his face. "Young master, please come out now. Damn it, it's too dirty in here. I don't want to dirty your clothes." However, Li Wangyu ignored him and continued to hum a little tune. The jailer and bailiff begged Li Wangyu for a long time, but Li Wangyu was unmoved. They didn't dare to use force to drag him out. In the end, the bailiff could only lead the old village chief to report to Chuizhua. Chang Chumo and his brother had seen the old village chief before and knew that he was the village chief of Dingzhou village. Seeing him come out with the bailiff, they immediately asked, "Old village chief, where is my brother Wangyu?" The old village chief looked at Chuizhua and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The bailiff whispered back, "Young masters, Li Jia Shaoling doesn't want to come out." "Nonsense. Who would want to stay in prison for no reason? It must be you who beat him up so he doesn't dare to see us. Surname Chui. Just you wait, I'll kill you today." While speaking, Fang Yai rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit him. "Wei Shuyu, do go," and he quickly held him back. They could scare Chuizhua, but if they really beat him up it would cause a lot of trouble. No matter what, Chuizhua was a fifth-rank official of the Tang dynasty, and represented the face of the imperial court. Chuizhua was also about to cry. He was simply an undeserved disaster. He was sitting at home, but trouble came from the sky. Who did he offend? But he got into such trouble. "Young masters, it's better for you to persuade the Li family's young master. If he really doesn't want to come out, we don't even dare to touch him." The Yamen runner was clever and helped Chuizhua out of his predicament. Chuizhua gave him an encouraging look and quickly said, That's right. Young masters, since Li Wangyu doesn't want to come out, you should persuade him." Chang Chumo and the others looked at each other and followed Chuizhua's words. A group of people, led by Chuizhua, went to the county government prison. In the prison cell, the jailer was still begging Li Wangyu to come out. When he saw Chuizhua leading a group of playboys, he was so scared that his body trembled. Chapter 131. When Chang Chumo and the others saw that Li Wangyu was really in the cell, they all greeted him. "Brother Zio, we're here to save you." "Brother Zio, don't be afraid. We're here." "Who bullied you? Tell us, we'll help you vent your anger." When Li Wangyu saw them, he couldn't help but laugh. He quickly stood up and greeted them in a circle. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine in this cell and don't plan to go out for the time being." His words made the group of wastrels dumbfounded. That bailiff really didn't lie? "Li Wang, you really didn't want to come out?" "Zio, don't make a fuss. Come out quickly. We're treating today. Let's go to Drunken Immortal Restaurant and get drunk. Come, let me introduce you. This is Duke Zheng's eldest son, Wei Shuyu. This is..." Chang Chumo pointed at Yuchi Baolin and the others and introduced them one by one. Li Wangyu was stunned. These were all sons of the top nobles of the Tang dynasty. Du Ruhui Wei Zheng Yuchi Jingda Chai Shao Niu Jinda Cheng Yaojin Fang Xinling. Li Wangyu felt a little dizzy. Did he go too far? Why did he only invite the Cheng brothers and Fang Yai? Why did this group of people come in the end? He quickly greeted these wastrels. Everyone greeted each other courteously. The cell was as lively as a market. Chuizhua only felt a headache. He carefully said, "Li Jia Shaoling, please come out of the cell. Today was all a misunderstanding." It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Li Wangyu was unhappy. "What misunderstanding? The village chief and I came to the county office to transfer Spring. Why did you lock us up for no reason? If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't go out of this cell." What do you mean by Spring?" Chuizhua still didn't know why Li Wangyu was locked up in prison by Officer Li. Li Wangyu said, "I, along with more than 60 Dingzhou villages Dingzhou village, have been conscripted into corvée labor this year to transport 1,000 dan of official grain to Yinzhou. Now that we've delivered the grain, we've come back to report to the Secretary of State's army. He's actually accusing us of forgery and locking us up in prison. Chui Minghouse, you have to give me an explanation for this." Chuizhua had just found out the ins and outs of this matter. Before he had time to think about it, someone grabbed his collar again. Chang Chumo, Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi grabbed Chuizhua and spat on his face. "Our brother, how dare you make him serve the corvée? Surname Chui, how dare you?" I really don't know." Chuizhua replied with a mournful face. The corvée labor was arranged by the Secretary of the House of Commoners. This lowly official did not give any instructions. Including today's matter, this lowly official did not know about it. It was all done by the Secretary of the Army. Young masters, please understand. What about that bastard Secretary of the Army? Hearing Chuizhua's words, everyone believed him. They had some understanding of the county government's operations. Conscripting corvée labor was indeed the commoner's authority. Chuizhua hurriedly waved his hand at the Yamen runner. "Quick, go find Secretary Li." The Yamen runner hurriedly ran out to carry out the order. Not long after, he returned to the prison alone. Returned to the Ming house. "Secretary Li is not in the county government. I heard that he went back to Hu County." The reason why Secretary Li was not in the county government was because he was in a hurry to return to Hu County to discuss this matter with the Li clan's elders. Although he had used his authority to throw Li Wangyu and Dingzhou village's village head into the county government's prison, he could not do anything about it. However, as the Secretary of the Army, he had no right to interfere with the punishment. That was the right of the county magistrate, Chuizhua. Therefore, if he wanted to beat Li Wangyu to death, he had to use the Li clan's influence to do something. In Secretary Li's view, Li Wangyu was a peasant who had no power or influence. As long as the clan put in some effort and bribed Chuizhua, it would be easy to sentence them to exile or 1,000 li. Like the elders of the Li clan in Hu County, Secretary Li did not see Li Wangyu as a member of the clan. Instead, because the Li clan had lost face several times, he saw Li Wangyu as a mortal enemy. He wanted to break his bones and suck his marrow. Naturally, Secretary Li did not know that after he left, the Chang'an county government had created a storm and trouble. Seeing that they could not find Secretary Li, Chang Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others began to persuade Li Wangyu to come out of the prison. They patted their chests and promised that they would help him vent his anger. But no matter what they said, Li Wangyu shook his head and refused. "Brothers, this little brother appreciates your good intentions." However, this little brother was unknowingly imprisoned in the Chang'an county government prison. Naturally, I need an explanation before I can leave. I cannot leave without a reason. Yuchi Baolin, Niu Zhengping, and the others did not understand what he meant, but Fang Yai, Cheng Chumo, and the others could guess. They knew of the grudge between Li Wangyu and the Li clan in Hu County. Naturally, they could guess what Li Wangyu was thinking. Li Jia Shaoling wanted to use this opportunity to cause trouble. Understanding this, the Chang brothers and Fang Yai stopped trying to persuade him. In their view, the Li clan in Hu County should be taught a lesson. Whether it was expelling Li Wangyu from the clan or forcing Li Zhou to move the grave, they were all too much. Not to mention, it was the Li clan in Hu County who provoked Li Wangyu several times. It was truly chilling. Cheng Chumo stared at Chuizhua. "Since my brother does not want to come out, then forget it. Chui Ming House, you can deal with it impartially. However, my brother cannot suffer in this prison. Do you understand?" Yes, this official will do as you say. I will definitely satisfy Li Jia Shaolang." Chuizhua's heart was bleeding, but he could only force a smile. What was wrong with Li Jia Shaolang? He insisted on staying in this prison. Chuizhua did not need to think with his toes to know that this would be a huge problem. Chuizhua immediately turned to look at the jailer. "Jailer Zhao, you have to serve Li Jia Shaolang carefully. Do you understand? If he needs anything, you have to try your best to meet it. Don't shirk. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible." Now it was Jailer Zhao and a group of jailers turned to cry. They were in a prison, not a hostel. How could they be reduced to serving people now? It was a fantasy. Jailer Zhao and the jailers were all wondering who this young man was. It was really scary that the sons of a large group of marquises were his friends. Li Wangyu looked at the jailer and the jailers and laughed. He laughed so happily. The cynical man was quite vengeful. He still remembered what the jailer had said. He pointed to the prison room with his finger. "Jailer Zhao, please clean it up first. This prison is too dirty." The jailer opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Chang Chumo and the others made a fuss again. "Yes, after Zio said that, I found that this prison is really stinky." "Chuizhua, is your county government a pig farm? How can it be so dirty? Hurry up and let people clean this prison. Let's get some fresh air and light more torches to brighten up the hall." Yes, let people clean it up. Get someone to bring us good wine and good food. Today, we will accompany Brother Worryless in this prison and have a few drinks." Chuizhua, the Yamen runners, the jailer, and the jailers were all thunderstruck when they heard this. To have a banquet in the prison. This group of playboys was too much, wasn't it? The jailer began to think whether he should really invite several courtesans from Ping Kong Fong. Chapter 132. When Shuizhua saw that these foppish men were not leaving, he immediately ordered people to clean up the prison. He also ordered people to bring in mats and tables, and lit up large candles and incense. The yamen runners in the county government were all called to the prison to remove the garbage, clean the floor, wipe the dirt, and wash the floor with clean water. In less than 2 hours, the originally filthy prison had changed its appearance. In He Zhao's opinion, this prison was cleaner than his own home. At least there were no candles and incense as thick as an arm in his home. The wine and dishes ordered from the restaurant in the west were carefully sent to the prison by the doctors of the restaurant. There were several large tables, and even more than 10 jars of wine were brought in. Li Wangyu was pulled to the table by the Chang brothers and sat down. A large bowl was directly filled with wine. "Brother Wangyu, come on, let's drink. We won't go home until we're drunk." "Wahahaha, this is the first time I've drunk in prison. It's great. Brother Shuyu, let's drink. Brother Wang, you're really a talent. Haha. Come on, let me toast you." The prison of the county government in Chang'an County immediately became like a wine shop. A group of foppish men drank a few glasses of wine and made a scene. Shuizhua had already covered his face with his sleeves and ran away. He Zhao and a group of jailers were left behind. They forced a smile and poured wine for these foppish men. They directly changed into waiters. Li Wangyu felt that these foppish men of the Tang dynasty were all true men. After a few glasses of wine, he became familiar with them. He did not think that these foppish men were the sons of the Tang dynasty. He just thought that they were his university classmates in the future, drinking and bragging. When the banquet was in full swing, Chang Chumo suddenly began to sing and toast to everyone in the banquet. Li Wangyu was shocked by his behavior. "Damn, this guy's singing is killing me." Li Wangyu knew that the Tangs loved to sing. During the Tang dynasty, they digested and integrated the different styles of music and singing from the north and south, and also absorbed the music and singing culture brought by the Western barbarian merchants. Not only did the court music of the Tang dynasty form the famous Yu and Yanyu Tin songs, but folk music also became colorful and vivid. But while other people enjoyed singing, Chang Chumo's singing was deadly. However, Li Wangyu soon discovered that he was wrong. After Chang Chumo took the lead in singing, everyone at the table also began to sing back. Apart from Wei Shiyu Dugo and Du He, who were slightly better off, the others like Yuqi Baolin, Niu Zhengping, and the others were the ones who were in a tragic state. Li Wangyu's face began to turn pale, and waves of nausea came from his heart. Before he could suppress the nausea caused by the ear-piercing noise, something even more shocking happened. Chai Linggu was so happy that he pushed the table in front of him away. He stood up and started to twist his body and dance. Damn, not only was there a sound wave attack, there was also a F*King visual attack. Li Wangyu felt that his whole body was not good. Li Wangyu only felt that there were 100,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. He looked around to see if the others despised Chai Linggu as much as he did. But he saw that this group of fops was actually watching with great interest. The Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi brothers were all eager to have a dance competition with Chai Linggu. Li Wangyu painfully held his forehead with his hand. These bastards, don't they have any sense of beauty? Actually, Li Wangyu was just curious because he had never seen anything like this before. The banquets of the Tang dynasty were all like this. Even when Pai Lupi hosted a banquet in the palace, it was also like this. Not only would the Pai Lupi dance in front of the crowd, but those dukes and ministers would also do the same. Under the influence of alcohol, this group of fops left the stage one after another. Niu Jinda's son, Niu Zhengping, was injured when he was riding a horse in his early years. One of his legs was lame, so it was inconvenient for him to dance. He asked the jailer to find a drum so that he could play it to liven things up. Jailer Zhao's head was full of sweat. He hurriedly ran out to look for a drum, but he did not find it. So, he steeled his heart and called 2 yamen runners to bring down the grievance drum in front of the county yamen and bring it into the prison cell. When Niu Zhengping saw the drum, he was so happy that his back teeth were showing. He simply took off his clothes that were in the way and began to beat the drum with his bare upper body. Li Wangyu was completely dizzy. But he had to say Niu Zhengping's drumming was really good. The grievance drum was actually played with a strong rhythm by him, very much like the drumming of the later generations. When the impassioned drumming started, this group of fops who were drunk became even more excited. They took off their robes and bare upper bodies. They twisted their bodies and raised their arms, spinning and jumping. As they danced, their mouths made roaring sounds. Li Wangyu was grinning and laughing at the fop's ugly dance when he saw Chang Chumo flirting with him. No, he was waving at him. What does this mean? Does he want me to dance too? Help! Li Wangyu suddenly wanted to go home. He could no longer stay in the county yamen of Chang'an County. Being stared at by a group of fops, Li Wangyu had no choice but to brace himself and stand up. Anyway, if they were to lose face, they would all lose face together. Besides Jailer Zhao and the jailers, there was no one else in the prison. Li Wangyu could only be glad that his beautiful boss was not here. Otherwise, she would laugh at him to death. Li Wangyu did not know how to dance this kind of dance in the Tang dynasty. He simply threw caution to the wind and sang in his heart along with Niu Jingping's drumming. My dad just killed him, just killed him. Uncle Bird's horse-riding dance crossed more than 1,300 years and arrived in the land of the Tang dynasty ahead of time. He straightened his back, leaned back slightly, spread his arms and made a walking with wind posture, crossed his arms in front of him and made a controlling the reins posture. At the same time, he got into a horse stance and began to shake his legs up and down along with the rhythm of the drumming. Li Wangyu's horse-riding dance immediately attracted the attention of the group of fops in the prison. Li Jia Xiaolong's dance seemed to be very moving. A moment later, the group of fops all changed to a horse-riding dance. They shouted along with Li Wangyu, my dad just killed him, just killed him. After the horse-riding dance, Li Wangyu's drunkenness kicked in. In his excitement, he simply grabbed the drumstick in Niu Jingping's hand and beat the drum himself. As he beat, he loudly sang the song Loyalty to the Country. When the smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north, the dragon rises. The horse neighs, the sword is like frost, the heart is like the yellow river. The water is boundless, who can resist 20 years of freedom? Where is the long sword of hatred? How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in other homelands? After Li Wangyu finished shouting the lyrics, the passionate lyrics stimulated the group of noble disciples and made them feel their blood boiling. One after another, they began to shout and sing along with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu became more and more excited and beat the drum with more and more strength. Finally, under Li Wangyu's heavy hammering, the drum could not bear the burden and broke with a crash. Chapter 133. The banquet in the prison of Chang'an County finally came to an end. The group of foppish lords were all drunk. They were helped out of the prison by the bailiffs and sent back to their own mansions. Under the care of head warden Zhao and the jailers, Li Wangyu lay down comfortably on the brand new bedding and fell into a deep sleep. In his prison cell, not only did Cui Zhuo get someone to bring in new bedding, even the bed was moved in. Mats were even laid out and a few tables were placed on the table. This was comparable to the treatment in a hostel, or even better. At least there would be no guests sleeping in the hostel. There was also a group of jailers standing guard outside. While Li Wangyu was sleeping soundly with the foppish lords, Pai Lupi was discussing state affairs with Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and a group of important officials in the court. Only a few officials could enter the Yin and Yang Palace to discuss state affairs with Pai Lupi. Therefore, they behaved casually. The relationship between the emperor and his officials in the Tang dynasty was not as strict as it was in later dynasties. There was a clear hierarchy. When the officials went to court, they all knelt in the main hall. When it came to the Song dynasty, they had to stand. There were no seats. When it came to the Tatar Qing dynasty, they had to kneel. This was the so-called sitting in the Tang dynasty, standing in the Song dynasty, and kneeling in the Qing dynasty. In the Yin and Yang Palace, Pai Lupi and the officials sat even more casually. They could sit cross-legged or even ask the chamberlain to bring them a table so that they could lean against it. Li Er was an emperor who treated his officials well. As for Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, and the other founding generals, he did not set fire to the celebration building, nor did he give up military power with a cup of wine. It could be said that he was a broad-minded emperor. While they were discussing state affairs, a chamberlain quietly walked to Pai Lupi and whispered something in his ear. Pai Lupi could not help but grin. Haha, Xianling Ruhui, you should hear about this. Pai Lupi gestured to the chamberlain, indicating that he should tell them. The eunuch bowed to the officials and then told them what had happened in Chang'an County. When Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui heard that their son actually followed a group of playboys to make a scene in the county government, their faces couldn't help but twitch a few times. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui hurriedly stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I am ashamed of my incompetence." Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. "They're just a bunch of young men. It's not worth getting angry over. Why did they make a scene at the Chang'an County Yamen?" The latter question was directed at the eunuch. The eunuch hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, it's because Li Wangyu from Hu County was imprisoned in Chang'an County. That's why they went to cause trouble and demanded Cui Ming House to release him." Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were originally a little embarrassed, looked at each other when they heard the attendant's words. They were no longer anxious and sat back down. Everyone, including Zhangsun Wuji, looked at Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu again? Why was he imprisoned in Chang'an County? Pai Lupi coughed dryly and was about to ask about the situation when he heard the eunuch outside the hall announcing loudly, "Her Highness the Empress is here." The Empress of the Tang Dynasty was called Her Highness, not the Empress in the later TV series. Her Highness referred to the palace. Empress Zhongsun lived in the Lijiang Hall, so she was called Her Highness. Pai Lupi didn't have time to talk about this matter. He hurriedly stood up and ran to welcome his wife. The two were deeply in love and were a couple when they were young. Empress Zhongsun married Pai Lupi when she was 13. She gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter for Pai Lupi. The eldest son, Li Changqian, was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. Empress Zhongsun's position in Pai Lupi's heart was far beyond that of the concubines in the harem. Pai Lupi carefully supported Empress Zhongsun, who was 5 to 6 months pregnant, into the Yin and Yang palace. All the officials, including Zhangsun Wuji, bowed and greeted her. He asked the eunuch to bring a cushion and helped Empress Zhongsun to sit down. Pai Lupi then smiled and asked, "Why is Guanyin maid here? You are pregnant. If there is anything, just ask the eunuch to tell me." "Erlang, it's not the first time I'm pregnant. I'm not so delicate. The doctors at the Shangyao Bureau also asked me to move around more." Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, "I cooked white dragon fish. Thinking that you are all discussing state affairs, I'm afraid you are all hungry. So I brought some for you all to try." She waved her hand and the eunuchs brought a bowl of fish soup to Pai Lupi and the officials. White dragon fish soup was made with mandarin fish. It was very fresh and thick and was the favorite of the Tang people. "Thank you, Your Highness. I haven't tasted this white dragon fish soup for many years. Today, I'm basking in His Majesty's glory," Zhangsun Wuji teased. As his sister, Empress Zhongsun had a very good relationship with him. "Big brother, can't you shut your mouth with food?" Empress Zhongsun pretended to be angry. Pai Lupi didn't participate in the matters between the siblings. He only indicated for Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui to eat the fish soup. The fish soup had to be eaten while it was hot. It would be more fishy when it was cold. "Erlang, I overheard the eunuch say that Li Jiaxiaolang of Hu County was imprisoned by the Chang'an County government. Why is that?" Empress Zhongsun suddenly asked. Pai Lupi also didn't know the situation. He looked at the eunuch who came to report and asked him to explain the situation to everyone. The 100 Horsemen Department reported that 12 days ago, the secretary of the Chang'an County government ordered Dingzhou village of Hu County to be transferred to Yinzhou warehouse in spring. Li Wangyu was also in the list of Dingzhou village. The eunuch bowed his head and reported. The 100 Horsemen Department was an organization set up by Pai Lupi after he ascended the throne. It was used to monitor the world. The eunuch was responsible for passing on information from the 100 Horsemen Department to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi suddenly frowned and interrupted. "Wait, that boy from the Li family, I remember that he just turned 16? Why would the secretary of the Chang'an County government order him to serve in the corvée?" The eunuch hesitated and replied, "The secretary of the Chang'an County government said that his nominal age was 17. Pai Lupi couldn't help but snort. Empress Zhongsun also glared at the eunuch with dissatisfaction. The eunuch broke out in a cold sweat after being stared at by the empress. It was the secretary of Chang'an County who did this, not him. He was the one who took the blame for it. "Continue," Pai Lupi said coldly. "Yes, 7 days ago. Dingzhou Village's grain team set off from Chang'an warehouse and returned to Chang'an yesterday. Today, Li Wangyu and Dingzhou Village went to Chang'an County to report. The secretary of the Chang'an County government didn't believe that they completed the transfer of grain, so he tore up the receipt and locked them up in the county jail. The eunuch quickly recounted the matter. Pai Lupi and Zhangsun Wuji were stunned. In 7 days they went back and forth between Chang'an and Yinzhou, and they even transported 1,000 stones of grain? Hearing this, it seemed that the secretary of the Chang'an County government didn't do anything wrong. If someone reported back to them like this, they wouldn't believe it either. Pai Lupi coughed lightly and asked, "Can you confirm that the boy from the Li family is telling the truth?" The 100 Horsemen Department has already sent people to Yinzhou to investigate. They should be able to reply the day after tomorrow. It would take about 3 days to travel to and from Yinzhou. Pai Lupi heard this and nodded. Then let the boy from the Li family stay in the county jail of Chang'an County. It's good to learn a lesson. He then looked at Feng Xianling. "Xianling, I'll have to trouble you to investigate this matter and find out the truth." Feng Xianling stood up and cupped his hands. "I'll do my best." Empress Zhangsun said with dissatisfaction. "Erlang, no matter what, Li Jia Xiaolang is only 16 and hasn't turned 20. His parents are dead and he's very pitiful. How can you throw him in the jail like this? How can he suffer such inhumane torture?" She didn't know that Li Wangyu wasn't suffering in the jail, but was very satisfied. Chapter 134. Pai Lupi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Empress Zhangsun's words. He didn't know that ever since she saw the drunken Li Wangyu at the waterside pavilion, Empress Zhangsun had developed an inexplicable desire to protect him. In addition, eldest Princess Chang'an also felt that Li Wangyu's brother was very interesting. After returning to the palace, she couldn't forget about him. This made Empress Zhangsun even more fond of him. If it wasn't for Li Wangyu's drunken recitation of poems, she would have already summoned Li Wangyu to the palace and taught him a lesson. Okay, I will send someone to tell Chang'an County not to make things difficult for that Li family boy. If that little bastard really lied, I won't forgive him." Pai Lupi felt his teeth itch when he talked about Li Wangyu. Zhangsun Wuji and Feng Xianling looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. In the eyes of this group of court officials, Li Wangyu was pretending to be smart. He wanted to get away with it because he was dissatisfied with the county yamen listing him as a servant. But regardless of whether the Secretary of State of Chang'an County did the right thing or not, it was a big mistake to lie about the grain transportation mission. However, for the sake of Li Heir and Empress Zhangsun's face, Feng Xianling only planned to investigate clearly and raise him high before gently putting him down and teaching him a lesson. As for the Secretary of State of Chang'an County, it was obvious from Pai Lupi's snort that he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Pai Lupi didn't even mention that the group of bastards, including his second son, caused a scene at the Chang'an County Yamen. Feng Xianling naturally wouldn't ask for a snub and punish this group of foppish sons. Of course, after returning home, whether Feng Yai would receive intimate care from his father was another matter. While Li Wangyu was still sleeping soundly in the prison, the Chang'an County Yamen received a message from the palace. He told them to keep a close eye on Li Wangyu, and not to release him or humiliate him. Once the Duke of Wei, the left servant of the minister of Shangshu, and Feng Xianling found out the truth, they would deal with him separately. Originally, Chuizhua wished he could send Li Wangyu out as if he were the plague because of the playboys' quarrel. In the end, now that His Majesty had given the verbal order, they could not let him go. Instead, they had to treat him like an ancestor. Chuizhua was upset, so he could only send the Yamen runner to the prison to pass a message to jailer Zhao, instructing him to serve Li Jia Xiaolang well. Listen to these words and serve him well. After prison head Zhao heard the Yamen runner's words, he felt like dying. Even the saint had spoken. How was he supposed to live? He was the head of the prison, not a servant who sold himself. However, even though he was cursing in his mind, his body was very honest. Li Wangyu slept soundly through the night after drinking. When he woke up, prison head Zhao and a group of jailers were already waiting outside the prison cell. Some were holding copper basins and towels to wash his face, some were holding bronze mirrors, some were holding food boxes, which contained the exquisite breakfast that Chuizhua had ordered people to buy, some were holding teapots for drinking water, and some were even considerately filled with warm water, Li Wangyu stood up and looked at the lineup. He quickly rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not seeing things and could not help but feel happy. It seemed that Chang Chumo and the others had come to make a big fuss, and it was really effective. He did not know that this matter had already been made known to Pai Lupi. He thought that prison head Zhao and the others were just afraid of Chang Chumo and Fang Yai's despotic power. He accepted the attentive service of the jailers with a clear conscience. After washing up, a jailer immediately took out a comb from his pocket and helped him comb his messy hair. On the side, prison head Zhao was busy putting food on the table and asked him to take a seat. Seeing that the jailer's attitude was so humble, Li Wangyu naturally did not want to bother with them about the unpleasantness when he first entered the prison. After eating breakfast he was bored, so he simply asked the jailers to find him some books to read to pass the time. However, the ancient books of the Tang dynasty were really obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, there were no punctuation marks. Just reading the books gave him a headache. Li Wangyu flipped through a few pages of the books and then threw the books aside, thinking about how to pass the time. In his mind, this matter should be solved soon. Since it had already come to this point, Chuizhua should not deal with the Li clan's Minister of Civil Affairs, right? He did not know that the matter had already been blown out of proportion, and now Chuizhua could not make the decision. Only Fang Xianling could personally handle the case. Feeling bored, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of what he should do. He asked Jailer Zhao to find him some cardboard and mulberry paper. He cut them into pieces of paper of suitable size. Then he asked Jailer Zhao to find him a map of Chang'an market. He asked for a pen and ink. Then he started to write and draw on the cardboard. Prison head Zhao and the jailers were curious about what Li Jiaxiaoling was doing. They stretched their necks and looked at him for a long time, but they did not understand what he was writing and drawing. They only saw a row of grids on the cardboard, and the names of Shi Market, Dong Market, Pingkong Market, Chongren Market and so on were written on it. After drawing on the cardboard, Li Wangyu picked up the cut mulberry paper and began to write and draw on it. This made the jailers even more confused. What do you mean by 1 stroke, 10 strokes, and 100 strokes? If the beautiful boss was here, she would immediately cry out, Monopoly! Yes, Li Wangyu was bored and was making a game of Monopoly. When he was a child, there was no computer version of Monopoly. For a long time, the board game of Monopoly was popular. However, Li Wangyu did not have the money to buy it at that time, so he simply borrowed a Monopoly from a classmate and made one himself with cardboard and paper. This left a deep impression on him. But now in the Tang dynasty, the original names on the Monopoly board were not suitable. Therefore, Li Wangyu simply asked for a map of Chang'an market, and used the names of the markets to replace the names of the land on the original map. As for the paper money, he replaced it with a pair of copper coins. As for the small houses and hotels in the game, Li Wangyu sent prison head Zhao to find suitable replacements for him. Prison head Zhao was quite a clever person. He actually managed to find a bunch of ceramic huts for them. These ceramic huts were originally toys for peddlers to sell, but he bought them back. Li Wangyu played with the ceramic huts and found them interesting. In fact, during the Tang and Song dynasties, ceramic toys were already very popular. In Li Song and Su Hanshan's peddler painting, there were dozens of types of toys. As for the dice, they were ready-made. Prison head Zhao and the jailer sometimes had nothing to do, so they would roll the dice and play a few rounds. When everything was ready, the Chang'an version of the Tang dynasties Monopoly game was released. Li Wangyu called prison head Zhao and the jailers to his side and taught them in detail how to play Monopoly. This group of jailers listened with great interest. Several big men sat down at a few tables, surrounded by a group of jailers, and began the journey of becoming a millionaire. As the game progressed, everyone became enthusiastic. From time to time, the surrounding jailers would burst out shouting. While they were having fun, no one noticed that a few figures had walked in from the main gate of the county jail. Chapter 135. Originally, there were no prisoners in the county jail, and because of Li Wangyu's matter, Chuizhua was afraid that there would be an accident, so he simply interrogated the prisoners who were still in custody yesterday. Then, those who should be flogged were flogged, and those who should be released were released. The prison, which originally had few prisoners, was emptied, and only Li Wangyu was left. Those jailers were now bent on pleasing Li Wangyu. Coupled with the attraction of the Monopoly game, there was not even a guard in Notice County Jail. Everyone crowded in Li Wangyu's cell to watch the game. Everyone was concentrating on the Monopoly game. From time to time one could hear the crowd saying, "I'll buy Shi City. Here's 500 strings of coins. Give me the title deed. Ping Kong Fong is mine. Give me the toll 20 strings of coins." Several people came in through the open door of the county jail. When they saw the situation in the jail, they could not help but frown. One of them was about to speak, but was stopped by the leader. The few of them quietly walked into the prison cell and gathered around the prison guard to look inside. Li Wangyu grabbed the dice in one hand, shook it a few times in his palm, and threw it on the table. Unit 11. Xiaolang, you go to Unit 11 and draw an opportunity card. Haha, Xiaolang, you're unlucky. You're locked in the county jail for a day and can't move. Jailer Zhao's voice came. Li Wangyu angrily patted his thigh, feeling that his luck was too bad. Since he could not move in the next round, he stood up to stretch his waist, but was surprised to find that several strangers in fine clothes were standing outside the crowd. Li Wangyu was familiar with the two strangers in the lead. He had seen them at the birthday banquet in Zhongliang's mansion. The leading man with a curly beard had extorted the sketch Goddess Luo's painting that he had painstakingly drawn for 3 days. Him again. Why do I meet this person everywhere? He's like a ghost. The newcomers were Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling. Today, Fang Xianling came to Chang'an County to inquire about the case. The reason why Pai Lupi appeared here was that the 100 Horsemen Department had already replied to some interesting news. According to the 100 Horsemen Department's report, Dingzhou village had sent 70 villagers, including Li Wangyu, to transport the official grain. The 100 Horsemen Department's private investigation found that the 70 villagers agreed that they did go to Yinzhou within 7 days. Secondly, they used a carriage to transport the grain. And it was a type of four-wheeled carriage that they had never seen before. Then there was the document that had been torn up by the secretary and Huzhan army. The 100 Horsemen Department collected the remains and pieced them together. They found that the official seal and stamp of the Yinzhou warehouse on the document were real and not forged. This news immediately piqued Li Er's interest. He was very curious about what had happened. However, the situation in Yinzhou could only be verified tomorrow. Today, Fang Xianling came to Chang'an County to inquire about Li Wangyu, and Pai Lupi came with her. The two of them did not inform Cui Zhua. They only brought a few guards and broke into the prison of Chang'an County. Unexpectedly, there was no one guarding the prison, and the door was wide open. Surprised, the two of them entered the prison and saw that the jailers were all gathered in the cell, shouting and playing something. They heard the crowd constantly saying, 30 strings of cash, give me 30 strings of cash, and, haha, you're unlucky, give me 50 strings of cash. Pai Lupi thought that these bastards were gambling, and his face became livid. He stopped the guards from speaking and sneaked behind the crowd with Fang Xianling, intending to catch them in the act. However, the scene that appeared in front of them puzzled the emperor and the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. The words East Market, West Market, and Ping Kong Fong were written on the paper, and the amount of money was just a toy drawn on the paper. What the hell is this? Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling did not say anything. They stood silently outside the crowd and watched. After watching for a while, the two of them roughly understood that this was a game, and it seemed to be very interesting. The two of them also watched with great interest. At this time, Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and moved his body. He accidentally found Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu stared blankly at Pai Lupi, and Pai Lupi also looked at Li Wangyu. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a long time. Xiaolang, it's your turn. Prison head Zhao reached out and gently pulled Li Wangyu, which made Li Wangyu come back to his senses. He coughed softly and kicked the prison head, indicating that someone was coming. Prison head Zhao was so excited that he did not notice this. After being kicked several times by Li Wangyu, he came back to his senses and stood up blankly. Then he saw Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling, as well as the guards behind them. Although he did not know Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling, he was quite discerning. When he saw their luxurious clothes and the guards behind them, he knew that these two were important people. Prison head Zhao hurriedly pulled over the jailers who were still staring at the tabletop games and bowed to them. Langjuns, may I ask what business you have in the county prison? Pai Lupi did not know whether to laugh or cry at the scene in front of him. I told Chang'an County not to mistreat this bastard. But you treat him like an ancestor? Not only was the cell clean, but the candles and incense were used. There were even beds and mats. Was this still a damn prison? And these jailers, they actually opened the prison door wide and ran in to play games with this bastard. It was ridiculous to the extreme. Feng Xianling coughed softly. We have something to ask Li Jiaxiaolang. You can go out first. Prison head Zhao did not dare to ask more. He hurriedly led a group of jailers out of the cell, leaving Li Wangyu alone. After the jailers ran away, Pai Lupi did not hesitate at all. He directly sat beside the table, picked up the Monopoly cards and played with them. Feng Xianling did not explain his identity. He just smiled gently and asked Li Wang. Li Jiaxiaolang, I have something to ask you. Answer me honestly. Although Li Wangyu was not happy with Pai Lupi, he knew that it was not the time to throw a tantrum. He respectfully bowed and said, Lang Jun, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Feng Xianling stroked his beard and asked, Let me ask you, how did you transport 1,000 dan of grain from Dingzhou village to Yinzhou within 7 days? Li Wangyu naturally would not hide this question. He smiled and said, It's simple. We used carriages to transport it. You used a total of 30 carriages and borrowed more than 100 horses from Chang'an County. You used them to transport 1,000 dan of grain? One carriage could carry 30 dan of grain? Feng Xianling still did not believe this. Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. That's right. How do you prove it? Pai Lupi suddenly asked. In fact, it was very easy to prove. Everything would be clear when the people of 100 Horsemen Department came back from Yinzhou tomorrow. However, Pai Lupi still wanted to hear Li Wangyu's answer. How to prove it? Li Wangyu scratched his head. The receipt was torn by Officer Li. He suddenly thought of his client and could not help laughing. Wasn't the Ma family of Yinzhou the best proof? Chapter 136. Li Wangyu scratched his head in embarrassment. Returning to Chang'an from Yinzhou and helping the Ma family to transport goods. Was this considered taking advantage of the government? After all, the horses were pulled by the county government, and even the rations for the 70 people were provided by the government. Even the fodder for the horses on the return journey was provided by the post station for free. Li Wangyu laughed mockingly. When we were returning from Yin province because the carriage was empty, he took on a private job. I helped the Ma family of Yin province transport 8 to 900 dendrites of porcelain back to Chang'an. This can't be faked. Lang Jun, you can ask someone to find out. His words made Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling stunned. This bastard, he was serving the corvée, but he was still doing private work. They really didn't know what to say about him. Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling already believed that the Zhou family could go back and forth to Yinzhou within 7 days. But because they believed it, they were shocked. Li Wangyu didn't think much of the four-wheeled carriage, but the two immediately realized the value of it. Feng Xianling immediately reached out and summoned a guard. She whispered a few words and asked him to go to the Ma family in Shi City to verify the truth of Li Wangyu's words. Feng Xianling asked again, Li Jiaxiaolang, is this four-wheeled carriage your work? Li Wangyu nodded embarrassedly and said, Yes, I was forced to do the task of transporting grain by the county government, so I suddenly had the idea to make it. How much weight can this carriage carry? What's the speed? It has 4 horses and 2 coachmen. It can carry 30 stones and run 80 miles per hour. It can run up to 300 miles a day. Hiss! Li Wangyu's answer made Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling couldn't help but gasp. The Great Tang was growing stronger with each passing day, but its territory was vast, and its greatest problem was the limitations of transportation and transportation. The transport capacity of 2-wheeled carts and wheelbarrows was limited. That was why there was a saying that grain could not be transported for thousands of miles. Putting aside the distant matters, in order to go on an expedition to the Eastern Turks, they had to transport enough supplies for the army, which was the biggest headache for the Tang dynasty's imperial court. It wasn't that they didn't have food, weapons and armor, but they were difficult to transport, making it difficult for the army to resupply. Moreover, as the Tang dynasty gained more and more land, the transportation difficulties also led to a decline in the actual ruling power. For example, in Longyu, the actual area of control of the Tang army was actually very limited. This was caused by the lack of military power. If this four-wheeled carriage could carry so much weight and travel so fast, it would not only play a role in the military, but also bring about earth-shaking changes in all aspects of the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi suddenly stood up and glared at Li Wangyu. "You little bastard, you're just messing around. Quickly hand over the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage." His words made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. The bearded man was at it again. Why did the officials of the Tang dynasty want to rob him of all the good things he had? Didn't they have any awareness of copyright in business? Or had they been infected by Cheng Yaojin? He was a bandit from Wagong village. Li Wangyu cupped his hands and said, "I can give the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage to the imperial court, but I have a condition. I hope you two Langjuns can agree to it." Pai Lupi rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit him. He really didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider now. This tired guy was simply a treasure given to the Li clan by God. Therefore, the more he didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider, the more impolite he was and directly put on the attitude of an elder. He was ready to learn from Cheng Yaojin and teach this bastard a lesson with a slap so that he dared to negotiate with him. Seeing that the bearded man was about to hit him, Li Wangyu quickly hid behind Feng Xianling and shouted, "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Let's talk nicely." Feng Xianling didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this uncle and nephew pair. Speaking of which, Pai Lupi should be regarded as Li Wangyu's distant uncle. Their relationship hadn't gone beyond the 5 generations. The 5 generations included the male descendants and their spouses from the great ancestor to the great ancestor. The 9 generations from the great ancestor to the great ancestor were usually called the 9 clans of the clan. Li Wangyu's father, Li Zhou, and Pai Lupi were cousins. Pai Lupi was Li Wangyu's 4th uncle, and Li Wangyu was Pai Lupi's 2nd nephew. As the saying goes, relatives don't go beyond the 5 generations. If they went beyond the 5 generations, they really weren't relatives. However, Pai Lupi knew this, but Li Wangyu didn't know that the bearded man in front of him was his uncle, Li Shimen, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Feng Xianling grabbed Li Wangyu and said, "Xiao Lang, tell us, what are your conditions?" Li Wangyu confirmed that Pai Lupi wouldn't hit him for the time being, so he replied carefully, "Hey, I don't ask for much. Just give me Chang'an city." His words almost made Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling faint. How could this guy say that? Give him Chang'an city? Pai Lupi began to roll up his sleeves again. This bastard, I can't let him go without beating him. When Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi was about to roll up his sleeves again, he knew that he didn't make it clear. He hurriedly explained, "I'm going to organize the people in the village to use 4-wheeled carriages for transportation. What I mean is that I'll be responsible for the transportation of the merchants in Chang'an city." Pai Lupi stared at him and said, "Make it clear. I'll use the blueprint of the 4-wheeled carriage in exchange for the concession in Chang'an city. All the merchants in Chang'an city who want to use 4-wheeled carriages to transport goods can only find the 4-wheeled carriages of our Dingzhou village. What do you think?" Li Wangyu asked carefully. Chang'an city was the most prosperous and affluent place in the Tang dynasty. As long as the 4-wheeled carriage transportation business in Chang'an city belonged to him, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Pai Lupi understood his plan and his expression eased a little. However, he still snorted coldly and said, "Humph, you don't want to make progress. Since you're so talented, why don't you take the exam and become a scholar? You think about these merchants every day. You're really a disgrace to your parents." His words made Li Wangyu dislike him even more. "Who are you? Are we close? How dare you scold me in such an elder tone? My parents didn't give me any advice before they passed away. They only left me with a debt of $2 million. Why can't I make money with my own ability? I don't steal or rob. It's better than someone who takes other people's things, right?" Li Wangyu was implying that Pai Lupi stole his 4-wheeled carriage blueprint. Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost went berserk again. When Feng Xianling saw that the uncle and nephew were going to quarrel again, he hurriedly said, "Xiao Lang, your condition?" He stole a glance at Pai Lupi and saw him nod slightly. He continued, "I can agree to your condition. Give me the blueprint of the 4-wheeled carriage." Seeing that he agreed, Li Wangyu hurriedly asked, "May I ask who you are, Lang Jun? Will the imperial court approve of what you've promised? Feng Xianling stroked his beard and laughed. Haha, my surname is Feng and my name is Xianling. I'll be the left servant of the minister. Xiaolang, do you think this will count? Feng Xianling? The prime minister of the Tang dynasty? Feng Yi loves his father? Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed and saluted. I didn't know you were the prime minister. I was too rash. He looked at Li Er again, wanting to ask who this curly-bearded man who kept making things difficult for him was. However, seeing that Pai Lupi didn't want to introduce himself, Feng Xianling just smiled and said nothing. Li Wangyu was too lazy to guess. He was just a big shot of the Tang dynasty. Xiaolang, can you give me the carriage blueprint? Feng Xianling asked. Li Wangyu shook his head and said, Minister Feng, I've been framed. I haven't even explained why I've been locked up in the county jail. Chapter 137. The reason why Li Wangyu stayed in the county jail of Chang'an County was to teach the Li clan of Hu County a lesson. The sudden appearance of Feng Xianling and the bearded man gave Li Wangyu a clear signal that his matter had been known by the officials of the imperial court. Although Li Wangyu didn't know why such a small matter would alarm Feng Xianling, he had to seize this rare opportunity. He did so many things just to make a big deal out of it. Even the prime minister of the Tang dynasty came out. This matter was big enough. When Li Wangyu mentioned that he was wrongly imprisoned, Feng Xianling hesitated a little. He had a general understanding of this matter. It was basically certain that the Li clan of Hu County was behind it. They wanted to frame Li Wangyu and the villagers of Dingzhou village. He and Pai Lupi also knew the cause of this matter through the report of the 100 Horsemen Department. Feng Xianling gnashed his teeth when he thought that the Li clan of Hu County wanted to dig up the grave of his old friend Li Zhou. If possible, Feng Xianling didn't mind teaching the Li clan of Hu County a lesson. But this matter involved the royal family, so he was a little embarrassed. Pai Lupi suddenly said, Prime Minister Feng, as the saying goes, if a prince commits a crime, a commoner will be punished. Since the secretary of the army of Chang'an County framed a loyal person, how should he be punished? Li Wangyu couldn't help but give Pai Lupi a thumbs up. This bearded man finally said something with conscience. When Feng Xianling heard Li Er's words, how could he not understand his meaning? He smiled and nodded. That's natural. Since you have made a mistake, you should be punished. This old man will give you justice. Li Jia Xiaolang, can you give me the four-wheeled carriage blueprint now? Li Wangyu didn't talk nonsense. He took out the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage and handed it to Feng Xianling with both hands. Feng Xianling couldn't wait to unfold the blueprint. Pai Lupi also stood aside to watch. The four-wheeled carriage's structure wasn't complicated. The key was the steering mechanism. They looked at it for a long time and finally sighed. Li Wang, you are really smart. It's hard for you to think of such a wonderful thing. Li Wangyu blushed. He was a little ashamed that he copied the four-wheeled carriage from the West. But he thought that the West didn't give him a penny for using the four great Wuxia inventions. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu did not feel ashamed. Instead, he felt that it was only natural. Feng Xianling was a bit like Ma Zhou, who wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. She pointed to the drawing and asked, Xiaolang, why can the carriage's load increase so much with 2 more wheels? How to answer this question? It seemed to involve the problem of physical pressure. 4 wheels were more uniform than 2 wheels, so the pressure on the ground was less, so it was easier for the horse to drag it. In addition, the load of the wheels was not borne by the horse. The horse could pull the carriage with all its strength. It seemed to be the truth. Li Wangyu, a second-rate liberal arts student, could only explain it in this way. But how could he explain to Feng Xianling what pressure was? Li Wangyu blinked for a long time and finally said, a horse has 4 legs, and it runs faster than a man with 2 legs. It's the same principle. He was being unreasonable. Why didn't he say that a turtle also had 4 legs? Fortunately, Feng Xianling didn't really want to do scientific research, so she didn't continue to ask this question. Alright, Li family's young man, you should go home now. Minister Feng, when will you give me the Chang'an 4-wheeled carriage franchise? Li Wangyu didn't hurry to leave and asked hesitantly. Pai Lupi's eyes widened again. Feng Xianling quickly replied, are you still worried that I won't keep my word? Tomorrow I will ask someone to send you the documents. You can rest assured now, right? Thank you, Minister Fang. He. I thank you on behalf of the 127 villagers of Zhou village. Li Wangyu bowed deeply again. Well, you exchanged this with the blueprint. There's no need to thank me. I should thank you on behalf of the people of the Tang dynasty. Fang Xianling patted the blueprint in his hand and sighed with emotion. With this four-wheeled carriage, the Tang dynasty could reduce the number of villagers and save a lot of food and horses. This was a great contribution for 1,000 years. Li Wangyu saw that he had achieved his goal. He was afraid that Su Changqing would worry about him at home, so he bowed to Fang Xianling and Pai Lupi and left the county jail. Seeing that Li Wangyu was finally leaving, Head Zhao and the jailers almost burst into tears. This ancestor was finally leaving. Head Zhao decided that after today's shift, he would go to the temple to burn incense and thank Buddha for his blessings. Li Wangyu just walked 2 steps out of the county office when he unexpectedly saw Niuwu squatting in front of the county office. Erlang, why are you here? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Did Niuwu know that he was going home today? Niuwu was overjoyed when he saw him coming out of the county office. He quickly ran to him and said, Madam Su was worried about you, so she asked me to wait for you outside the county office. Lang Jun, has everything been settled? Yes, everything is done. This time there was an unexpected gain. Let's go home and talk about it. Niuwu brought 2 horses from home. They mounted the horses and slowly went to the illustrious Virtue Gate. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling appeared in front of the county office. Looking at Li Wangyu's back, Fang Xianling suddenly said in a low voice, Your Majesty, we owe this child a lot. The emperor of the Tang dynasty had a complicated look on his face, but he nodded silently and did not say anything. As for Li Wangyu and Niuwu, after exiting the city gate, they rode their horses and rushed back to Dingzhou village in 2 hours. When they just entered the village, a sharp-eyed villager saw Li Wangyu on horseback and immediately shouted, Li Jia Shaoling is back. Muramesa, come quickly, Li Jia Shaoling is back. More and more villagers gathered around and bowed to Li Wangyu. Some excited villagers even knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. The villagers of Dingzhou village all knew in their hearts why Li Wangyu was arrested and thrown into the county yamen prison. Now that they saw him out of prison, they were truly grateful for everything Li Wangyu had done for the village. Li Wangyu also felt a fire burning in his heart, and was very touched to be remembered by the villagers like this. However, Li Wangyu also felt embarrassed that so many people knelt to him. He quickly jumped off the horse and helped the villagers up. What are you doing? You're too kind. Please get up, get up. The old Muramesa also rushed over when he heard the news. He excitedly grabbed Li Wangyu and said, Xiao Lang, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. If you didn't come back, I was going to take everyone to beat the drum. The villagers surrounded Li Wangyu for a long time before they finally let him go home. Li Wangyu remembered what Fang Xianling had promised him today. He quickly grabbed the old Muramesa and said, Muramesa, come to my house. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 138. Li Wangyu's return also made the beautiful boss breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of joy and nostalgia. In fact, Li Wangyu had never understood. He was a country boy who grew up in the countryside. Although he went to a second-rate university, what attracted the turtle white-bone fairy? With Su Changqing's condition, the people chasing her could line up for a few streets. But after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu knew that the beautiful boss also had a good impression of him, which was really strange. He originally kept a respectful distance from Su Changqing, the beautiful boss, in the company. The so-called kidney function was proportional to the thickness of the wallet. Li Wangyu did not dare to think about marrying a beautiful woman and walking to the peak of life. However, he was too embarrassed to ask Su Changqing about this matter. He could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. As soon as Li Wangyu returned home, Su Changqing drove him to the bathhouse to take a bath. In the hot water that had already been prepared, she also put grapefruit leaves. She wanted him to get rid of the bad luck. He could not help but feel funny, but he could not bear to reject Su Changqing's kindness. This woman, did she really think that he was going to jail? After a comfortable hot bath, he changed into the clean clothes that Perrin had already prepared. In the living room, Su Changqing had already prepared a table of food. Li Wangyu quickly asked the old villager who had been waiting for a long time to sit down together. They chatted while eating. Chongqing, old villager. Guess who I saw in the county prison today? Who? He, the prime minister, minister left servant, Fang Xianling. Li Wangyu picked up a chopstick and said while eating. Su Chongqing could not help but exclaim softly, "Ah, Fang Xianling? That's a famous person in the Tang dynasty." As soon as she said this, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The old villager was still there, so she quickly covered her cherry mouth with her hand. The old villager did not notice that she had mentioned some famous people of the Tang dynasty. The old man was also shocked by Li Wangyu's words. After a long time, he asked, "Xiaolang, does Prime Minister Fang want to see you for something?" "Hey, you can say that. Today I made a deal with Minister Fang," Li Wangyu said proudly. The old villager was even more surprised. "Ah, you are doing business with the landlord? What's the matter? Tell me about it." "I gave the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage to Minister Fang in exchange for the exclusive right to operate four-wheeled carriages in Chang'an City." Haha. The old man was confused by his words. "What do you mean by exclusive management rights?" Li Wangyu took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "In the future, if the merchants in Chang'an City want to use four-wheeled carriages to transport goods, they must ask for the carriages of Zhou village." "What? Wouldn't that become the government's monopoly? Is there such a good thing?" The old villager could not believe his ears. Even though he was just a small villager, he knew that the word monopoly had great benefits. In Chang'an City, there were no less than thousands of merchants' shops. If they all used the four-wheeled carriages of Zhou village to transport goods, it was simply unimaginable. After a long time, the old villager said, "Xiaolang, there are only more than 100 families in Zhou village. Even if all of them go to drive carriages, I'm afraid that it won't be enough for the merchants in Chang'an City, right?" "Of course, old villager. When the time comes, we will issue exclusive licenses to others." Before Li Wangyu could answer, Su Chongqing explained for him with a smile. It was like the capital of the future. If all the taxis were only allowed to be operated by Li Wangyu and others, and it was illegal for others to run taxis, then they could make a lot of money just by selling the right to operate taxis. This was the advantage of monopoly. In the future, it was naturally impossible for anyone to monopolize the transportation demand of a city. But in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu believed that with the order of Minister Fang Xianling, the monopoly was necessary. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu wanted to laugh. The entire Tang dynasty, or even the richest city in the world, had thousands of merchants. How many four-wheeled carriages would they need to meet the demand? In the future, just selling the right to operate the special carriages would make a lot of money. 10 strings of cash for a four-wheeled carriage should not be a lot, right? 1,000 carriages would be 10,000 strings of cash. How about 10,000? Li Wangyu only felt that the beautiful days he had been looking forward to were waving at him. However, the profits would not be seen so quickly. It would take time for the four-wheeled carriages to become popular. Moreover, the cost of purchasing a four-wheeled carriage was not low. Just the 4 horses alone would cost about 40 strings of cash. And this did not include the cost of the carriage. The carriages that they built for this trip to Yinzhou were all made in a hurry. They did not use much iron and the workmanship was also very rough. On the way back, many of the carriage's axles were broken. Fortunately, they had considered this situation before they set off and brought a lot of spare axles, so they did not waste any time. Even so, after running nearly 2,000 miles to and from Yinzhou, the four-wheeled freight carriages that were made in a hurry were almost in a half-broken state. Since the convoy came back, the village's carpenter Lu had been busy repairing and improving the carriages with his 3 sons. Therefore, if they wanted to popularize the four-wheeled carriages, they would have to invest a lot of money first. Li Wangyu estimated that it would take at least half a year for the four-wheeled carriages to become popular in the Tang dynasty and become the main means of transportation. The old villager finally digested the good news that Li Wangyu brought back and asked, "Xiaolang, what are you going to do about this?" Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss with a smile. Su Chongqing was better at this kind of thing than he was, so it was better to let her plan it. When it came to business, the beautiful boss immediately recovered the shrewdness of an elite woman in the modern workplace. After thinking for a while, she replied, "Old villager, What I mean is that my Li family and the 127 families of Dingzhou village will cooperate to do this business. How do we cooperate? My Li family will take 50% of the profits from the four-wheeled carriage franchise in Chang'an. The village will use copper coins to contribute. This time we earned more than 900 strings of cash. Each family will contribute a little more to gather 1,200 strings of cash, which will be used to buy horses and build carriages. This will also take 50% of the profits. The 50% of the profits in the village will be divided equally between each family. What do you think? Su Chongqing's words made the old villager wave his hand again and again. Madam Su, this can't be done, can't be done. The carriages were all made by Xiao Lang. This time we can earn money because of Xiao Lang's contribution. Not to mention, the Chang'an carriage franchise is more than 50% of the profits. The old villager repeatedly refused. Su Chongqing's suggestion made him feel that he was taking advantage of the Li family. Su Chongqing didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. Although technology was productivity, in the end it couldn't be separated from the simple and honest villagers of Dingzhou village. At the same time, Su Chongqing also deliberately wanted to tie the 127 families of Dingzhou village to the Li family. She couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. For her beautiful boss, there was no sense of security in the Tang dynasty. Especially this time, Li Wangyou's imprisonment. Although it was his own plan, it also made Su Chongqing realize that the Tang dynasty, where officials were based on power, wasn't necessarily so beautiful. While the old villager and Su Chongqing were discussing the shares, the Li clan of Wuxia ushered in a storm. Chapter 139. 2 days ago, after the Li clan secretary and Hu army had Li Wangyu and the village chief locked up in the county jail, he hurriedly rode back to Hu County with his servants. He found the clan elder to discuss how to use this opportunity to kill Li Wangyu. The group of people discussed in the clan leader's house for an entire night. Everyone felt that Li Wangyu would not be able to escape this time, so they ordered people to set up a banquet. They toasted each other and drank to their heart's content. The next day when Sihu Li woke up, he felt a bit unwell. He was too lazy to go back to the county office for roll call, so he sent his servants back to the county office to ask for leave while he prepared to stay at his home in Hu County for 2 days. After all, County Magistrate Cui Zhuo knew that he was a member of the Li clan, so he was usually very polite to him. In his opinion, if Li Wangyu was locked up in the county jail, he would not be able to call out to the heavens and the earth. He would just let him suffer in the jail for now. After resting for 2 nights, Sihu Li planned to return to the county office to make some connections and kill Li Wangyu. However, an uninvited guest arrived at his home. An 8th-rank supervisory censor of the censorate, dressed in dark green official robes, led a group of bearers and rushed into Li family's residence in Hu County. The censorate of the Tang dynasty did not only hear about reports, but it also had the power to supervise officials. It was similar to the procuratorate of the modern era and the Commission for Discipline Inspection. The censorate of the Zhengguan dynasty not only had a prison, but it also handled special cases. For major cases, the censorate, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court formed 3 divisions to try them. The Supreme Court was in charge of interrogating criminals and drafting sentences. The Ministry of Justice was in charge of reviewing the cases and reporting them to the censorate. Although these censors were of low ranks, they had the power to supervise hundreds of officials. They were the most feared and unpopular officials of the Tang dynasty. Before Sihu Li could react, he was forcefully taken away from the house of the Li clan by the censor, leaving behind a group of crying women and children. When the Li clan leader and clan elders heard the report, they all felt as if they had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do. This time the imperial censorate's punishment was very fast. The Li clan's 7th-rank official joined the army. Several days later he was demoted and removed from his post, and sent to exile 3,000 li away, under the pretext of double public service for personal gain. After this incident, no one else from the Li clan of Hu County became an official. After the censorate took Sihu Li away, the Li clan leader and clan elders were still at a loss as they gathered in the ancestral hall to discuss countermeasures. Then, another group of people rushed out of Chang'an and headed straight for the Li clan in Hu County. This time it was the people of the Zongjing Temple who brought along the reprimand and punishment of temple head, Li Shaogong for not caring about the truth for 10,000 years. The Li clan of Wuxia, who does not practice personal morals, is to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. He is to be grounded, and his imperial family's salary will be halved. In other words, the Li clan was prohibited from leaving the county where they had opened their accounts. They were not even allowed to go to Chang'an city. Having the imperial family's salary was a heavy blow. The Tang dynasty still treated their relatives well. Even distant relatives like the Li clan of Hu County were not given titles, but they were still given a generous amount of money every year. For the Li clan leader, his annual salary was the same as that of the founding county magistrate, which was equivalent to the salary of a fifth-rank official. Now that half of their salary was deducted, how could they not feel as if they had lost their parents? Deputy Chow, may I ask why this is? The Li clan leader asked the deputy of the Zongjing temple with a trembling voice, his face full of disbelief. Deputy Chow had a good temper. He just laughed and cupped his hands, saying, Mr. Li, you have offended someone you should not have offended. Do you still not understand? The Li clan of Hu County has always been law-abiding. When did we offend anyone? The Li clan leader still did not understand. In his opinion, his clan had never offended the nobles in Chang'an city. Fool, you have offended a saint. Saint? What? What have we done? Please enlighten us, Deputy Chow. The Li clan leader was confused. How did they offend Pai Lupi for no reason? He did not have time to wail. He reached out and grabbed the deputy's sleeve, secretly stuffing a gold ingot into his hand. The deputy weighed the 5 taels of gold ingot and laughed. Mr. Li, do you know Li Wangyu from Dingzhou village? The Li clan leader was stunned. Of course I know him. Why? Does it have something to do with him? The deputy nodded. Li Wangyu is now very famous in Chang'an city. He is in the emperor's heart. You actually wanted to dig up Li Zhou's grave. Your Li clan even imprisoned him in the Chang'an county. Aren't you just looking for trouble? The Li clan leader muttered. How? How is this possible? He is only a 16-year-old kid. How can he do this? The deputy glanced at him. He felt that this kind of person who did not have foresight and only cared about small benefits was a disgrace to the imperial court. However, he still patiently told him what he knew. What happened at the poetry gathering in Suzhong Lake and Zhang Liang's birthday banquet spread out through various channels. Although the deputy was an official of the Zongjing temple, he also had a few good friends who were officials in Chang'an city. Li Wangyu from Wuxia had offended Pai Lupi several times, but nothing had happened. This kind of news had already spread among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu's poems were loved by the scholars and Confucians in Chang'an city. Even the most popular songs sung by the prostitutes in Pingkong Square were Li Wangyu's poems. Early this morning, the deputy of the Zongjing temple, Li Shaogong, was summoned to the palace by the sage. After returning to the Zongjing temple, Li Shaogong angrily called Deputy Chow over and asked him to go to the Li clan in Wuxia to reprimand this group of bastards. Hearing the deputy say these things in a low voice, the Li clan leader was so shocked that his scalp went numb. He could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. This child. He couldn't even speak clearly. The deputy saluted him with a slight disdain and left. As far as he was concerned, the Li family of Hu County must have been out of their minds to expel a Qilin like Li Wangyu from the clan. The elders of the Li clan were also stunned. No one would have thought that everything that happened today was because of the young man who was kicked out by them. It was too late to regret. After understanding all of this, the Li clan leader and the other elders seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Their bodies became more bent and they looked senile. Li Gui suddenly ran in from outside and shouted, "Grandfather, that bastard Li Wangyu was released by the Chang'an county government." Before he could finish his words, he heard a crisp slap. Li Gui covered his rapidly swollen cheek with one hand and looked at the clan leader in disbelief. His grandfather had never hit him even once since he was young. "Bastard, you are not allowed to provoke that Li Jia Shaoling in the future. Do you want to kill our entire clan?" The Li clan's patriarch roared at Li Gui with all his might. He used so much force that even his face turned red. Li Gui covered his burning face and cried in grievance. He didn't even understand why he was being beaten. While the Li clan was bustling, Li Wangyu's home was even more bustling. And this bustling was the trouble that Li Wangyu found himself. He had given Ma Zhou a question and Ma Zhou had solved it. Chapter 140. On the day that Li Wangyu returned home from the county prison, Su Chongqing and the old village chief discussed for a long time. In the end, they more or less decided on the matters of the carriage business partnership. Dingzhou village would invest 1,200 strings of copper coins, 40% of the shares, and the Li family 60%. The 1,200 strings of copper coins would be used to build sturdier and more durable freight carriages, as well as to purchase horses. As for the specific operation of the carriage business, the beautiful boss naturally wouldn't let them have the management rights. Regarding this, neither the old village chief nor Li Wangyu had any objections. In the old village chief's opinion, Miss Su's business methods were simply like Fan Li's reincarnation. This old farmer, who had been farming for his entire life, was simply amazed by Su Chongqing. As for Li Wangyu, there was no need to even mention him. He was originally a subordinate of the beautiful boss in the future. Regarding this woman's business methods, he could only say one word: admiration. Although Li Wangyu didn't want to admit it, the beautiful boss was able to get a 7-figure monthly salary, while he only had a 6-figure annual salary. This was absolutely reasonable. After Su Chongqing transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, she had been holed up at home for almost a month. This really made this elite female professional feel suffocated. She wasn't one of those delicate canaries who didn't step out of the house. Instead, she was a modern woman with a strong career spirit. If she didn't do anything and just stayed in the house all day doing housework, washing clothes, cooking, and taking care of the children, it would be more painful than killing her. Now that she finally had a chance to slightly show off her business skills, how could Su Chongqing let it go? If Li Wangyu dared to say half a word of no, perhaps a bloody case of the Li family would occur. Seeing that Su Chongqing took the initiative to take over the carriage business, the old housekeeper Li Heng and Perrin secretly looked at each other. Both of them secretly let out a sigh of relief. There was no other reason other than the two of them didn't want Li Wangyu to be involved in the business of merchants. Whether it was the old housekeeper Li Heng or the little girl Perrin, they both hoped that their Langjun would take the imperial examinations and obtain scholarly honors in the future. Like their old master, he would patrol the heavens and enlighten the people. This was the right path. Merchants, on the other hand, were not allowed to participate in the imperial examination. If Li Wangyu wanted to operate the four-wheeled carriage, these two people would definitely stand out to dissuade him. Perhaps even Li Heng would try to persuade him again. Now that Madame Su was willing to take over this matter, it couldn't be any better. After the matter was settled, the old villager got up and said goodbye. He had to find the old man in the village to discuss this matter again. After respectfully sending the old village chief out, Li Wangyu drank the medicine king tea in the central room, but he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Li Wangyu looked left and right for a long time, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about Ma Zhou. After returning home from the county yamen, he almost forgot about Ma Zhou's existence. It was really embarrassing. Ever since Ma Zhou was kidnapped by Li Wangyu and brought back to the Li family, he had been holed up in his room, fiddling with the weighing apparatus and copper coins as if he was possessed. Even his meals were brought in by the maidservants. Ma Zhou didn't even know that Li Wangyu had been locked up in the county yamen prison. He was wholeheartedly trying to solve the problem that Li Wangyu had given him. The beautiful superior was also helpless against Ma Zhou's desperate spirit. She could only instruct the maidservants to take good care of him and let him be. Chongqing, is Ma Zhou okay? The beautiful superior was speechless and rolled her eyes. You finally remembered that there is still someone in the family? You are really good. After bringing Ma Zhou back, you didn't care about him at all. He is fine. Every day, he will be in his room calculating the 12 copper coins. You are so wicked. Let's see how you will explain if Ma Zhou gets sick. Li Wangyu smiled sheepishly and said, I was also forced into a corner. Who asked him to suddenly think of taking someone as his master? I. Before he finished his words, he heard a figure running in from outside the central room. As he ran, he shouted, Teacher, teacher! I calculated it. Haha, I calculated it. This voice involuntarily caused Li Wangyu's face to turn white. Su Changqing, who was at the side, lightly covered his red lips with his hand, smiling until his eyes were curved. This person, he really couldn't be nagged. Li Wangyu's face was bitter. He looked at Ma Zhou, whose eyes were red and hair was messy. Brother Bin Wang, don't worry about that problem. Come, try the medicine king tea. This is made by the old immortal Sun Simiao himself. It is very rare. He wanted to change the topic, but before he could finish, Ma Zhou rushed to the table, grabbed the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Ma Zhou put the empty teacup on the table and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He didn't care what he had just drunk and put a piece of paper in front of Li Wangyu. Teacher, please take a look. You only need to divide the 12 copper coins into 3 groups. Ma Zhou explained the correct answer that he had finally figured out after thinking hard for a few days. The solution to this problem was so difficult, but it made Ma Zhou even more determined to take Li Wangyu as his teacher. Li Wangyu really didn't expect that Ma Zhou could really solve this logical reasoning problem. This made him feel a little awkward. Hee Brother Bin Wang, this problem, yes, your answer is correct. Come, have some tea, have some tea. Li Wangyu wanted to change the topic again. Ma Zhou didn't give him the chance. He stared at Li Wangyu seriously and asked, Teacher, can you accept a disciple now? Hearing Ma Zhou's words, Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. He looked at Su Changqing for help, hoping that she could help him say a few words to resolve the situation. The current situation was too awkward. Su Changqing smiled sweetly and said to Ma Zhou, Wangyu will keep his word. How can a man not keep his word? A gentleman keeps his word. What the hell? Surnamed Su. Don't think that you can hit someone when they're down just because you're good-looking. Li Wangyu almost choked to death by Su Changqing's words. Was that what he meant? He looked at Ma Zhou with a bitter face. Brother Bin Wang, let's discuss this matter again. However, Ma Zhou replied firmly, Teacher, Lady Su said that a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Is there really no room for discussion? No room for discussion. You forced me to do this. Li Wangyu suddenly stood up, scaring Su Changqing and Ma Zhou. What was he doing? He suddenly touched his stomach with his hand and said with an exaggerated expression, Ouch, my stomach hurts. Brother Bin Wang, I have to go to the toilet. I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wangyu turned around and ran to the backyard. His speed was as fast as lightning. Even Niu Yong felt that his Lang Jun was agile and had a good talent for martial arts. Seeing Li Wangyu shamelessly use the defecation escape, the beautiful superior blushed. It wasn't because she was shy, but because she was angry at this lazy guy. She asked you to accept a disciple, not to commit crimes. Was it so difficult? Su Changqing said to the dumbstruck Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou, you wait a moment, I will go and catch him. After saying that, he stood up, his small waist swaying as he walked towards the rear courtyard. Li Wangyu hid in the bathroom in the backyard for a while. He felt that he could hide for a while. Just as he opened the bathroom door sneakily and was about to sneak back to his room, a slender hand reached out from behind the door. Before Li Wangyu could react, the hand grabbed his ear and twisted it gently. Above Dingzhou village, there was a mournful howl that made those who heard it cry, and those who heard it cry,